Regularly monitor your bank account and debit card statements for any suspicious activity. Report any unauthorized transactions to your financial institution immediately.
Stay safe, stay secure, and stay ahead of fraud. Hello, dear colleagues and partners. I am incredibly honored and excited to step into the role of chairman for the Committee of E-Business Industry Heads. This moment.
Turn to the next person on your right and say good morning, ma'am, or good morning, sir. Then turn to the person on your left and say good morning, ma'am, good morning, sir. All right, turn to the person behind you and say good morning, good afternoon. You can say good evening as long as there's a good in it. And then turn to the person in your front and say, how are you? How are you doing? Oh, thank you very much. We receive it. Okay, right now, ladies and gentlemen, can I get your attention one more time? In the world of corporate living, we never, ever get ourselves, I know some of us went to the gym, but this morning I want to be sure we did that well. So right now, please, can you shake your legs so that the blood flows? Can you shake your legs so that the blood flows? Thank you. Then you can wiggle your hands so that we know that the blood is flowing. Good, good. Does that feel good? It feels more alive. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, having done that, you need to fill in some energy. And so tea break and coffee break is being served. Please kindly go in to have your tea and coffee break. As soon as we are back here, we are going to kick off the event officially here at the 2025 Annual Cebih Conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, can you put your hands together for yourself for paying packed attention? And I'm glad that I've seen so many familiar faces. So right now, please, tea is served behind here. Water and tea is served around there too. So please kindly go avail yourself of tea and coffee. And then as soon as we are done with that, we are going to kick off the event officially. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome yet again to the 2025 annual conference of Cebih. And it's a great honor to be here. And I'm not going to be doing this alone. I'm here with my very, very wonderful co-anchor. And
good morning, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tolu Thompson. I am a professional compare and television presenter, and it is my absolute delight to be doing this morning with Mr. Lawson. Today, we are gathered for the annual conference put together by Cebih, the Committee of E-Business Industry Heads in Nigeria. And today is not just another regular conference. It's not something we just do annually. But this is a strategic event helping us to shape the future of the digital banking sector, not just in Nigeria, but Africa at large.
And of course, we're going to be exploring the theme, reimagining financial inclusion through cultural shift in consumer credit. And I want to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors who have made this possible. We recognize you and every single one of you who are here seated. But without further ado, we'd like to kick off the event so that we are going to run through the program as quickly as we can and certainly have other moments that we engage. But before then, I would like the breakfast session to be closed so that we all can be seated, and then we will kick off the event because we are starting first with our first announcement, which is going to be the national...
Ladies and gentlemen, very distinguished guests, as very patriotic citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we're about to kickstart this event. So please, we would like to crave your indulgence. Can all breakfast movements be stopped for now? Please, we're about to take the national anthem. And as very patriotic citizens, let us respect our flag and our nation, Nigeria. Thank you. Please, may we all rise as we take the national anthem as the opening prayer.
We will be having the first stanza only, and then we get into the next item of agenda.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
You may all take your seat, ladies and gentlemen, and at this point we're going to be establishing the protocol for today's conference. First, we want to recognize the Chairman Organizing Committee, the delectable Vice Chair of Cebih, who also is the Chief Digital Officer for Premium Trust, Madam Abidemi Asumo.
Please, let's put our hands together for her. Thank you, Madam Abidemi, for joining us this morning. We also have the Chairman Cebih, the Chief Partnership Officer at Wema Bank as well, the one, the only, Mr. Ajibade Laolu Adewale. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir, for putting all this together this morning.
We're recognizing the chairman, body of bank CEOs, who also is the group managing director of UBA, Mr. Oliver Alawuba. Please, can you put your hands together for him?
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. We also have the President, Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Professor Pius Deji. Please, let's put our hands together for Prof. Thank you, Prof, for joining us.
The Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Mr. Philip Ikeazol is hereby recognized and represented by Dr. Aisha Isa Olatinowo. Please put your hands together for her.
We also have the Deputy Governor, Economic Policy, CBN, Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, ably represented by Director Musa Jimo. Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the recognition continues as we establish the protocol. The Chief Executive Officer of Enhancing Financial Innovation and Access, Efina Foyishola Akinja Yeju. Please put your hands together for her.
We also have the Chief Executive Officer, MD, Nigeria Consumer Credit Corporation, Engineer Uzoma Nwagba. Thank you very much, Engineer.
The Director General, CEO, National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, Engineer Abisoyi Koka Odushote.
The Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Philip Ikeazo.
Thank you very much. We also recognize the Deputy Governor, Economic Policy, Central Bank of Nigeria, Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, ably represented by the Director, Musa Jimom. And of course, we recognize the Vice Chair body of the Bank CEO, the MD, GT Bank, Madam Miriam Olu Shonya, who is ably represented by Madam Sylvia Onwakwe. Please put your hands together for her.
We also have the Managing Director, Co-Head of Processing Africa Network International, Dr. Reda Hilal. Please let's put our hands together. Thank you very much.
Also, we would like to recognize present here the Chief Executive Officer of Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities, SANEF, in the person of Madam Uche Uzoyebo. Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you very much, Madam Uche, for joining us this morning. We also have the co-founder, CEO, eDoc Online, Mr. Tunde Ogundikbe. Thank you so much for joining us at this auspicious occasion. We also have the Managing Director, Pompey, Chika Nwosu. Thank you very much for being a part of this event this morning.
We recognize Executive Director, Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, PLC NIPS, in the person of Madam Ungova Nyembe Nwakwo.
Also, Managing Director, CEO, National Credit Guarantee Company, Bonaventure Okaimo. Thank you very much, Mr. Bonaventure, for being a part of this.
The Chief Executive Officer, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, in the person of Mr. Tunde Bello. Please, can you put your hands together for him?
Please, let's not get tired of recognizing everyone. I know it might seem like a lot, but we need to give credit and recognition to every of our dignitaries here this morning. We also have the Global Chief Executive Officer, OPE, Stephen Wen. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Dr. Rakia Yusuf, Director, Payment System Supervision, Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Please put your hands together for her.
Also, we have the Regional Senior Partner, PwC West Africa, Sam Abu. Thank you, Mr. Sam, for being a part of this event today.
Great. We have the Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, in the person of Mr. Akin Morakinyo. Please put your hands together for him. And it's important for us to recognize, seated here, the Cebih Advisory Council members. These are people who give the direction in terms of where leadership is going to go in, and they have actually served in this wonderful organization. We have first.
We have Madam Ronke Kuye. We also have Chuma Ezerim, Wumi Ogunbiyi, Chuks Iku.
And Chris Ezezobo is here. Simi Osoniga, pardon me. Tunde Kuponui, Dele Adeyinka, Dr. Stanley Jacobs, Mr. Kayode Olubiyi.
We have Adeyemi Atonda, Oluremi Tinuolu Gabriel, Celestina Appeal, Folashade Femi Lawal. We recognize every of our council member. Thank you so much for all the work that you do. We sincerely appreciate you.
And the signals reaching us makes us understand that from the Ministry of the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy certainly is going to be on cue. We want to say big recognition to them. We realize that this is a hybrid event, and all of you who are joining us online as well as a social media platform, we want to say a big welcome to you. But also we recognize all members of the Cebih Executive Council. We say a big thank you for putting together this wonderful event.
Thank you all so much for being a part of this auspicious occasion. One more time, we want to very warmly and very specially welcome every one of you seated in this room. You know, gathered here today are innovators, leaders, regular industry regulators, and of course we have the upper echelon of electronic business practitioners gathered here today. I want to say thank you so much for being a part of this event this morning. Like I said earlier, this is not another regular annual conference, but this is a very strategic conference to shape the future of the digital banking ecosystem, not just in Nigeria, but Africa at large. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get really started with the event this morning.
First, we're going to kick off with a trivia game, and I understand that my team are behind there to ensure we're rolling that on the screen. We want to start this to be entertaining, to be engaging, because we're looking at the aspect of credit. Credit matters because that is the direction of the economy. In the fact that we are looking at financial inclusion beyond the buzzword, how well are we going to do will be some of the conversation the different panels will explore here today at this Cebih 2025 conference. So if we're ready for the trivia questions, are we ready? All right, so we're going to have it beamed on the screen, and then we'll see who the fastest fingers is going to be. Remember, today's event and tomorrow we are going to be going away with a lot of gifts. It's like anybody and everybody who does that well, we certainly go home with wonderful gifts, Tolu.
So we have the Kahoot games, and there would be a QR code for you to join in the games. And yes, it's showing on the screen over there. And I think also at this end, there's the QR code. Please join in with the PIN code and give yourself a name. We're ready to play this game. Just like my co-anchor said, there's so many gifts to be won this morning. So when you think about Cebih, yes, we're having great conversations, but we're also going to be having amazing giveaways. So please do well to, okay, Chamo is already in. Wise man. Okay, we will know if...
465678, please. This is not a James Bond movie. We want you to identify yourself. 465678 sounds more like... All right, we see you Consola in the house there. Whoops, what happened? Did it have to do with digital number 564608? Not at all. Do we have ourselves up on the screen? I think these things happen, ladies and gentlemen, so bear with us. Immediately after we're done with the trivia, we'll go straight into the main focus. So it's back on screen. Great. All right, guys, are we good? Well, in the meantime, we want to say a big thank you to all of our partners and sponsors who have made this possible.
I mean, when you see events like this put together, you realize that there are many people that work tirelessly behind the scene night and day to put such beautiful events together. There are people that believe in the vision and the dream that you've put together. So this morning, we want to appreciate all our partners, and we have some of our sponsors like MoneyPoint, Verve, Visa, Lemfi, eTransact. We can go on and on. We have Payaza as well. We have Hawaii. We have PalmPay. We have Zest. We have Say Switch. We have BPC, RedTech, Transact World Digital, Credit Corp, and many more. Please, as the event goes on, we'll do well to recognize all our sponsors and all our partners. We're waiting for everyone to join in the game now, because we're about to start in a moment.
All right, are we ready? Chamo says that we have over 1,000 people joining us physically as well as online, but we want to kick off with the game. Mr. P, are you ready, Otumba? Are we ready? So the first question, ladies and gentlemen, is coming right about now. Fastest finger, we have the winning. So what's the question? It's not 2025, okay. 2, 1. Who is the chairman of the body of bank CEOs? Fastest finger. We said it earlier on and nobody paid attention. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it red, blue, orange, or green?
They were listening. They were listening.
Oh, fantastic. 25%. And so who is the fastest finger?
Omoba.
Omoba. Whoa, fantastic. Please put your hands together for Omoba. Where is Omoba here? You are listening, as a matter of fact. Thank you very much. It's great to see you. But at this point in time, we're going to have the next item on our agenda.
We still have some more games coming up now. Okay. All right. So we want to know who the fastest finger, not just fastest, but fastest and correct finger is. Okay, thank you. Next question. We're pressed for time, please, so we have to be as quick as possible. Omobai. Okay, Abu is leading. All right.
Abu Is Abu in the house?
But what happened? You didn't
Now,
know
the third question is going to be, who is the president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria? I'm very sure the president is...
We also recognized him whilst we were mentioning
Absolutely,
the name, so
yes. For those who were listening. There seems to be plenty props.
Flaky.
Flaky. All right. It has to be. And those are the three winners for this first. We still have one more.
We have two more questions.
SANEF is an acronym for A, B, C, D.
Okay.
Flaky again. Chamo. Chamo. Please, ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for all the winners?
Okay, this is the last
The
question
last one,
now.
right? Okay.
Engineer Bisoye Koka Odusote is the CEO of...
I need this right now.
Get the spelling right, oh. It's not Nigeria, it's international. We better know what this is. Whoa, we have 14 people who got that right. Fantastic.
Okay, so who is number 3? King Saul. Okay. Lord A. Who are these people?
They're not AI, we hope.
So who is the winner? Chamo!
Chamo.
Please, let's put our hands together for Chamo.
Chamo. Chamo, you are listening.
No, Chamo, I feel like you set the question, so you just won it yourself. Anyways, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting right into the very essence as to why we are gathered here. Like I said earlier, when you think about the Cebih conference, whilst we have great and amazing conversations, we also have a fantastic time learning, relearning, and unlearning everything when it comes to the digital banking sector and the digital banking ecosystem in Nigeria. And now to take us in the welcome address, ladies and gentlemen, please with a resounding applause, let us make welcome on stage the Chairman Committee of E-Business Industry Heads, Cebih, the one, the only, Mr. Ajibade Laolu Adewale, a.k.a. Chamo.
You're welcome, sir.
Let me use this. Apparently, the idea of the trivia is so that everybody will be listening. And there's a gift, big gift for everyone. I think the team told me they have 20 of those trivias. So it's in your best interest, if you're interested in our gift, monetary gift, that you should play. I'm going to dedicate mine to Adora of UBA. So, Oscar, please let me give her my gift. Once again, I welcome you, and this is me trying to stand on all existing protocol that has been established before. It's my pleasure to welcome all our distinguished guests, partners, participants to the 2025 Cebih Annual Conference. This yearly gathering has become a defining platform for thought leadership, collaboration, and innovation in Nigeria's digital finance ecosystem. The theme, Reimagining Financial Inclusion through Cultural Shifts in Consumer Credit, cannot be more timely. Globally, the dynamics of credit and financial assets are crucial drivers of economic power and growth. The expansion of the middle class, especially in regions like Asia, shows that a major driver of inclusive economic growth is the ability of consumers to access productive credits. In Nigeria, we are witnessing a growing recognition that meaningful inclusion is not just about access to financial services, but also about understanding the social cultural context that shapes how people perceive, adopt, and sustain credits. The challenge is not just one of policy or technology, but of culture. We have a deep-rooted cultural preference for cash, a historical skepticism of formal financial services, and a lack of a universal and robust credit culture where borrowing and timely repayments are the norm. As leaders and professionals in the financial technology space, our role extends beyond deploying systems and products. We must continue to foster trust, build responsible lending frameworks, and create culturally aligned solutions that empower individuals and businesses alike. Now, you may have observed that for the first time, this annual conference is dwelling on a theme that is not a core payment theme. This is very accurate observation, and it gets to the heart of Cebih's strategic evolution. For almost 2 decades, Cebih has been the undisputed pillar of the payment ecosystem in Nigeria. We have driven the conversations, the innovation, and the policy that has made our electronic payment infrastructure one of the most robust in Africa. And we are extremely proud of this legacy. True leadership, however, is not just about perfecting what you already do. It's about anticipating what you must do next. Our motivation for stepping beyond a core payment theme is a direct response to the maturity of our markets and the unmet needs of our economy. We recognize a critical point where we have successfully built the highways for money to move. Now we must ensure that there's a vehicle for posterity on every one of those highways. Payments are the circulatory system of the economy. They allow value to flow. But credit is the muscle. It allows the economy to lift, to build, and to grow. We have connected millions of people to payments. But through a meaningful financial inclusion, it's incomplete if we do not empower people and businesses with the capital to invest in their futures. This is why we are focusing on a cultural shift in credit. By stepping outside payments, we intend to achieve 3 fundamental objectives. First, to catalyze a necessary industry evolution. Cebih's role has always been to guide the industry forward. The next frontier of banking is not just moving money, but managing financial futures. We are signaling to our members and the entire sector that the future of our industry grows and relies in solving the credit paradox in Nigeria. Second, to broaden the definition of financial inclusion. Inclusion cannot stop at a bank account or wallet. It must encompass the ability to access responsible capital to start a business, to educate a child, or to wither financial shocks. By shifting the conversations to credit culture, we are championing a more profound, a more impactful level of economic participation for every Nigerian. And lastly, to position Cebih as a thought leader in nation building. Our mandate extends beyond transactions. It's about the financial health of our nation. By convening the best minds to tackle the cultural, technological, and systemic barriers to credit, we are from being operators of systems to architects of economic empowerment. So essentially, we are not stepping away from our core. We are building on it. Payments were the foundations, but our mission has always been beyond payments. Now we are constructing the edifice of a more inclusive, credit-enabled economy. This conference is our blueprint, and we invite every stakeholder to join us in this critical next phase of our mission. Credit, when used wisely, is not a burden. It is a bridge between an idea and its execution, between a paycheck and a secured future. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all our sponsors, speakers, and partners for their unwavering support in making this event possible. To our delegates and participants, thank you for being part of this important dialogue that continues to shape the future of financial inclusion in Nigeria and beyond. Through the conversations, panels, and insights over the next 2 days, I am confident that we will uncover actionable pathways towards a more inclusive and sustainable credit culture. Once again, welcome to 2025 Cebih Annual Conference. I encourage you all to share deeply, engage boldly, and collaborate meaningfully as we work together to imagine, to rewire, and to relaunch the culture of consumer credit in Nigeria, driving not just financial inclusion, but genuine social and economic inclusion for all. Welcome to the conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can do better than that. Let's give our chairman, Cebih, a very resounding applause for that amazing opening remark. Thank you very much, sir. You know, whilst he spoke, there were a few things I took out. And he said something about leadership. That leadership isn't about what we've already done, but about anticipating what we're to do next. And also this conference, like I said earlier, is not just another annual yearly conference, but it's to position Cebih as a very good strategic place for national conversations. Thank you once again, sir, for that amazing opening remark. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when you think about Cebih and people see the beautiful things that, we do today in this committee, they don't know that we've had a journey. And everything beautiful that you see always starts from a small place. There's a very beautiful quote that I like, that you can do big things from a small place. But Cebih has not only done big things from a small place, we've also done big things from a big place. And right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to take you on a journey. But this time, you're going to be getting your eyes glued to the screen, because we'll be playing you a documentary showing our journey so far, particularly with our theme this year, Reimagining Financial Inclusion. So ladies and gentlemen, please keep your eyes glued to the screen as the documentary plays. Technical, over to you.
Slowly at the top, money on my mind.
In the heart of Africa's most vibrant nation, a quiet revolution unfolds. From Lagos to Yobe, from Abuja's corridors of policy to Imo and Ogun's market lanes, a story of resilience, innovation, and faith in the future is being written. This is the story of inclusion, of how Nigeria is reimagining the meaning of credit, not as a privilege for the few, but as a promise for all. For over a decade, the Committee of E-Business Industry Heads, Cebih, has driven the evolution of payments, connecting banks, fintechs, and regulators under one vision to make access possible for everyone. But in 2025, the mission goes deeper, beyond transactions, beyond technology, toward the heart of trust.
And the motivation for this year's team stems from the recognition that Nigeria has made significant strides in financial inclusion. Cebih's core objective is to drive adoption of electronic banking services and promote global-based processes in electronic business. While our foundation is in payments, our mission has always been beyond payments, because payments are only the entry point to the financial ecosystem.
It's an unmatched convergence point. We bring the entire ecosystem under one roof: banking leaders, fintech innovators, regulators, our policymakers, and technology partners.
Trust must be built on structure, on systems that protect, empower, and connect. From the central bank's oversight to the National Identity Management Commission's digital frameworks to the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation's bold mission, the regulator stands as the guardian of trust. Through credit registries, open banking policies, and digital identity systems that recognize every citizen.
Consumer credit is the engine that will power the next growth wave. But first, we must redefine the cultural contracts around it.
Nigeria is laying the foundation for a credit economy rooted in fairness, because in the economy of trust, data is not a weapon. It is a key that unlocks opportunity.
Transparency is really an asset. When you think about when it comes to access to credit, being able to get access to your information and your prior history makes it much more predicative of how your future history is going to be created.
Our major aim is to provide financial access for MSMEs, local manufacturers, consumer credit in assessing credit.
Technology is rewriting the future of credit. Artificial intelligence now reads digital footprints where paperwork once failed. Blockchain secures lending records across borders. Open APIs connect banks and fintechs in real time. Alternative credit scoring from mobile data to payment history is giving the unbanked a voice in the economy of tomorrow. But technology alone is not the hero. It is only as strong as the trust that powers it. And Cebih, through partnerships, collaborations, standardization, and education, ensures that innovation does not outpace integrity.
Cebih
by its advocacy role, has also been able to influence significantly the regulation and policy decisions that lead to the growth of the payment ecosystem.
Between 2020 and 2023, which is where we had the last survey, we saw a doubling of interest in formal credit. So formal credit uptake increased from 3% as of 2020 to 6% as of 2023. So that is indicative, for example, of improved interest in formal credit.
In the bustling markets of Ogun, inclusion has a heartbeat. Women who once feared credit now restock their stalls with digital loans. Traders who hid cash under mattresses now save through mobile apps. Change, once distant, now walks among them.
So financial inclusion in the classic sense means being able to allow Nigerians or citizens to have access to financial tools. That means you have a bank account or a mobile wallet that allows you to store your capital, your funding, and transact with your funds. That is what financial inclusion is, that you are now included in the financial system.
Abẹ́ ìjọba Èkó kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́ láti yá wa ní owó láti fi ṣòwò. A fi raṣọ o, a dẹ̀ fi ṣe pátì, a fẹ́ fi ṣòwò ni torí ọlọ́jà ni wá. Gọọmenti anyị nụwo, ha nyere anyị aka. Ha nyere anyị aka, ndị na-azụ ahịa ha nyere anyị aka. N'ihi na ndị na-enye anyị loan, ha na-emechi anyị ike. Mmanụ ga-enye gị loan 100,000, gị na-akwụ million. Mana gọọmenti nye gị, obi na-erute anyị ala.
In the northern plains of Yobe, trust is sacred. Every handshake, a promise. Every loan, a leap of faith. Here, Cebih's advocacy and the regulator's protection meet culture in conversation, translating credit into confidence.
Gaskiya zan ansa saboda dama ne na samu, saboda ya kamata dama gwamnati ta taimaka mana tunda ba mu da shi. Muna son mu kasuwanci amma ba mu da jari. Shi yasa ya zama dole ma muka zo muna sana'an hannu. Amma na fi son kasuwanci amma ba ni da jari.
Every small loan tells a larger story of trust reborn, of culture evolving, of tomorrow finding its rhythm.
We have done well in terms of including the underserved and unserved. So in terms of our achievement for the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, I would say kudos to the entire team.
But the road to inclusion is not without challenge. Data privacy and security, the rising threat of fraud and identity theft, low credit literacy.
Problems around identity verification, problems around fraud, and problems around enforcing the rights of the lender on the borrower. And these are the reasons why we all have to come together to get the right policy making from the government. Policies around the credit bureau systems, they've helped significantly over the last 10 years, but we need more.
And the cultural hesitancy that still shadows borrowing. Even with technology, millions remain outside the circle of trust. To bridge the gap, we must do more to teach, to regulate, to empathize, to design systems that see not just consumers, but communities.
Without credits, we cannot deepen household spending. Without credits, we cannot deepen housing ownership. And these are the things that are important to how we grow the economy.
The future of credit in Nigeria is borderless. A digital ecosystem where a farmer in Yobe can access a microloan as easily as a coder in Lagos. Where identity, credit history, and opportunity move seamlessly. And regulation safeguards every transaction with transparency.
And we are a bridge that will bring the two together. The end borrower and the financial institution. And then your loans will work and we will still be financially sustainable so that we can provide more guarantees for the other people who are coming in, who are seeing what is happening and are willing to come into the system.
There's work for the financial services providers to do, also for policymakers, regulators to do, to improve on consumer protection mechanisms such that the consumer feels better, feels safer, believes that their interests are preserved and protected. those things are important for us to continue to shine a light on.
Digital transactions are creating credit footprints for first-time borrowers. So what it means is that by the time you're transacting digitally, you're also building your credit history, and that footprint is what will earn the first-time borrowers some scores to be able to qualify to access credit.
It is a future powered by trust, anchored by culture, and guided by collaboration between innovators, regulators, and people they serve. And at the heart of it all stands Cebih, the bridge between vision and reality.
The trust deficits and preference for cash. There's a deep-seated trust deficit in formal financial institutions, often stemming from opaque terms, hidden charges, and fear of transaction failure. This translates into a cultural confidence in cash and informal trust systems. The Ajos of this world, the Susu of this world. To overcome this, the industry must commit to radical transparency, simple product designs, and consistent reliability, making the formal credit system more trustworthy than the informal one.
The trust is also built through data privacy and security. We expect strong push for industry standards that make transparency a competitive advantage and not a regulatory burden.
Year after year, Cebih brings the ecosystem together. Banks, fintechs, policymakers, innovators to imagine a more inclusive Nigeria. Through dialogue, advocacy, and innovation, Cebih has become the compass of digital finance, guiding policy, nurturing partnerships, and building a culture where credit is not feared but trusted, because inclusion is not just access, it is belonging.
We have over 2 agents across the 774 local government areas, and that's what I'm speaking to in terms of the widespread of agents. So you have presence of agents who will offer financial services to the underserved, to communities, and also this has also built trust in the formal financial channel.
That the benefits of financial inclusion extends beyond people just having bank accounts. It exposes them to credit. So what Cebih is doing is a normal progression in the financial inclusion space, which will lead to an overall growth of the economy.
Every hand can build, every voice can rise. From the rhythm of our markets to the silence of our dreams, we rise together, reimagining inclusion, redefining trust, rewriting the culture of credit for a Nigeria where everyone belongs.
We are standing at an inflection point of Nigeria's financial evolution, and the time for incremental change is over. We must now become the architect of the next financial revolution. To my colleagues, the distinguished Cebih members, you are the engine of this industry. The responsibility rests on us to move from being mere payment processors to financial enablers. Let us commit to leveraging our technology, data, and collective expertise. Let us be the champions of transparency, integrity, and innovation in the credit space. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
The history of the architects of the new economy. As a matter of fact, and then we are dealing with a lot of trust deficit, and credit itself is going to help us bridge that particular gap. And reimagining financial inclusion obviously requires us to change a lot of these perceptions to make sure that we are able to run through what we need in terms of the new economy that we're dealing with. And it's not going to be a case of no credit come tomorrow. It's going to be one that we're going to address in that regard. But to help us understand exactly what direction we are going at, we are going to invite now a seasoned banking professional who has a broad range of strategic and well-grounded experience in corporate and institutional banking, consumer banking, public sector, retail, commercial banking, project management, corporate governance, and overall banking management. He has over 25 years of work experience, and today he brings on board some of the insights that is going to help us determine what the future is going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for the Managing Director, CEO from the UBA Group, who is also the Chairman, Body of Bank CEOs, Mr. Oliver Alawuba, as he comes up to give his opening remark.
Good morning, everyone. The Deputy Governor, Financial Services Stability, here represented by Dr. Aisha Esa Olatunwo, the Deputy Governor, Economic Policy, represented here today by Director Temitope Akinfade, the Chairman of the e-banking industry heads, Ajibade Laulu Adewale, and the executives. I've seen several business leaders here, and many bankers here, and many practitioners in the e-banking space. I would like to recognize everyone and thank you for having time to come for this event. Let me say that we, the MD CEOs of banks, are very happy with all the activities of Cebih. I would like to stand here on behalf of my colleagues to encourage you to do more because the economy needs you. And there are so many challenges that's coming up. And those challenges, we can work together and deal with them for the benefit of Nigerians. I'm happy with the level of activities, passion that you show anytime issues around the association come up. We have worked together in one or two occasions, and we won. And we won for Nigerians. So when I was asked to come here this morning, I said, no matter what my program will be for today, I would come. So I can have the privilege of saying thank you for those battles that we won. Like you said now, that leadership is not about what you did, it's about what's going to come. Also going to thank you in advance for the more battles we are going to win together. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address this esteemed audience of the 2025 Cebih Annual Conference, a platform that continues to shape Nigeria's digital and financial services landscape in a very profound and progressive ways. Let me begin by commending Cebih for its visionary and timely theme for 2025 conference, reimagining financial inclusion through cultural shifts in consumer credit. It is bold and transformative challenge for us. And this challenges us to re-examine all the cultural foundations of access, behavior, and trust that define our financial ecosystem. By spotlighting culture as a catalyst for innovation, Cebih is driving a vital conversation about how attitudes, values, social norms influence financial participation across Nigeria. This resonates deeply with communities that have been excluded from formal credit systems. So on Friday, we had CIBN dinner. I had the privilege of speaking at that dinner on behalf of bank CEOs. One of the points I raised was first to commend Central Bank of Nigeria and the Federal Ministry of Finance for the way they have collaborated together to transform this economy. And I would like to further say it here, that the central bank governor has done a great deal of job. We owe that to him, we owe that to his team, because by this time last year, the difference is clear in terms of the state of the economy last year and the state of the economy today. So we commend Central Bank, we commend the Minister of Finance for taking this economy out from the precipice to a foundation where we can say, yes, the future would come. Another thing I said at that dinner was, for us to move forward, the economy needs to grow. Already the federal government has given us a target for a $1 trillion GDP economy by the year 2030. Now that the economy has come up, it is now time for growth in GDP. And that growth would come with private credit in the private sector. And so when I look at the theme today about financial inclusion, about consumer credit, it tallies clearly to what we should be talking about today on how do we grow credit in this economy. If you grow credit, we'll expand the economy. If you grow credit, we see job creation come up. And I said, we need to do that. We need to push more credit delivery. And today, you are saying that we need to increase credit delivery through electronic means. And that is where we can make sure everyone is included in that space. And I commend that effort. We can do a lot more on the consumer lending through e-channels. And that will make sure that everyone, not just those in the city, but those in the villages, those women that we saw in the video, they all need credit. Unfortunately for us, women even repay the credit more than the men. So we need to include our women in. We need to expand that space so that we can begin to leverage on, do a lot of leverage, and grow this economy. So I really want to commend you for that. And I also mentioned that it is not just about giving credit. It's also important that when you give loan, the loan does what? Comes back. Because when it comes back, you can increase the capacity to give more, and it increase the reach, and the economy grows. These days, when you give loan, it becomes a fight for it to come back. I would like to encourage all of us, particularly our customers, to please, the money that the banks lend, they are depositors' money. Use it for your business, but please bring the money back so we can lend to other customers. That way, the economy grows. And I hope when we lend through the consumer lending through electronic means, we will have a way of tracking the money and making sure the money comes back. And that's where we develop a culture of repayment, a culture of integrity, because lending is about trust. Bank loan is not a gift. Bank loan is not a grant. Bank loan is not for lifestyle. Bank loan is trust for growth of the industry and for the growth of the economy. Another important point that I would like Cebih to also focus is, we've seen increase in adoption of technology. We have also seen increase in cyber security issues. But we don't want, the most important thing banking does is that the money is safe. That's the most important thing you want. You bring money to the bank, anytime you want the money as a customer, you should be able to have access to that money. It breaks my heart when customers bring money and they see their they lose their money, and the banks cannot do anything about it. We need to work together collaboratively. With the central bank, I'm happy central bank is here, with other stakeholders, even fintechs, national switch companies, to see how we can make sure we solve this problem of ensuring that every deposit in the bank is safe for the customers. Then from there, we can talk of other value we can give to the customer. But the safety must be guaranteed. No matter how much it is, don't tell me that the money is small, because at times you see somebody loses 1,000 and he will write a mail, he will shout. The customer is entitled to any amount that he left in the bank to have it. And we, as bankers, we as e-banking practitioners, must protect that fund that are given to us in trust by the customers. So I envisage more collaboration to make sure we keep this promise to our customers. Another point I would like to reiterate is we must do everything this festive season. Today is 2nd of December. We must do everything very important to ensure that our e-channels work seamlessly. As people come in to make payments for the festive season, we should avoid hitches, glitches, or anything, so that people can have seamless transactions, payments done in all our channels in this season. That is important, and that will increase our image, that will increase the value we're adding to the economy. We should also make sure those who do not want to use the channels and want cash, because Nigerians also like cash, they should be able to go to our ATMs or go to our branches and collect cash. Not that they will want 100,000 and they will give them 20,000. No, they should be able to collect cash and do their transactions. And that, for me, is also very important. We're going to work with Central Bank to ensure that happens. I'm sure the director of consumer protection is there, so this is like good news to her. So, because she's the point where the customers, first of all, complain and should be on us. So, madam, I'm assuring you that this season we'll work more collaboratively and ensure that cash is available at our ATMs and cash is also available at the branches. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you for having me here. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir, for honoring our invitation. And just as you've mentioned, it's important. Please, can we all be upstanding and give him a standing applause? It's not an easy task. It's done well to help us understand the fact that the trust factor is important. The chairman body of bank CEOs, Mr. Oliver Alawuba. Please, you can all have your seats. All right, because of certain exigencies, we're going to adjust the program a little bit. I would like to yet invite Mr. Oliver to please come up one more time. Sometimes this exercise is important for us to make sure our loans come back to the banks. So please kindly come up while I invite the chairman of Cebih, the vice chairman of Cebih, the CEO of Credit Corp. Please, can you join us? And of course, Dr. Aisha Issa, please come up as well. We'll need to have this moment captured. I'm not sure if the DG Nimsi has arrived yet. Okay, great. So she's here. Please, can she just come and join us? Oh, fantastic. So we just want to have this moment captured. After this time out, I'll quickly hand over the microphone to Tolu, who will handle the next aspect of the program. So do we have our cameraman already? Okay, just hold on. Dr. Aisha is about here. Can we balance the... Okay, no. Can you come in with Dr. Aisha? Let her come here so we have male, female, male, female, male, female. Yes, so that that balances out. All right, please kindly smile the credit assured smile. I hope there are people here who take bank loans with the intention of not returning. We can't have such individuals in our midst. Bank loans are not yours for your lifestyle and the rest of them, just like the MD has said, to make sure that everything comes back in. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm very sure this is okay. Are you okay, photographers? Are you okay? Just hold on a moment. We want to say a big thank you to all of you joining us online, and we recognize every single one of you. A big thank you for making it happen. I would like to recognize Deji Olawumi, Director of NITDA, as well as Dr. Jamila Ayedum, who is the CEO from Credit Registry and the Vice President of FinTech NGR. We recognize you, and every single one of you that are seated here. You're all distinguished in your rights, and we thank you for making this a duty. Why I invite Tolu to please come up, as we are going to call in the next person on the agenda. And the interesting thing, Tolu, is the fact that the chairman body of Bank CEO has said that loans do not belong for a lifestyle. What do you think of that?
Thank you very much. Absolutely correct. Loans are not for lifestyle. If you want to keep up your lifestyle, go and work hard. All right, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's been such an amazing time so far. We've had a welcome address by the chairman of the Committee of Business Industry Heads. We've also had our opening remarks by the chairman body of Bank CEO, Mr. Oliver Alawuba. Ladies and gentlemen, very distinguished guests, we're now getting into our very first keynote address of the day. And the conversation for discussion is Beyond the Bank Branch, Driving Financial Inclusion Through Expansion in Consumer Credit. Please, with your resounding applause, let us make welcome on stage the Chief Executive Officer, Enhancing Financial Innovation and Access. Please, let's put our hands together for Madam Foyinsola Akinjayeju. Please, let's put our hands together for her as she gets up stage. She's looking gorgeous as ever, beautiful as ever. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much. I think I'm going to start to insist that we charge for everyone who still mispronounces our name. Chairman, do I have your permission? So we should do Naira. Okay? So we are enhancing financial inclusion and advancement. So, I mean, while Cebih is just seeing the light and reimagining financial inclusion, I mean, because we are data people, we get to see the data, we interact with it often. And so we've made the shift long before now. And this culminated into our brand we launched earlier in the year when we did our brand, our name change from Financial Innovation and Access to financial inclusion and advancement. And the reason is easy and it's simple. If you watch the data, you see that Nigeria has made tremendous progress in financial inclusion from 2008, where we started to measure financial inclusion. And what is this? Access and use and quality of a broad range of financial services, payments, credit, savings, insurance, pension. We see that we've made the move from 2008, when formal inclusion was at 26%, to 2023, when it now stands at 64%, driven mostly by payments. So we've made the shift long before now. So it's good to hear that we are seeing many others join. So, distinguished chairman of Cebih, it's always great to be not the first person, so you can just, stand on established protocol. But I also want to recognize a few people, and I want to recognize industry leaders, to the amazing the DG CEO of NIMSI, National Identity Management Commission, Engineer Abisoye Koka Odushote, to my fantastic sister, the Director of Consumer Protection and Financial Inclusion, Dr. Aisha Issa Olatiwo. It's always a pleasure to see you. To members of Cebih, to other regulators, colleagues, and friends, thank you for the invitation and for this timely conversation on reimagining financial inclusion through cultural shifts in consumer credit. It's a privilege to join this community. that has been at the heart of Nigeria's e-payment revolution, connecting banks, fintechs, and millions of Nigerian consumers in their everyday lives. At EFINA, our mandate is easy, right? It is simple, but it's demanding. We want to see the financial system work for everyone. So therefore, it's an honor to stand before you, as Chairman has called it, the digital finance architects. So my conversation today really is to nudge our choices that will shape the economic future of millions of Nigerians as we explore the topic beyond the bank branch, driving financial inclusion through expansion in consumer credit. So over the last decade, I've mentioned that Nigeria has recorded meaningful progress. We've seen formal account ownership has grown, powered by digital rails, BVN, NIN, instant payments, and things of that nature, including a vibrant agent network. So millions can now receive and pay money, but far fewer can use financial systems to build wealth, to manage shocks, or as we saw in the documentary, to grow their business. The real engine of financial inclusion is not payments. The real engine of growth is credit. And really, this is only running at a fraction of its potential as tens of millions of Nigerians remain outside the formal credit system. When a country of more than 100 million adults cannot prosper because fewer than 10% of adults have access to formal credit, that should give us a reason to worry. The next frontier of inclusion is not account ownership, is not payments, it is access to digital, instant, secure, and affordable, I'm going to emphasize affordable credit. It has to be available through every means. It should be digital, secure, affordable, and importantly, digital. So this should be available through every channel that consumers already know and trust. And this is why going beyond the bank branch is very important. Because branches cannot reach the over 30 million Nigerian adults that are excluded. Branches will not sustainably or affordably serve petty traders, gig workers, or micro entrepreneurs. And credit will not deliver the nano loans that should be priced at low value for high volume realities of the Nigerian market. But digital channels can. And digital channels must. Credit must be present on USSD, accessible through agents, embedded in platforms, priced using alternative data, transparent and ethical, and delivered instantly and repaid digitally. But the infrastructure for this inclusive credit already exists, but not in concrete. It's in connectivity, right? Through digital identity, agent networks, and the behavioral data that we interact with on a daily basis. But there are some constraints we need to confront, and I would acknowledge these. So we know that smartphone penetration is low and it's uneven. Digital literacy is also low, and there's limited data collaboration amongst institutions. And as many people have talked about, there's fragile trust in formal finance. But we should acknowledge that while these seem to be barriers, they really are not. They are, I'll say, design requirements. These are things that countries similar to us have had to contend with, and they were able to overcome it. Countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and even Kenya. So Nigeria can also learn from this. So to be candid, we don't have a data problem. What we have is a data collaboration problem, because our data sits in silos, in the banks, with the credit bureaus, with fintechs, with telcos, with platforms, but they are not syncing together, right? We also do not have a demand problem, as we've seen. But what we have is a trust, and as I've said, an affordability problem. Millions want credit, but they fear the hidden charges and the punitive practices and hidden fees by some elements. They are not in this room, right? We do not have a technology problem either. What we have is a risk pricing and operational efficiency problem. Because collateral-based lending cannot serve the 80% of Nigerian workforce that do not have collateral. But the good news is that these barriers are structural, and so they can be surmounted. The financial sector, especially those in this room, are the ones who control the levers to address these barriers. So I'll just, emphasize a bit why it's important for us to do this, because truly, financial inclusion is not philanthropy. Digitally disbursed NALO loans in East Africa increased mobile money ecosystem profitability by up to 40%. In South Asia, embedded marketplace lending increased merchant transaction volumes by about 3x. A 1% increase in consumer credit penetration correlates with between 0.4 and 0.6 increase in GDP across emerging economies. And in Nigeria, between 3 to 5 trillion naira in credit opportunity is sitting latent across the informal sector. So we are sitting on a massive opportunity, a massive underexploited opportunity. So the ability to serve tens of millions of new customers at near zero marginal cost is what would expand and bring the next wave of financial sector growth. So what should we do? And I have a few, I'll say, recommendations, things that we already know, but we need to reiterate. So for the banks, we need to move from collateral-based lending, really. And we need to scale cash flow lending. So lending based on USSD, agent-assisted onboarding, trust building through trust builder nano loans with automated repayments, and I've said cash flow-based lending for merchants, artisans, and this we've seen in Kenya. So the Kenya Mshwari model was based on USSD only. So USSD only, tens of millions came into the digital space, digital lending space, and they were able to access small, low value but high volume loans. And we're seeing very low rates of default, but high loyalty. People who can afford, get small loans, they tend to be loyal and they come back. And of course, you get increased deposits. So those who would win and those who can master the act of nano risk pricing at scale. And then for telcos and mobile money, what should they do? So basically, scoring models that are built on airtime and customer data are things that they should leverage. Airtime for cash nano loans, airtime to cash nano loans is also something they should consider. We've seen this in places like Tanzania. So Tigo's Tanzania Nuveshe uses call patterns to approve millions of nano loans, to their customers. And for fintechs, it's similar. POS-based merchant credit, buy now, pay later for things like school fees, healthcare services, and the other essentials. And we're seeing platforms like Jumo being able to enable 20 million people across Africa to access credit mainly on feature phones. And then I'll go to agent networks because we also have Sanef here, my darling sister. So basically, we can use agents to build trust through the human interactions that they have. Because agents remain the most trusted, I'll say, agents of financial inclusion. And they're in all communities. And so what we should do with that really is to facilitate credit onboarding and education especially, because financial literacy is still low. And so that also has, some nexus with trust. And then they can explain pricing terms, they can explain repayment terms. I think it was Mr. Lawaba that said that it is not for you to finance your lifestyle. Agents can be the agents of that to communicate this information to them, right? And we've seen this also in places like Pakistan, where the Easy Paisa agents help millions to transition into digital finance. And then lastly, for the regulator, we need to build a national alternative data credit framework that is unified. One that allows for any type of data to be allowable, especially bill payments, airtime purchases, POS receipts, and all of that to be used as alternative data for risk pricing. But we need a framework that allows that so people can feel comfortable to use that. And basically to strengthen the digital identity interoperability so that wherever you go, they can call up your need wherever, and then they have the confidence, to lend to you. And then we need to enforce responsible lending practices. Beyond just fraud, we're seeing very irresponsible practices by some digital lenders just because they see that there is a greater interest in credit. That also needs to be curbed. And I think we need to make an example of the bad eggs such that we can reinforce trust, in the ecosystem. The India stack, is also reducing onboarding time for all of that, right? So we need to design basically for low skills, low literacy, and low awareness. So whatever we're doing has to be USSD first. USSD first. Yes, we have mobile penetration in the 80s, but smartphone penetration is very low. So it has to be USSD first, and then maybe app second if you still want to do that. In local languages, with voice prompts, potentially even with icons instead of text. People that cannot read, they can recognize icons, right? They will be able to, okay, this means that, and we can use the agents to also reinforce this information. Automatic repayment reminders, clear pricing, no hidden charges. This is the bane of trust when people feel that they cannot fully trust what they see. And we're seeing that with places like Bangladesh, where the bKash has expanded 70 million users into the formal financial space just because they are leveraging this. So, right, if we want the petty trader in Ogbomoso, to be able to access a 10,000 naira loan in like 60 seconds, or we want the gig rider in Lagos to finance his motorcycle using a buy now, pay later, or a mother in Kaduna to pay for school supplies, with her future phone. Or we want the farmer in Bauchi to get input credits based on his mobile money information and cash flow. Or the kiosk owner in Port Harcourt, if we want that person to grow her business, just using POS information, we should know no smartphone is required, no branch is required, only digital rails and inclusive credit models will take us there. So I'll say, just to conclude, let history record that in this room, the people that could make the difference listened to this conversation. And then let history record what we do in the next 3 years, or 5 years, or 10 years. If we're going beyond mere rhetoric of financial inclusion because it's a nice thing to say, or if indeed we are willing to power the economy of Nigeria and sustainably do that and grow our businesses while doing it, because as I've said, it is not philanthropy. There is latent opportunity that we're sitting on. So let history record that we all here are going to drive financial inclusion, reimagining consumer credit, and leverage the data and the connectivity that it takes to make this happen. Thank you so much for your attention, and God bless.
Thank you so very much from Efina. It's all about data, but at the same time, let history record that we are the architects of the new economy, and together we should be able to make this work. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you put your hands together for Madam Foyishola? At this point, we'll quickly go into the next item on our agenda. We are exploring more of the time that we have here today. And but please, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to do 1 or 2 quick recognition. First and foremost, we would like to recognize in our midst here the chairman of Association of Professional Women Bankers, Mrs. Rafiat Onitiri. Please, can you put your hands together for her? You're welcome, madam. And one of the things that we're always excited about is the partners that we have, especially in ensuring that Cebih is not from where it is, it's now going to where it can be so much more better and impactful. And it gives us a great delight to invite to the podium the 23rd President and Chairman of the Council of the CIBN in the person of Professor Pius Oladeji Olarewaju as he comes forth to give his remarks. Please, can you put your hands together for him? And I know that he came in with his registrar, and we'll do the due recognition as we make progress. Please kindly mind your steps. Thank you very much, sir. It's good to see you again.
Our able chairman of the CE Business Heads, Mr. Adewale, good to have you here. I'm glad to be in your midst, and let me just tender an unreserved apology that we were at a continental event. I've done two events before coming here at this moment, but my mind was with you because you have been very supportive of our great institute. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with deep appreciation that I address this esteemed gathering at the 2025 annual conference of the Committee of E-Business Industry S, one of the major driver of what is happening in our ecosystem today. I applaud for the opportune time the leadership of the CEBIH under the capable guidance of the tireless chairman, Mr. Ajibade Laolu Adewale. Thank you, sir, for what you are doing for this association and also for the institute at large. And the executive committee for conveying another timely and consequential engagement that all of us are witnessing this morning, because that is our future. We must continue to engage ourselves and make sure that we are able to leave a legacy of excellence that the institute is noted for. Esteemed audience, the strategic importance of this conference cannot be overstated. At a moment when Nigeria stands on the brink of a new financial era, marked by mature digital rails, rapid innovation, and also shifting consumer behavior, this forum provides a vital platform for thoughtful reflection and purposeful action by every one of us that is here this morning. CEBIH has consistently facilitated conversations of significance, but this year's theme, to me, strikes at the core of financial inclusion, economic empowerment, and national development that is we are all in their need of. While this conference theme focuses on cultural shift in the consumer credit, my focus today is on the specific topic assigned to me, that's embedding trust in Nigerian credit landscape through ethical data use, responsible lending, and also trust-driven credit inclusion. I just met one of our new associates who used to be a bank worker, but has now migrated, to being an associate of the institute. He said, I thank God. The woman, the registrar was there. He said, I thank God for coming for that program. That all he knew about working in the bank has always been the front office, customer service, that he now knows that there is no bank without credit. True or false? There is no inclusion we are talking about without credit. So the credit is the hallmark, is the fulcrum of the banking system. And I'm glad that all of us are here this morning because there's no way we can interrogate the issue of inclusion without mentioning the issue of credit. So accordingly, I will give you some data to back up whatever claim I am making. According to the World Bank's 2025 global report, only 24% of Nigerian adults access formal credit in 2024. So you can just imagine. That's 24% out of 100 is a constant F1. If I'm to use the standard we used to have in CIBN, it's a very poor standard, 24%, which means that over 66 are languishing. They don't have that access. How can we be talking of inclusion when over 66, are having that problem? Despite net domestic reaching of 99.2 trillion naira by October 2025, interestingly, credit to the private sector remains in the low double digits as a share of the GDP, highlighting a deep challenge, insufficient trust, which constrained MSME's growth, household resilience, and the broader economic potential of the nation. Because the moment these credits cannot be accessed, then we continue to pile up capital, pile up deposit without reaching. That's why you find out the government is always talking about not being able to finance the resettle of the economy. As demonstrated by experiences in countries such as Kenya, India, and Brazil, trust deficits can be addressed and reversed. What we are trying to say is that what has caused this problem is a cosmetic problem, and a cosmetic problem can easily be resolved So the issue is for us to look at it from a dialectical view and be able to resolve what is causing that gap between the two. And we can share the experience in Nigeria. The establishment of the National Credit Guarantee, which some of us have agitated for years, reflects a strong policy commitment to de-risking, MSME credit. Likewise, the CBN National Financial Inclusion Strategy positions credit as a critical driver of inclusive growth. According to the CBN Research, Economic and Finance Review 2022, over 59% of the financially excluded Nigerians own a mobile phone, providing a promising platform for expanding digital credit. The infrastructure exists. The challenge that remains is restoring trust. Our sister who made a presentation a couple of minutes ago did emphasize that they're there, but the trust, because the trust is not there, we can't rely on those platforms. Then the challenge will be, how do we build this trust? What role have you to play? What role have we also have to play? I can tell you without missing word that for CIBN, we have been playing a pivotal role. And that is why we are saying that as far as the industry is concerned, we don't want just bank workers. We want somebody who have the capacity, somebody who have the knowledge, who will be able to fill that gap, because it takes a deep knowledge to cut into another deep knowledge. So we believe that by training them, by building people up, they will be able to understand the nitty-gritty. I said I was caught aback when somebody a few minutes ago said he's just knowing what credit is all about. And you can just imagine, in those days, in our days when we joined this industry, you can't be, a supervisor unless you are passed through lending course. You do the exam, you pass it. Otherwise, no matter how knowledgeable, no matter the level of degree, you will not move. Because the belief is that by the time you are a manager in those days is somebody who can manage a bank. He has all the knowledge that is required to manage a bank. And that's the direction I believe we are also trying to achieve now, so that as many of us that are in position of authority, to build that trust. That's why I say it's a dialectical problem. Let's try as much as possible to make sure that those people working around us are knowledgeable. If you are not knowledgeable, you won't be able to go far. A system that arms consumers ultimately hurts lender too. Nigeria needs a lending culture built on partnership than fear, clarity instead of capacity, long-term value instead of short-term gains. What we are seeing among us, some of our presidents, is long-term, short-term gain. And I was one of our mentors, we were discussing, and he said, how did Cebih Osho foam that many of us grew up to know when we were going to secondary school? The woman was importing and importing and importing. The Union Bank of the Old called the woman, you have so much money, you are importing all these things, why can't you start a factory? You understand? That is the kind of banking that we ought to be thinking about that can be inclusive. Not the one that is after short term. Let's buy foreign exchange, let's sell it again and everything. It's not, those things are not reaching the rural area. I'm a village boy, and I grew up in the village, but there's no way I can forget Cebih Osho's foam, Cebih foam. Even Obey sang a song by it. And if not because of mismanagement and because of the sustainability issue in Africa, that company will still be in existence today. So we need to make sure that we do the right thing. Responsible lending, it's not just about ethics. It is essential for promoting sustainable economic growth. Trust-driven credit inclusion describes a future where entire credit value chain is anchored on fairness and partnership. It's not on exploitation. One of the dictum that we used to have in banking in those days is that partnership that works. It's not partnership that extorts. Partnership that extorts somebody will only work for a while. After some time, when the eyes of the person is open, it will pick race. And, so it should be partnership that works, that is based, that is consolidated on fairness, and sustainability. It is a future where data is used responsibly. The other time we were in the committees of Bank CEO and everything, and we are seeing how those people working in the bank are collaborated with people to even cause damage to the bank where they are working. collaborating with, in cybercrime. So our future banking system, our lending system must be predicated on what? Future where data is used responsibly, where algorithms are transparent and fair, where borrowers receive clear guidance. It's not just say, let's look at how we will exploit the client. No, it should be how the partnership that works, that if this thing fails, it's going to affect us. That's the way, that's one of the things we need to do. So a trust-driven system produces lower default. That's why in those rates, the default rates were very, very low. Default rates. Healthier portfolios. But what do we have today? You find out there was a time when the credit default in this part of the world was among less than 5% of Nigerians who are borrowing in bank A, bank B, bank C. Is the same person, whereas that should not be where our credibility is in place. So a trust-driven system, like I did mention, produces lower default rates, healthier portfolio, deeper financial inclusion, and stronger institutional reputations. It is the future that CEBIH, Chairman, I hope you are listening to me, banks, fintechs, and professional bodies, to collectively work towards. It is not impossible. We know that this is the road. The road may look very narrow and rough at the initial stage, but ultimately, there will be a light at the end of the tunnel. So we must be intentional about this. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria firmly committed to promoting professionalism, like I did mention. That's part of our agenda, to promote ethics and competence. It's not just about parading certificates. We have realized that we need capable hands who will be able to stand the test of time, who will be able to say no when to say no, and be able to say yes when to say yes. So these pillars are the art of our legacy agenda, which came into being about 1.5 years ago, and which we have been pursuing, without looking back. That guides this administration through capacity building, certification, advocacy, ethical enforcement. We are preparing bankers for a digital future, where decisions will be increasingly reliant on data, quality data, on technology, and on sound judgment. We are happy to collaborate with CEHIB and other relevant stakeholders in implementing this mandate. Let me conclude with the enduring words of Kofi Annan. Knowledge is power. Transformation is liberating. When we have gotten this knowledge, it's not for us to say, I've had so many of those things. But we must take a step of faith and see when we go back in our own space to make a difference. I can assure you that on behalf of the CIBN of today, we are making a change in the quality of people that we train and the kind of competence we are making available, in the institutes. And we are expanding our dragnet. Gone are the days when it's only one route. For you to be an associate member of the institute now, we have more than 8 routes. If you are very old there and you have achieved something very significant, there is something you can do within the short time to be a member. We want everybody working in the industry to be a member so that jointly we can solve our problem together. So when transformation is managed responsibly and knowledge applied ethically, we can create a credit ecosystem, grounded in trust, one that frees millions from financial exclusion, which we are experiencing now, and position Nigeria for inclusive, sustainable prosperity. Thank you for your rapt attention, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give him another resounding applause for that amazing keynote address. Thank you very much, sir. And one of the things that I said that really resonated is that in the digital banking ecosystem, we can beat our chest to say that we're raising and training a better quality of people that make up the digital banking sector in Nigeria and Africa. Thank you very much, sir. All right, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're now getting into our next conversation for the day. And the topic for conversation is Bridging Divides, Leveraging Social Inclusion to Unlock Universal Financial Access. And to take us in this, ladies and gentlemen, please let us put our hands together for the Chief Executive Officer, Managing Director, Nigeria Consumer Credit Corporation, Credit Corp, Engineer Uzoma Uwagba. Please, let's give him a very resounding applause till he gets up stage.
Okay. All right, it's 1 minute to good afternoon, so I'll say good morning still. It's good to be here. The chairman of Cebih, thank you very much for this wonderful invitation. And please permit me to stand on existing protocol, but I'd like to obviously acknowledge a couple of people, like my sister, the DG of NIMSI, able DG of NIMSI, Dr. Bisoye Koka Odishote, thank you very much. And all business heads, business leaders that are here present, I want to acknowledge especially the movers of this, what I would call our industry, mini industry, which are Efina, Sanef, thank you very much for the time and for the opportunity to be here today. I have been asked to speak about leveraging social inclusion to unlock universal financial access. And the beautiful thing about talking in a room like this is you're talking amongst experts. So the question that I ask myself is, I'm not going to talk to people about things they already know. And when I listened to the earlier keynotes today, it's been evident that there's quite a lot of expertise in this room. But I'll talk about things that have bothered me, basically. Because that is my own expertise. Only me knows what is doing me, so to speak. First of all, is this issue about poverty. So I've been following the poverty conversation in Nigeria since essentially 2008. And poverty was the catalyst for this, our financial inclusion journey. So the CBN, the government, looked at the country and said, the world poverty capital of the world. And so the question was, our people are so poor because they are keeping money under their pillows and they are not investing and growing their income. And therefore, we need to figure out a way to get them out of this sort of hyper-informal way of dealing with money and to put them into the formal financial system, because when their money is there, then they can grow it, they can spend it, they can transact with it, we can see it, we can track it. And then we started this financial inclusion journey and have made significant progress up to the point where we are now at 64% of Nigerians that have bank accounts and mobile wallets. So they are financially included, technically. So I will now ask myself, are we happy with what we have? Are we happy when we started that journey since 2008? And now we are at poverty perspective. And so I started asking myself another question, which is, a man or woman who lives under the bridge, and this is the question for the room, a man or woman who lives under the bridge, Falmouth Bridge, who sleeps there, who barely has any food, is being bitten by mosquitoes, is that person poor or not? I think the answer is obvious. They are poor. Okay. What if you knew, but they didn't know, that they are Alhaji Dangote's nephew? That person is Alhaji Dangote's nephew. And Alhaji Dangote has a trust fund that he puts money in for his nephews every month, significant amount of money. You know that, but he doesn't know that. Is that person poor or not? Remember, they're still sleeping under the bridge. They don't barely have anything. Are they poor or not? They are poor. Thank you very much. So poverty is really not about income. Poverty is about your lived experience daily. So when the World Bank says Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world, what they are saying is that the lived experience of the average Nigerian is poor. And they are comparing us to the lived experience of the average, for example, American. And they're saying that our lived experiences are poor. So it's not about income, it's about access. And then I went ahead to interrogate these things. Remember, I've been on these things since 2008, in and out of Nigeria. And my job in the government, I've been to 33 states in the country so far. And most times, friends will wonder why I like to interact. I go out to interact, a lot with people, especially because of my job requires that. And in 33 states, I talked to people from teachers to civil servants to traders on the streets, and just seeking to understand what's your life like. And let me just sort of match the two. And I'll use an example of one particular Cebih. Decent guy, Biodun in Akure, earns 318,000 naira per month, lives in a shared apartment, is a civil servant, and for all intents and purposes is 2 steps from a director level. And in our world, in Akure, remember it's Akure, not Victoria Island, not Lekki or Ikoyi, it's a middle class. But Biodun doesn't have a vehicle, has a fridge that's saved over time, aspires to have a decent home, but is required to pay 6 million naira in today's money would be for a used beaten up car, 100, 200, and hundreds of thousands of naira in appliances, 2 years of rent up front, and basically is stuck in a system that essentially punishes them for lack of access to a lived experience. Remember that they are generally in the middle class. So, because almost nobody here earns 318,000 naira a month, it's hard to, well, at least we know people who do. Let me pretend that nobody here does. Now, who is the equivalent of Akure in the country that the World Bank said we are poor? That's comparing us to America. Equivalent of Akure in America is Detroit, Michigan. So, decent, second-tier city. And the equivalent of a person earning 318,000 naira, this is the part that will be hard for people to agree with, is a person earning $1,500 per month. Because it's not about the exchange rates. It's about what the money can buy, purchasing power parity. So the haircuts that Biodun will get in Akure for 500 naira, Brandon in Detroit would pay $65. So that means that the purchasing power of 318,000 naira is essentially $1,500 in Detroit. That means that for all intents and purposes, they have the same ability to buy, their money has the same power. But Brandon can finance a Toyota Camry for $240 a month. Brandon has a cell phone that he pays on a monthly plan for 2 years, pays $25 a month. Brandon pays rent monthly, can't even fathom the idea of a yearly rent. Brandon's income is 3 to 4 times, that is, Brandon's lived experience is 3 to 4 times their income. So what's the point I am making? The point I'm making is that poverty is not about income, it's about access. And the difference between income and access is credit, consumer credit. Now, I will make the story just even a little bit more interesting. Remember I've said that the experts are here, so I'll talk about the one that is doing me. Standing in front of you today, I am a 38-year-old and the CEO of, I'm very biased, obviously, but arguably one of the flagship government agencies of the country today. Like I woke up one day and I had been announced as the MD. But I am entirely a product of consumer credit. And I will tell you how. A little over 2 decades ago, just down the street, I was in King's College, student. And decided, after beating up my family and sort of harassing them, they lived in Abia State. King's College was the first time I came to Lagos ever. And I told them I wanted to go abroad because a lot of my peers, or half of the school then, was talking about going abroad. And so I make it to the US, Howard University, Washington, D.C. And the first day I arrived there, again, I'm not a US citizen. I had never been to the US. And the first day I got to Howard University, as they were doing orientation, clubs and societies, come and join the Jets Club, Rappers Club, just different campus activities. There was a Bank of America, and they said, come and get a credit card. I said, okay, why not? So I went there, they checked my records, the records I submitted to the school. The point is, I was a foreigner, so even if as a foreigner, I left that interaction with a $1,500 credit card. And they said, if you can consistently pay back anything you use on this card, you are going to build your credit history. So I studied what credit history was. I was like, fine, what do I stand to lose, 70-year-old? So I used that credit card for 4 years, graduated with a degree. Every single month, whether I bought food, whether I went to a party, whether anything I did, books, anything, I just paid the credit card. I had sort of a side student job. And then my credit score was 835 out of 850. Very high. My credit score was higher. One of my claims to fame is my credit score was higher than that of Bill Gates. Because it's not about my income. It was about my judiciousness with the pay. And no matter where I spent the money, whether I went to a store and I bought a shirt and paid later, or I bought food, it wasn't at the bank. It wasn't the bank. Most of the time, the credit was in day-to-day life, in a store, at a dealership, at a party, wherever you just use the credit card. This happened. And then I graduated, and I had gotten a job, and I wanted a car. Remember, I still don't have money, or at least I'm a post-student, right? So I walked into a Toyota dealership. I traveled across the country. I had gotten a job to work for Microsoft. But I walked into the dealership, and I was asked to give essentially the NIN, Social Security number. Somebody walked to the back of the dealership. There was no bank. Remember, I had never been to a bank in Hall in the 4 years that I was a student there. I'd never stepped into a bank. And then now I'm getting the car. Cut long story short, so I don't waste your time, I walked out of that Toyota dealership with a brand new Toyota Camry that was made that year because they ran my credit at the back and they saw that I was great credit. And from there, that Toyota Camry, of course, made me a big boy, right? I was really a big boy at this time. I was maybe just barely 20, a little over 20 years old. And I had a good job, so I was paying it back. And eventually, I decided, okay, you know what? I'm done being an engineer. I want to go into finance. I didn't like the people making the decisions at Microsoft. The business people will make the decisions and tell me what to build. So let me go and be the guy making the decisions. So I want to go to business school. So I applied to Harvard Business School. And they accept me. So MBA program, 2 years. After all the money I saved, the education is about $400,000 in total. So I had a shortfall, quite some money I needed to pay. So I get to Harvard. I walk into the Harvard University Credit Union, which is essentially Harvard Microfinance Bank. And I say, here's my Social Security number. Please, I would like some credit to finish this education. They run my credit. In about maybe 30 or so minutes, I walk out of there, and the balance of my fees are paid. From there, I discovered an alumnus called Oke Enelama, who some of you might know, because I went into the database of the university. They give you that access only because you're now a student of Harvard Business School, obviously. I tell him I want to come back to Nigeria and work in Nigeria. He brings me back to Nigeria to join his firm. He becomes the Minister of Minister of Trade and Investment. I follow him to Abuja. I end up doing a bunch of work, become a CEO at Bank of Industry, get discovered and recommended for this job, and the president appoints me. So why am I telling you this story? I'm telling you that there is nothing. I am somebody who is, I definitely consider myself ambitious, intelligent, whatnot, but there's nothing unique about that in a country of 200 million people. You can at least find 1 million people like me, did very well all the way, but the difference is just the consistent opportunity that consumer credit gave me in a system that worked. So, it is now the question, why is that not the lived experience of every Nigerian? Oh, it's $400,000. It sounds like too much money. Okay, how about 400,000 naira for the person in Laspo Tech? Why can't they get it easily? How about the student who's done with school or is in school or just graduates and wants to get a laptop? Why can't they walk into a bank or find a microfinance institution or even slot store and give them something? Bear in mind that the time my credit was being run for the Harvard Credit Union, this was almost 7 years after. my records at Howard University as a student were also there to show my consistency, and the system rewarded me. Why is that not the case here? I think it's because we are facing a series of structural issues. Like I said, the experts have spoken about it, right? Infrastructure and all that. And I think this is the time where we need to, as an industry, tell ourselves the truth. That credit infrastructure does not exist in a way that democratizes opportunity for everybody. And in this job, I get an opportunity to talk to a lot of the bank CEOs, as you can imagine. And I don't think I have enough time to tell you about what Credit Card does. But basically, our first job is to work with the CBN to fix this infrastructure problem. So I've given that one. So you see a bit of work around that. Second part is the capital issue, which is capital is expensive, credit is expensive, so the government is investing in wholesale capital and credit guarantees to allow the banks and the financial institutions, microfinance, fintechs, to lend cheaper. And so far, we've enabled about 31 financial institutions with close to 30 billion naira. And then the third one is the issue of cultural reorientation. The fact that people don't want to be onigbese. So these days, when I go to church, in fact, recently at the church, there's this, at the end of, sorry for those who are not Christians, but this we can relate to this. The preacher would say, one of the times I went, the preacher said, pray, prophesy, you'll be the winner and not the loser. And of course, I was one of the screamers of the amen. And then they say, you'll be the lender and not the borrower. I said, why? Why should I not be the borrower? Why? Why should I not borrow to enhance my life? I'm not Aliko Dangote. Even he borrowed. So the point is that it is so ingrained in our culture that it is what we also pray for, not to borrow. But responsible borrowing is probably the singular advancement you can make to the quality of your life. So, infrastructure, capital, making it cheaper, and then reorienting the minds of Nigerians, which is why Cebih and the entire banking industry is central to the work that we have to do to make this happen. And when I talk to a lot of the bank CEOs, they always they call the Cebih equivalent, the Cebih representative, and say, come and show them our algorithm and our system and how we do our smart credit profiling, and, we put this system and check this, check that, check that. And I keep asking myself that if all that is happening because we are showing our beautiful brides, and this is not to take anything away from the tremendous work that the banking industry is doing to even crack this problem of trust. Because at the end of the day, credit is really credibility, man's confidence in man. So if you do not have the credibility, you can't get credit. And I can't tell. So the banks are working around a problem that we need to aggregate and solve together. If there is no central credit infrastructure, which is why no agency is as important to my work, and no person is as important in my professional work as the DG of NIMSI, my sister. Because until all our credit histories are tied to a central identity, no matter where we borrow from, whether I borrowed airtime from MTN, or I went to Spa and they gave me a television on credit, or I went to Wema Bank and got something, until it is all written to the same place, tracked by the same place. And I really applaud the credit bureaus because they are doing a phenomenal amount of work in even working in, suboptimal environments until we centralize. Until a credit score means one thing, one score. Who knows what their credit score is? Why not? Whereas in the societies we aspire to, we guard the thing so jealously. Like, you don't want to mess up your credit score. If you see the way we protect your credit score, because it determines whether you get a house, rent or not, it determines whether you go to school, determines the interest rate you pay. It's the collateral of your life. And of course, the government has said we have a concerted effort to fix this now. We've started the work on capital, yes, to make it cheaper to lend. We are working on cultural orientation, but the key juice is on fixing the infrastructure. And I'm here to, again, mobilize more support. Because we cannot win this war of poverty if we don't win the war of access. And again, like my sister of Efina had said, and I'll paraphrase what she said because it's funny that she said the same thing that I had to say here on my notes, which is that history does not wait. We have to seize this moment. History does not wait. We have to make this central credit infrastructure work. All the banks have to let down their own babies and their micro experiments or siloed work and say, you know what, I am surrendering to this central with the CBN and regulators. And then the second thing is that history does not wait, but it always remembers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Engineer Uzoma. And that's a testimony to the fact that credit actually works in a society where the work itself is rewarded duly. Want to say a big thank you. If you want to be a responsible borrower, can I hear an amen? Your amen is not even loud enough. Nobody wants to borrow. Meanwhile, the country borrows and borrows for different things, and borrowing is part of life. If we're able to get the credit aspect of our conversation right, why not? I mean, it's going to be part of our success story. And of course, as Engineer Uzoma said, we have to seize history. The opportunity is here for us. We don't want to waste any more time. Take an advantage of that and play in a much more concerted manner rather than in silos. I want to say a big thank you one more time, Engineer Uzoma. And your story is indeed one of inspiration, and I'm very sure it's not going to be the last. At this point, I want to quickly recognize certain individuals in our midst. One, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say a big welcome to Mr. Deremi Atonda, the MD of Remita. Please, can you put your hands together for him? I also want to recognize one of our moderators, who is the Registrar CEO from CIBN, Mr. Akin Morakinyo. We want to recognize you one more time. Thank you so very much. It's good to see you again. At this point, I'm glad that Uzoma's presentation actually looked at bridging divides. Right now, we're going to look at identity to credit, trust as a currency for inclusive finance. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Engineer Abisoye Koka Odushote, DG CEO from National Identity Management Commission, as she comes up to make a presentation. The need and the clarion call for us to have a centralized identity holds the bane as well as a success story for every one of us. Thank you very much, madam.
Another round of applause for my brother Uzoma's speech. One thing I admire about Uzoma is someone that is very real, is very hardworking, and is very focused and very determined in ensuring that consumer credit access is available to all Nigerians as easily and as seamless as possible. So please, another round of applause for him. The chairman and respective members of the Committee of E-Business Industry Heads, the DG Nigeria Consumer Credit Corporation, my very dear colleague and brother, Uzoma Nwagba, CBN representatives, industry leaders, the team at AFINA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It is my privilege to join you today at the 2025 Annual Conference of the Committee of E-Business Industry Heads, an institution that relentlessly drives the future of Nigeria's financial innovation ecosystem. Your critical contributions to payments modernization, digital channels, and the evolving architecture of financial services have positioned you as a pivotal, indispensable voice in our nation's digital transformation journey. The theme of this year's conference, Reimagining Financial Inclusion Through Cultural Shifts in Consumer Credit, sets a powerful tone, speaking directly to the need for structural change. Years ago, millions of Nigerians had been financially invisible, unable to access the essential credit, savings, insurance, and long-term economic empowerment that they deserve. This was not for a lack of ambition, but for a lack of verifiable identity. My topic today, which focuses on from identity to credit, Trust as the currency of inclusive finance speaks to the foundational tool needed to realize that cultural shift, which is identity. It echoes a fundamental truth that identity is not merely a record. It is the foundation of trust, and trust is the core currency of inclusive finance. It is the gateway to opportunity, which is built on verified people, verified actions, and verified credentials. And that is what NIMC delivers as a core pillar of the Nigeria's digital public infrastructure, DPI, that underpins the nation's urgent transition to a trust-based, digitally enabled financial future. Identity enables formal credit scoring, converting trusted financial behavior into measurable creditworthiness indicators, bringing the financially excluded into the formal system. Identity also protects the ecosystem. Our credible and robust verification helps lenders mitigate identity theft and drastically reduces fraudulent borrowing, creating a safer, more sustainable environment. Over the past year, the NIMC has moved aggressively to intensify reforms, fundamentally rebuilding trust in the national identity ecosystem. We have focused relentlessly on security, transparency, interoperability, and embracing global best practices, making NIMC's work the core pillar of a new national trust framework. On this note, allow me to highlight our strategic convergence with our industry. Banks, fintechs, mobile money operators, and credit bureaus all rely heavily on the National Identification Number, NIN, for eKYC, authentication, verification, and robust risk assessment. The National Identity Management Commission, in line with the renewed HOPE agenda of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, His Excellency, has enabled a digital economy where every individual can unlock opportunities irrespective of geography, income, or social status. Students are currently accessing the student loan seamlessly because they have a verifiable digital credential. A farmer in Cebih can access microcredit because their digital identity is linked and trusted. And a small business owner in Aba can access credits and soft loans because they have a verifiable digital footprint. Decentralizing the enrollment to the community level, as directed by Mr. President, the launch of the NINORTH app, and issuance of the EID card, which is identity plus payments combined, to bridge the gap between government to its people, in line with the renewed mandate, has further helped us to close that financial divide by enabling identity to unlock financial access, allowing every unbanked Nigerian to open accounts and onboard to digital wallets without artificial barriers. This essential alignment is the result of intentional strategic reforms designed to ensure that national identity continues to be the reliable, unshakable trust anchor for financial inclusion in Nigeria. This brings us directly to the point. When identity is strong, credit becomes accessible. When identity is trusted, lenders are confident. When identity is verifiable, risk reduces and opportunity explodes. This is the alchemy we have achieved together. A future where Nigeria can participate in a system built on fairness, accountability, and opportunity. Through a coordinated whole of ecosystem approach, we can truly transform identity into credit and credit into inclusive prosperity. In closing, let us hold this truth. Identity gives people visibility. Credit gives people opportunity. Trust connects both and transforms lives. Nigeria stands at a defining moment. We have the talent, the vision, and now the digital infrastructure needed to build a truly inclusive financial ecosystem that no one is left behind. At NIMC, we always remain fully committed to this mission. A call to action to the committee of the e-bankers and the e-business industry heads. We must continue to design financial products that leverage trusted identity data while championing user privacy and informed consent as sacred principles. Invest in digital literacy and awareness. This is so important. Ensuring every Nigerian understands that their identity is their most valuable gateway to opportunity. And the reason why I said this is a lot of Nigerians are very careless when it comes to identity. In fact, when you look at the percentage of identity-related frauds or cyber crimes that happens, you find out that Nigerians willingly or unknowingly were the ones that shared their passwords or gave access to that information. So there needs to be intentional awareness around this across the board. I just want to say to everyone seated in this room, NIMSI cannot do it alone, and Consumer Credit can't do it alone. Your committee can't do it alone. We must all work together to drive Nigeria forward. On this note, God bless you all. And God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together one more time for Engineer Abisoye Koka Odusote, the Director General, National Identity Management Commission. Thank you so much, ma'am. I mean, she just reminded us again that identity is very important and it's something that every one of us should take note of. And I mean, this is something I really love about the Cebih conference because it puts to perspective so many things as regards to our digital identity and the digital banking ecosystem in Nigeria. Up next, we have for conversation Beyond Transactions, Cultivating Inclusive Ecosystem for Equitable Financial Futures. And to take us now in this, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome on stage the Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, Central Bank of Nigeria, Philip Ikeazo, ably represented by Dr. Aisha Issa Olatinwo, the Director at the CBN. Please let's sustain the applause till she gets on stage. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us this lovely, lovely Tuesday afternoon. Please, we can do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Good afternoon. And to my special sister, like Dr. Uzoma said, she's doing a very great job. And please, a round of applause for her. Despite her busy schedule, you always find her trying to support everyone. And as you know, we haven't started if we don't get the identity right. And she has said it. NIMSI cannot do it alone. The banks can't do it alone. And so we must all collaborate. Again, CBN can not also do it alone. So we hope that collaboration will help us build a stronger national identity. Thank you so much, everyone. Please permit me to stand on the established protocol. This is my voice. The keynote address is from Mr. Philip Ikeazo, the Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, Central Bank of Nigeria. You will observe that I'm using paper, but let me assure you, at the Central Bank of Nigeria, under Governor Olayemi Cardoso, we are fully digital. So the story is, I just came into the country and my app refused to work. I guess because I tampered with my phone, the security modification cut me off. So I had to quickly send for a physical copy. So I read, and again, sincere apologies from my Deputy Governor, who is not present here in person, and I open his remarks by again appreciating all the industry leaders, esteemed policy makers, respected regulators, visionary professionals, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen present here at this special conference. It is my utmost pleasure to address you all at this year's edition of the annual conference of the Committee of E-Business Industry Heads. I extend my sincere commendation to the organizers for convening this vital forum, one where ideas could not only be exchanged, but would also inspire meaningful action towards the conference theme, which is reimagining financial inclusion through cultural shift in consumer credit. The context to this dialogue, which is beyond transactions, cultivating an inclusive ecosystem for equitable financial future. Traditionally, we have measured the success of our financial system by the volume and value of daily transactions. Why this is important? We all know that these metrics alone do not reflect the full purpose or impact of finance. We need to retain financial consumers at the center of industry innovation, focus on identifying and understanding their financial needs and serving them responsively, and noting that our consumer credit strategy needs to reflect this idea. Cultivating an inclusive ecosystem for equitable financial future. Ladies and gentlemen, our economics thrive only when every citizen has equitable access to finance for their daily needs, either at individual level, household level, or enterprise levels. Our challenge, therefore, is to continue to ensure that the ordinary Nigerian on every street and in every community can participate and benefit from an inclusive financial system. The Alfina, which provides an annual survey, A2F survey, was the last survey formally communicated in 2023, shows appreciable progress on national financial inclusion strategy, with 74% of our adult population financially included, which was a growth from 68% in 2020. Formal financial inclusion rose to 64% from 54% in 2020. Access to credit is also growing, and in fact doubled from 3% in 2020 to 6% in 2023. However, we all agree that this leaves significant room for growth, and indeed a call for concerted effort to address the gap in credit and in access to credit. Despite technological advancement and policy interventions, persistent gap in access remain. The root cause is not solely infrastructure or regulation, but culture. And we know in all the speeches we had today, cultural shift remains a very focal point for us to have a change of mindset, behavior, and trust that underpin our financial system. Traditional approaches to consumer credit have been transactional and risk-averse, shaped by outdated assumptions. To move forward, we must cultivate relationship, build trust, and foster shared responsibility. This cultural shift does not mean abandoning prudence. It means reimagining what is possible when we view every Nigerian as a valuable contributor to and beneficiary of our financial ecosystem, and in innovating responsibly to meet their unique credit need. The vision for the central bank on financial inclusion and collaboration. Financial inclusion is more than just a policy goal for the central bank. It is foundation of equitable development and national prosperity. In recent years, we have implemented progressive policies to expand access to finance, encourage inclusion, build financial consumers' confidence, and prioritize financial literacy. Overall, our regulatory approach is evolving from gatekeeping to enabling and from oversight to partnership. I think this deserves a round of applause. And I'm sure the bankers here will confirm. In the previous days, when they say CBN is coming, it's like, oh, but now we are partners, we are at the forefront, we are not just jumping or frogging behind the banks, we are helping together provide solutions. Consumer protection and financial literacy has prioritized clear guidelines to protect consumers from fraud and exploitation and invest in financial education. Recently, pioneering its infusion into the national curriculum to build literacy from an early age. We support initiatives tailored towards unique needs of women and youth, recognizing their pivotal role in economic transformation, while encouraging innovation to enhance financial access for special needs, aiming at enhancing an untapped talent of estimated 16% of the population. The imperative of financial inclusion. True, financial inclusion means ensuring that every Nigerian, whether in urban center or remote rural communities, have access to affordable, dependable, and relevant financial services. This is not simply a moral imperative. It is crucial for sustainable economic growth, poverty reduction, and social cohesion. No single institution can solve this challenge alone. Again, a reiteration of what the DG NIMC had mentioned. Regulators, industry leaders, fintech innovators, and community organizations must collaborate to break down barriers to access and trust. We must address not only affordability and availability, but also financial literacy, digital identity, data privacy concerns, amongst others. Our product must be transparent, fair, and responsive to diverse consumer needs. Building a more inclusive financial ecosystem. So to move beyond transactions, we must reimage the financial ecosystem as a network of interconnected actors comprising banks, regulators, technology providers, civil society, and critically, consumers that we serve. The CBN is leading several initiatives to foster this inclusive ecosystem. An equitable financial future is one where opportunity is not limited by geography, gender, or social status. It is a future where consumers and businesses have requisite access to credit, remittances flow seamlessly, and innovative insurance, savings products that help families withstand economic shock. The CBN remains committed to policies that promote competition, transparency, and fair access, ensuring our financial system serves many and not just the privileged few. The pathway forward, and this is the call for action. As we look ahead, we make this clarion call to the Cebih as the digital engine driving financial innovation to please commit to the following in order to deliver on the theme of this conference. 1, embed financial literacy in every credit initiative, ensuring consumers understand and have the right information. Prioritize consumer protection and ethical standard, building trust as the currency of credit product and services. Champion the use of alternative credit scoring data to broaden access and unlock the full potential of every Nigerian. Promote transparent pricing and disclosure in all financial dealings with customers. The customer is king, we all know, and they should never be blindsided with small print of loan contract that does not reflect equity and fairness. Again, work with all stakeholders in the event of need. And what do we mean by this? If a customer is a problem, I think the right thing to do is to provide the necessary support in order to ensure that the loan does not go bad. So, distinguished guests, let this conference be a catalyst for collective action for cultivating an ecosystem where every Nigerian has the tools and opportunities to strive. In doing so, we will build not only a more robust financial system, but a more prosperous and equitable Nigerian for generations to come. My DG invites you all to engage in open dialogue, challenge assumptions, and co-create the next chapter of Nigerian digital finance story. The journey ahead is both a responsible and a promise, one that we must all fulfill together. On behalf of the Deputy Governor, Mr. Philip Ikaizo, and the entire team from the Central Bank of Nigeria, we wish you a rewarding session, and we thank the audience for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. Okay, thank you so very much, ma'am. We're glad that you are here, as a matter of fact. Please, can we put our hands together for Dr. Aisha one more time? She still has one action to take, and then we're going to hand over the microphone to her. As the case might be, there is a wonderful announcement she's going to obviously put on record. And so at this point, over to you, Dr. Aisha.
Thank you for the honor. Please sit. Thank you so very much. So as part of our innovation at the Central Bank, we advise the Cebih that, yes, we need to collaborate, engage, come out with implementable recommendation, but during the year, we should recognize outstanding staff who have demonstrated integrity. And so, Ms. Blessing Joanna of the Guarantee Trust Bank Limited demonstrated high-level integrity, helped to curb fraud during the year under preview. I will read the letter that we sent to the bank. And it reads, we write to express our profound gratitude and formally recognize the exceptional diligence and integrity displayed by your staff, Ms. Blessing Joanna of your Murtala Mohammed Way branch in Kano, for preventing a fraud attempt on the account of one of your customers. Information at our disposal revealed that Ms. Blessing Joanna exhibited exemplary diligence and passion on her job that helped identify and altered a fraud from occurring. The swift and decisive action taken by your staff protected an 80-year-old aged woman with account detail, this, that. In an era where trust in our financial institution is paramount, this act of vigilance serves as a powerful testament to your bank's commitment to security and consumer protection.
Please, ma'am, can you come on stage? Thank you.
Where's Miss Joanna? I was going to call her after this, but she can come now.
Stage.
Oh, a pretty young. How are you? We're so proud of you. Thank you. Please. Yeah, thank you. And Madam, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll do the proper introduction. And so, kindly extend our sincere appreciation and highest recommendation to Ms. Blessing Johanna, who has been nominated for the honor in the 2025 annual CB conference, scheduled to hold today. And we look forward to continuous collaboration. And from me personally, you imagine the young lady would have taken a percentage of the money, but yet she saved an 80-year-old woman's account from being attacked. She did not save just one account. She brought back confidence into the system. This is the first time I'm meeting her, and on behalf of the entire industry, we say, well done. We're so proud of you. Chairman Cebih, we said you should celebrate her, so please I'll hand over the ceremonial part to you. Please come on stage. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together for the Chairman Cebih.
So we wanted to celebrate her in our way, but Guarantee Trust Bank said she's our staff. Please allow us to do that honor. So let me give it to Siva.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Madam Aisha and the Central Bank. You know, we believe that little things you do, you never really know how far it will take you. And we're glad that we have one of us here today for this sort of recognition. And like I said when I heard this, I said in the industry, this is something that will make a mark. This is something that we encourage other people to let them know that doing good is not something that you should ever stop doing. In your little place, people are watching. You really never know the day it will be your turn to be recognized. So we are really grateful for this opportunity as a bank. And we also are grateful that Blessing actually demonstrated that professionalism which our organization is known for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. You know, Guarantee Trust Bank is a very simple bank. They have plenty envelope for the young lady. They have letters for the young lady as well. They said they don't want to display such as that. But then again, for us at Cebih, the highest authority at Cebih is the Advisory Council. And I'd like to invite the Advisory Council members of Cebih to kindly come upstairs from Cebih number 1. You know I'm Cebih 9. I'm the 9th chairman of Cebih. From Cebih number 1 to Cebih number 3, please come on stage. Incidentally, he used to work in Guarantee Trust. President of the council, kindly join this picture as well. The vice chairman of Cebih. My predecessor, my beautiful predecessor. Please come on stage.
All right, let's put on the smile as the case is. That's the smile of Credit Guaranteed Fellows. The Cebih smile is one of leadership. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand for the champions.
Continue with the sound.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. 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 Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Because we have our strengths and weaknesses.
This is celebration for the industry, not just for GT Bank. Thank you, Mrs. Johanna. God bless you. You will reach the peak of your career. Again, we are very proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for them as they return.
Please, can we put our hands together for the director representing the DG Central Bank? And then, Tolu, what are we having next?
Okay, it is now time for our exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, just right behind this hall, there are many exhibition stands. Do well to visit any of our stands.
The chairman is going to lead the team.
We are just going to inspect the exhibition, then come back here for the panel session. Before that time, they will have cleared this place. So we are following the president of CIBN, Professor Pius Olariwaju, to the exhibition.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. While we have the house music on, the president CIBN will be leading the team, as well as Dr. Aisha, Mr. Jibade, CB1, CB2, CB3, CB4, CB5, CB6, CB7, CB8, and of course the vice chair and MD CEO of SANEF and the rest of them. So please lead the team. We see you, Akim Lawa. We will recognize you when the house is fuller. And of course, the ED NIMS, we recognize you still, will do when the house is fuller. Please, we are going quickly to the exhibition stand and be back here in about 15 minutes. And then the panel session will start.
Yes, if you don't do it like this, madam. Is the iPhone? Is the iPhone you are reading?
Please be mindful of your personal items, your phone, your laptops, your handbags, please. Ladies and gentlemen, be mindful of your personal items, please. Please be mindful of your personal items, your mobile phones, your handbags, your laptops. Please, if you left your bag in the conference hall, please come and hold on to your bag. You have to be mindful of your personal items. Please, can I have 2 ushers? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we should be getting ready for the panel session so that we can come in quickly and start up the panel session. Please, can we start coming in back for the panel session? We're getting ready for the panel session now, ladies and gentlemen.
and gentlemen, please get set. We're about to continue the event very shortly. We'll be having a presentation very soon. So please, may we all be seated as we prepare for the second half of the conference. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, can we take our seats? We are about to kick off. We are starting with trivia games. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting with the trivia games. Let's go ahead. Let's go with the trivia games. Check the book now.
So you still have 4 people. Dr. Reza is and he's coming.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start off the next session. Let's go ahead with the trivia games, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have it up? Have you registered? Make sure you put that up. Can I have my technical team? Get ready to join the trivia games, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's have our seats. Can we all have our seats, ladies and gentlemen, please? Let's have our seats. Please, can we have our seats? Ladies and gentlemen, can we have our seats? Because after that, we are announcing. But it's not even here, sir. After the master carpet. Please talk to him. Tell him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please do well to scan the QR code on the screen. We're about to have our second Kahoot games, and like we rightly said, we have gifts for all our participants and those who win the Kahoot games. So please do well to scan the QR code on the screen to be a part of the game. We only have 3 people joining the game now. Please, can we have more people scan the QR code on the screen and let us get started with the Kahoot games. We're about to get right into the second half of this conference today. Again, we have gifts for all our winners. If you want to have a CB giveaway, please do well to be a part of this game. They're simple games that you can be a part of and go home with amazing prizes. Okay, we have 12 people in now. We're looking to have about 30 to 40 people, and then we'll begin the games. Once you've scanned the QR code, please do well to return to your seat so that other people can as well have access to the screen as well. Thank you. We have 18 people now. Again, once you're done scanning the QR code, you can return to your seats. So we have a big ass QR code on the screen now. Please do well to scan it. Thank you. So once you scan it, you can put in your name and then be a part of the game. Yeah. Okay. Are we good to go? We're about to start the game. That's the pin up there. So once you scan the QR code, it asks you for the pin and then you put it in. Okay, we have about 50 people now in the game. Are we good to go? All right, technical, please can we start the games already? Thank you. Again, we have prizes for our winners. CB Conference Trivia Game 3. About to get started now. When was Nigeria's cashless policy first piloted? Cashless Lagos, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. Okay, Omoba again. Omoba, please maintain this momentum, please. All right, next up. Next question, please. How many states was the cashless policy extended to after Lagos? Omoba, I'm waiting on you. I believe in you, Omoba. You can do this. 5 states and the FCT. Stella, thank you. Omoba, where are you? You always win the first time, but never again. Why? All right. Next question. Which of the following correctly represents the states where the cashless policy was extended? Stella, this time, please maintain the momentum. Don't let them win you. Women supporting women. Okay. Abia, Anambra, Kaduna. Okay, go Stella. Who is Stella? Stella, can you wave? Or no, hide your identity. Don't let the wicked people notice your face. Just hide your identity when we're done. Okay, when was the cashless policy extended to other states following the pilot in Lagos State? What year? June 1st, 2013, July 1st, 2013, June 1st, 2014, July 1st, 2014. July 1st, 2013. All right. Mordecai, who is this person? But Stella, you can do this. Don't worry. Don't worry. I believe in you. When did the cashless policy extended nationwide? When did the cashless policy extend nationwide? July 1st, 2014. Okay. All right, I think we're done. Presh in 3rd place. Okay, congratulations, Presh. Next, Stella, please be number 1. Ooh, who's Mordecai? Don't hide your identity. Chamo, you're not Mordecai. Oh, you're hiding your identity. if you don't review yourself, you won't get your prize, so you won't get your gift, so. Oh, upstairs, congratulations. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, whilst we wait for our stage to be officially set, please, our team from MasterCard, please get ready for your presentation. You're coming up next, and then shortly after, we'll get into our very first panel session of the day. Okay, so can we have another round of Kahoot games? Yes. So whilst we wait for the stage to get set. So Mordecai and our winner, I think Chamo was the first winner. Please see any of our ushers and they'll direct you as to where you get your gifts. All right, please scan the QR code one more time on the screen. We're about to have another Kahoot games. Can we have the QR code on the screen now? Ladies and gentlemen, the QR code is popping up on your screen right now. Please do well to scan the QR code, use the game pin that is up on your screen, and let's get this started. Once we get to 50, we'll officially start again. Okay, we're good to go. Technical, please, can we begin the game? Okay, we still have some more people joining in. Are we good to go? All right, technical, please. Let's get this started. Question 1. From which state was Adamawa State created? So if you don't know your current affairs, you just might not be getting this round.
Kaduna, Kongola, Kano, Katsina. You make a choice.
Gongola State. Fab Obina is winning this one. Okay, let's go. Next up, when was Lagos State created? 1967 or 1968? What date? May 27, May 29? May 27, 1967. Fab Obina again. Okay, I'm loving this. Omoba, where are you? You don't know your current affairs. Wow. The first president of Nigeria after independence was, if you paid attention in school, you will know this one. Samba. Okay, congratulations, Samba. Identify who among the following was not part of the fight for Nigeria's independence. Obafemi Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Ozumba Mbadiwe, Alfred Rowani. Okay. TY. Okay. When did Nigeria become a republic? What year did Nigeria become a republic? October 1st, 1960, October 1st, 1963, 1967. Someone chose 1967, really? Okay. All right, next question, please. Okay, I think we're done. In third place, we have Samba. Congratulations, Samba. In second place, we have Fab Obina. And our winner, of course, is TY. Congratulations, TY. TY, please, do you want to wave? Do you want to review yourself? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to the very end of the Kahoot Games. Right about now, we are about to officially kick off the second half of this conference. To take us now in the presentation, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome on stage for a presentation the team and the representative from MasterCard. Please, let's put our hands together for her as she comes up stage. Thank you very much. Looking gorgeous in red, representing the brand, of course.
Thank you. Well, unfortunately, we don't have a team. It's just me. And good afternoon to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, and all existing protocols observed. And thank you for the very warm introduction. It's an honor to be part of a forum that really challenges the way we think in today's environment. We've had a couple of experts speak today, and they've pretty much said everything else. Madam Foyinshola spoke about responsible lending. Engineer Uzoma spoke about poverty in correlation to lived experiences and access. Dr. Aisha, who's not here anymore, also affirmed CBN's commitment to this course. And all of this alludes to the point that the theme this year does something very powerful. It invites us to reimagine financial inclusion through the complex realities of trust, behavior, and culture in general. Because consumer credit is not just a financial inclusion instrument, it is actually a cultural shift. And this is a shift that we're seeing today across Nigeria. And we're meeting at a time when Nigeria is witnessing one of its most significant evolutions in consumer behavior. A recent CBN report states that in November 2024, 4.42 trillion consumer credit soared to 4.42 trillion, which was a 26% increase in just 1 month. At no point in recent history have we seen borrowing grow at this pace. If we look deeper, we can try to really understand what is driving these numbers. And personal loans, primarily used for household needs, grew nearly 38%, amounting to about 3.3 trillion. This represents nearly 75% of consumer credit in Nigeria. I mean, most of us here within the past 1 year, most of us may have actually gone across to check maybe from an app or anywhere to see that we can actually access some sort of emergency fund should the need arise. Retail loans also increased, but not at the same pace of consumer loans. And what this tells us is clear, that Nigerians are turning to credit not for luxuries, but for survival and stability. This is not just to get loans for frivolities, but to support their families in the face of rising living expenses. And this message is a behavioral change that signals that we have an urgent need to reshape how the credit ecosystem works. Because when consumer behavior changes at this scale, the ecosystem must also evolve along with it responsibly, inclusively, and of course, collaboratively. For years, I think we measured access, we measured inclusion or financial inclusion by access. For example, we'll say, do they have a mobile money account or do they have a bank account? Can they pay if we lend to them, and can they transact even digitally? But today we must ask the harder questions. Can people actually borrow safely without falling into hardship? Do they truly understand the credit products that they sign up for? Not everyone is like Dr. Uzoma, who went to go and research how his credit score can surpass Bill Gates. Not everyone is that knowledgeable to do that. Do they even trust the institutions that are offering them credit today? And do the cultural norms that we have in Nigeria actually support or discourage responsible lending? I think that's a question for all of us to ponder on today. Because in Nigeria and in Africa in general, credit can be deeply cultural. In many communities, credit still carries a stigma. When I was going to university, one of the things my parents said to me abroad is because I went to school out of Nigeria was, please don't come back with a credit card and don't rack up any credit, anything, because we're not going to pay for it. So, and my parents are well educated, and this is not too far ago. And in other sectors, we see that informal lenders are actually trusted more than credible financial institutions. And across demographics, across Nigeria, the fear of debt remains a barrier. So to transform consumer credit in Nigeria, we must not only shift, there must not only be a shift in systems and platforms, but there also has to be a shift in the mindset as well. And for mindsets to shift, institutions, such as all of us that represent here, have to build a fair credit ecosystem that actually fosters trust. At MasterCard, we believe that financial inclusion becomes meaningful when people have a solid digital identity. Engineer Bisoye from NINSI can attest to this. And there is visibility and trust in the ecosystem. Our work across Nigeria and Africa is focused on strengthening this foundation in very practical and scalable ways. Through our MasterCard Community Pass, we're enabling people in very underdeserved or financially excluded communities to be able to access a secure digital identity. Our collaboration with Africa Development Bank through Made Alliance is accelerating this further, and we're aiming to connect over 100 million individuals and businesses to the digital economy. Through StartPart, our high potential fintech innovators, we sponsor these fintechs to put out innovations out there that can support alternative scoring, embedded credit, digital first lending experiences, and they also bridge long-standing gaps in traditional credit systems. We've also collaborated with Alawi to launch a credit building card designed to enhance financial access for federal civil servants and NYSC core members. These efforts reflect part of our core belief that responsible credit begins with the right digital rails. If consumer credit is going to really drive inclusion, we must collectively build an ecosystem that is safe, transparent, and very relevant to our culture here in Nigeria. And for banks, that means designing credit products that are fair, easy to understand, and aligned with the real pressures that households and individuals face in the country today. And for fintechs, it means prioritizing responsible lending. For regulators, it means continue to drive clarity, consumer protection, and ecosystem stability. And for technology partners in the room, such as MasterCard, it means continuously strengthening the rails that support trust, secure identity, strong cybersecurity, data transparency, and interoperable systems that allow credit to flow responsibly. As we imagine financial inclusion through the lens of culture and consumer credit, the message before us is very apparent. Credit, when approached responsibly, can be a catalyst for economic growth. It can enable families to plan, businesses to grow, and communities to withstand economic pressure. At MasterCard, our commitment is unwavering. We will continue to partner across the industry to ensure that our technology, our networks, our innovation support Nigeria, where every individual can borrow with confidence, build with dignity, and thrive in an economy that is very inclusive. And this is the call to action to all of us in this room today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She is a representative from MasterCard, I beg your pardon. And you just gave us a brief presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another keynote address, and to take us in this conversation from cash culture to credit confidence, building the next billion in Africa's financial system. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Managing Director, Co-Head of Processing Africa Network International, Dr. Reda Helal. Please let's put our hands together for him as he comes up stage.
Good afternoon. The room is a little bit quiet today. Right. So let's try to give it a little bit of a buzz. How many of you are using ChatGPT or Grok or any other AI tool? Raise your hand. Not everyone. No? Okay, fair enough. That's a little bit majority of the attendees. Do you use it for normal questions or you use it for just informations to prepare something on your behalf? Usually, both. Right. One of the key things that I believe the difference between this year and last year is the application of AI into everyday's life. Not only from financial inclusion or digital payments, but what we do on a totally regular basis. Network International, we have been saying that for the last couple of years. Our focus in Nigeria is not only to enable the ecosystem to deliver what ought to be delivered, but to enable the ecosystem to thrive through all the solutions that we have been working on for the last couple of years. We have been focused on the key drivers which enable the ecosystem to come together, not from a competing force perspective, rather complementing force. The key drivers for the transformation over the last 5 years, usually I will go and try to do a research, try to understand what happened. Before I came today, I asked ChatGPT, tell me what happened in Nigeria over the last 5 years from a digital payment perspective. The answer was very clear. Massive transformation in terms of the penetration and the financial inclusion. The follow-up question was, why? What were the key drivers for that? And I believe the key driver is not far from what MasterCard have stated. Interoperability, instant payments, and the partnership. Over the last few years, we have seen how agency banking, telco operators, and other players in the digital payment ecosystem have made a huge transformation when it comes to financial inclusion. We have been from inside out and outside in trying to understand what value could we add to the ecosystem. From the infrastructure perspective, in the last 2 years, we were able to upgrade all the infrastructure and the technology platforms that we have here in Nigeria, not only to deliver value for the Nigerian market, but to have Nigeria as the key hub for us to serve West Africa and the wider Africa region. The second was related to the solutions. Again, back to the AI, the machine learning, and all the new tools that everyone is talking about. It depends on what you are using it for. Everyone over the last few months started to hear about agentic commerce. Have you heard about that? Any of you? Agentic commerce? No? Great opportunity. Let me tell you. Right. So we spoke about ChatGPT or Grok or any of the AI tool. You have it in your phone. You have the app. You use the app to ask the question, and then it will come back and tell you, based on all the data available on the internet, it will aggregate, synthesize, and give you the outcome. Agentic commerce is the ability of you asking today, I have an event next weekend or next month. Black tie, I need to be like that. Give me the option. How do I choose my outfit to look smarter? Very simple. Now it will tell you, this is how the color combination, where you can have it, these are the options, right? Agentic commerce is having directly option to buy within the tool without leaving the tool outside, making the secure transaction and buying, and the goods will be delivered to you. Everything happens through the app. You don't need to leave the app. They wouldn't give you a recommendation, you go to this website or this boutique or this shop. No. Everything happened within. And there was a recent announcement in the UAE in Dubai about the first implementation of such a thing. So it's coming our way. How soon we will have that in Nigeria, it's based on what we are having today from a solution, technology, and infrastructure perspective. So this is one thing. The other is, behind all of that, what we are using today, it's all down to the human power and the human intelligence. Yes, artificial intelligence is a tool driving all of that, but who's coding? And the code to deliver what is the second aspect. The authenticity is another. Trust. How could you get the masses to trust something that they don't have much aware of? What do we use the AI tool to provide is the key. The paradigm shift in having the ability to use all the technology, all the innovations that we have today to include more into the digital payment ecosystem, into the financial system. It's down to the use cases. Everyone will come every day of the week and talk about AI, machine learning. What does it really do? It's down to your interpretation. However, if we are focused on what is the use case that will be a good fit for the Nigerian market, for the Nigerian consumer, to enable us to invest wisely with, I would say, foreseeable return on equity or investment that will enable the ecosystem to partner, not for everyone to do their own investment on their own and focus only on getting more people, more citizens enjoying the value that is being created by the ecosystem. This is the key. The key is not for everyone to have their own siloed strategy and try to achieve the greatness. It's not going to happen. No one has the key to that kingdom alone. No one. Even us, with everything that we are investing every single year. It's all down to how open we are to collaborate, to create a complementing ecosystem that will enable all of us to come together and deliver value to the end consumer. Last but not least, we were talking about all the new AI and machine learning and all the new transformation. That is the future. I believe the future is here today. The future started to live amongst all of us in a way that we haven't anticipated the pace. We haven't seen what would happen if we have an access to these tools. We can see today, we can relate. Still at an early stage, but there are signs. My request will be all of us to come together and try to build on what each of us can provide from a value to ensure that we are not duplicating the investment, we are not wasting resources. If someone can deliver something faster in an efficient and smarter way, all of us can use it, then the rest can venture into other factors or drivers to enable the ecosystem to thrive. I believe at the end of the day, when we come to the future of financial inclusion or the digital payments in Nigeria, and again, I used an AI tool to give me a little bit of, what do you think? The answer was very clear. Interoperability, faster and secure way of paying. I believe before we used to say cashless society, and that gave a negative connotation of the cash. Cash is not the enemy. It's not, it's a tool. What we need to focus on, how cash light the society will be, to have more reliance on the digital, and the digital by itself is not the objective, it's a mean to an end. The end is efficient, secure way of doing our everyday living. What we have to focus on today is our collective efforts, all of us together, to have a better future, not for the business only, but for the citizens and the consumer of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Alan. Well, in truth, we're looking at the fact that it is a means, not necessarily the destination. And it's about inclusion and how that is going to thrive in terms of our economic empowerment for our citizenry. But let me quickly, at this point in time, say a big thank you to Dr. Hillary one more time. Please, can you put your hands together for him? While we're setting up for the panel, I would like to quickly recognize in our midst one more time the Divisional CEO, InterSwitch Pure Pay, Mr. Akim Lawal. Please, can we put our hands together for him? And the Executive Director, Nigerian Interbank Settlement System PLC NIMS, Madam Ngova Ayembe Onwakwa. Please, can you put your hands together for her? You're welcome. Of course, it gives me great joy and delight to also recognize a member of the Cebih Advisory Council, who, as a matter of fact, is presently the president of the FinTech Association, FinTech NGR, and the CEO from Zest, in the person of Dr. Stanley Jacob. Please, can you put your hands together for him? You're welcome, sir. It's good to see you. Well, this is the point where we will go into our first panel session. And please, I would like some microphones for my panelists as well as the moderator for this session under the topic, Social Inclusion, a Veritable Tool for Financial Inclusion. As the chairman mentioned with the word that I'm going to use, we have a moderator who, as a matter of fact, is the immediate past CEO of SANEF, a woman who is a trailblazer, and a woman who has demonstrated that leadership and succession is the best way to go. She is our CB1. And I'm talking about no other person than Madam Ronke Kuye, as she comes up to take her seat as the moderator of this wonderful session. Thank you. Please keep putting your hands together for her. Thank you so very much, ma'am. You want to take the middle seat because that is going to help to coordinate. Joining now on this panel, quickly, I would like to invite Dr. Badamasi Lawal, Chief Executive Officer of National Social Investment Program. Please put your hands together for him or his representative that is here. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Emezino Afigbe, Head Gender Center for Excellence at EFINA, is going to be joining them on the panel. Please put your hands together for him. It's always good to meet you at every given point in time at this event. And one of the most amazing aspects of this is that we are going to be having on the panel the present CEO of Shared Agent Network Expansion Facility, SANEF, in the person of Madam Uche Uzoebo. Please, can you put your hands together for her as she comes up to join on this panel on social inclusion. Thank you. That is me being a gentleman. And the co-founder, CEO from eDoc Online, Mr. Tunde Oguntikpe, is joining them on this panel. So please put your hands together for him. or his representative, and then Chika Nwosu, the managing director of Pampe, who was here earlier on. Please come join them on this panel. And finally, Dominic Wadongo, Chief Risk Officer, Smart Cash PSB Nigeria, or his representative here, will come join on this panel. Is Dominic here, ladies and gentlemen? This panel is going to run for 40 minutes, and we will have the session running and going. Great. Thank you so very much. So this is complete. Over to you, madam. It's wonderful. Now the session begins under your care, and that is going to run for 40 minutes.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay. So it's great to be here, and we have some powerful people on this panel. So welcome. Our topic is social inclusion, a veritable tool for financial inclusion. So before I start to ask questions, let me just quickly say what I believe social inclusion is. Now, social inclusion has been identified as one of the missing links. Why our financial inclusion is not where it should be today. So I'll quickly go to the definition that I found of social inclusion. I didn't want to say it from my head, so I'll say the one that I know or that I read. Social inclusion is a process of ensuring that individuals and groups have the opportunity to participate fully in society, irrespective of their background, identity, or circumstances. Now, let's relate this to financial inclusion. What is financial inclusion? Because we need to bring the two together. Financial inclusion means that individuals and businesses have access to and use affordable financial products and services that meet their needs, which are delivered in a responsible and sustainable way. So today we have a panel that will discuss the interaction between the two. And these are people who, their organizations have done a lot in the financial inclusion space. And so we would hear from them what they've done. We would hear from them, how we should move forward in terms of where we are today. So I'll quickly give you a minute each, just a minute or less than a minute, to introduce yourself, what you do in your organization or what your organization does. So I'll start from my right. So that's Dominic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chika Nwosu, the Managing Director of Pampe. So our organization is actually a mobile money operator. We have the license to handle mobile money. We're into payment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chika.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tunde Ogunikbe. I'm the CEO of eDoc. We're essentially a fintech AI company where we leverage, whether it's banking data, using an open banking framework to provide access to credit and also for KYC as well. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Zino Afiegbe. I'm the lead of the Gender Center of Excellence at EFINA, enhancing financial inclusion and advancement. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shikfu Shimang. I am the Communications Manager for the National Cash Transfer Program. I am here representing the National Coordinator and Chief Executive Officer of the National Social Investment Programs Agency, where all the social investment programs are housed, and the National Cash Transfer is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uche Uzebo. I'm the MD CEO of SANEF, Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities. I'm so excited to be here, of course, for obvious reason. Seeing the number, that's 001 of SANEF. So she has double honors. So please, can we give her a round of applause? It's not easy. So for us at SANEF, we're enablers of financial inclusion, ensuring that we create the last mile, access for the last mile, working together with everybody. When I say everybody, including the man on the street. We collaborate with all our partners, the development organization, the banks, fintechs, government, private institutions to ensure that the last mile is saved, and as well as ensuring that they get the education that they need. Today, we saw what happened today. A lot of things were said today, but without that education, financial literacy, we're not going anywhere. We need to ensure that that happens. So that's also part of the things that we did today. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming.
Thank you, Chief.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dominic Wadongo. I'm with Smart Cash PSB, that's Payment Service Bank, fully owned by Airtel Networks. We all know Airtel. The brand name across the other 13 markets is called Airtel Money. So basically for us, we drive financial inclusion, ensuring that via simplified KYC, we can reach each and every person in Nigeria to have a mobile wallet or a bank account. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's introduction over. So I'm not being partial, but I will start with Uche. Uche, as the current CEO of SANEF, and recognizing all the incredible amount of work that SANEF has done so far in the last very short period, 6 years, how can the agent banking network be expanded to the areas that are hard to reach, especially the rural areas?
Thank you very much. She's not being partial because aside the moderator, I'm the only woman on this panel, isn't it? So we have to start with the women. So she's not being partial. So for us at SANEF, SANEF, we started in 2019, of course, to ensure that we have a financial access point through agent deployment across the 6 geopolitical zones, which has 774 local government areas. As of today, there are over 2.5 million agents across the 774 local government areas. You won't get to any local government area and not find an agent. But you see, there's still a lot of gap in the rural, very, very remote areas. So I call it about the distribution. So if you get to any local government, you will find an agent. But there are certain places where the distribution is not even. And how do we do that? So number one, first off, is that because at SANEF, we also have the data. We work with the data to ensure that we keep the data and also point the partners to the places where we have gaps. We were talking about local government now, but I think we should even take it beyond local government. We should be talking about words, because with that, we will really point to the exact places where we have the gaps. When we're doing election, we use words, isn't it? So even for Cebih, and that's even another conversation, should we start narrowing to the words? So working with the partners and having that data, with the data, we'll be able to point them to where we have gaps. So using the data is number one. 2, working with the community leaders, the traditional rulers, the market leaders, the women leaders, the churches, religious leaders. Because when we work with them, explain to them what agent banking is all about, why they need that, they will, first of all, the trust is there because they are the only ones that the people, the ruler, they understand, they are the ones that they listen to. Last 2 weeks, I was in Kano, and we partnered, there was an event that we had, and we also needed to onboard some agents. First of all, we had to go to one of the emirs around that local government area. So you have to do that, working with them. They will identify the people that have those mini stores, the people that the communities already trust. And those are the ones that will onboard to start serving their fellow communities. Because working in the rural area is not the same thing as the urban. We cannot use the same yardstick to measure them. What works in Lagos or even Ogun State will not work in Kano. It will not work in Anambra. It will not work in my own hometown, that is Alo. It's not possible. So those very remote areas, those are some of the things to do. Then also technology. Technology is very important. Without technology, we can't even, if we don't have the right technology, we won't also be able to onboard them and serve them. Then collaboration, working with the private, the PPP, collaborating with the developmental organizations, collaborating with fintechs and all to be able to fund, to bring that funding. Because one thing is to identify, another thing is to deploy, but they also need fund. The terminals today, they're not cheap. They also need phones. Some of them don't even have phones to be able to receive maybe their SMS when they open account. Most of them will go to one leader, and 100 people are using one person's phone number, and that is not what we're preaching. Today, the NIMSI DG talked about NIMSI. Is that how we're going to do that? We have the collaboration. We have NCC here, of course, talking with the telcos. What can we do? So that collaboration is very important, identifying the key stakeholders that will make it work. So some of these things I don't want to take because we have limited time. At least some of the ones I've mentioned are the things that we're already doing and will continue doing, and of course to do more to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uche. Well done so far. So leading on from Uche's response, Zino, EFINA has been instrumental in guiding us to the right path towards financial inclusion ever since they arrived. In fact, I think they obviously arrived before SANEF, and SANEF had to really leverage on the statistics and everything and the survey that they've done to arrive here over the years. We're also aware that women are the focus of financial inclusion. Now, what financial product innovations best address the barriers women face in our country today?
Thanks a lot, Ronke. And there is a question that needs to even be answered first, which is, what are the barriers? So you know the barriers, then you now make effort to solve the barriers. And the barriers can be summarized by the word can't. C-A-N-T. Because the system is telling women you can't. C represents cost. The actual cost of having access to financial services, the opportunity cost for a rural woman who leaves her small business to journey to a bank branch or an agent location, that is cost. It's prohibitive. Then the A is access and awareness. There are a number of nice products that are out there that many of the fintechs in the room have created, facilities in place. But when the women don't know where to get it, and when they get there, how to access it is a challenge. So that's A, lack of awareness and lack of access. Then the N, we've touched on that a bit, which is the norms, cultural norms, where individuals are hindered by themselves. Because of what they've learnt, what's been transferred to them over time, they feel that they can't participate. And when you give them access to formal financial services, they feel they're in a comfort zone already. So why are they being introduced to formal financial services? And then the T is trust, lack of trust. So whatever solution is developed must resolve these four variables. And how do you develop? You need to get the partners together that will solve for different things. Already, Uche has talked about the need to recognize structures in societies. So before you have access to serve the women and provide them with the solutions, you need to recognize who the gatekeepers and influencers are. Once you know who they are, imams, church leaders, male champions, the husbands, women anchors in societies, respected by women and men. If you know who they are and you can approach them, we found that to be successful because of the data that we've gotten from our surveys. So based on the data, we know exactly the locations to go to and to tell financial service provider partners to go to locate the women and ensure you respect the structures in place to solve those four barriers. So we've been able to see success, like in Kano as well. In 4 local governments, we're able to engage with over 10,000 men, male champions, who were enlightened to open the doors for their wives to participate in economic activity and be introduced to formal financial services, and to understand that credit is not a curse. I love the words of the MD CEO of Credicor, that credit is good when it is used responsibly, with knowledge. So that's part of what we've done so far.
Oh, thank you very much. So I hope we've all written that down. Can't, cost, access, stroke awareness, norms, and trust. Those are the barriers. So obviously, even if any of us here, we have any barriers in anything, we should just apply those. Thank you very much, Zino. Okay, so I come to you, Chika. PalmPay is one of the leading fintechs that has focused on the excluded and also responsible for the success we have achieved so far, and well done. I must say well done.
Thank you.
I know we used to just sneak and look at you from SANEF that, oh, we want to be friends with PalmPay. We want to be friends with PalmPay. But, In your view, what role do you think grassroots agents and community touchpoints play in driving the last mile financial inclusion? And how can fintech scale these efforts sustainably?
Thank you very much. Actually, the whole essence of financial inclusion is how to get a product that appeals to the last mile. So if we are not able to provide a product that appeals to the last mile, that means we have failed in the financial inclusion project. Yeah, for us at Pampe, we always focus on reaching this last mile because this is our fundamental principle. One of the things we do is the use of agent network. We have agent network that cut across, just like Uche said, all the 774 local governments in Nigeria, because this is the first contact point in the society. And secondly, you know, people in the rural area, firstly, they trust the people before they trust the app. If I take Pampe app to anybody who lives in a remote place in Kano, he may not accept it. But if an agent in that location who is a member of that community talks to him about the app, definitely he will accept it. So this agent is the first point of contact. We use this agent to onboard new users on the platform. They are responsible and help the users to pay their bills, to do their transfers, and do a whole lot of other things. So another thing we do to ensure that we reach out to the last mile is the use of USSD code, *861#. So this USSD code contains all the products which we will offer in our app too. Because when you look at the people who live in the rural communities, they are not as financially capable like people who live in the urban centers. And majority of them are using feature phones. And just as I said at the beginning, that if you are not able to provide a product that appeals to these people, that means the purpose of financial inclusion has failed. So with this USSD code, people who live in the remote areas where there is limited network, where you have just maybe like 2G network, don't even have 3G network, they can do their transfer. They can use the USSD code, they can buy airtime, they can buy data, they can do so many other things people who live in the urban centers can do. So another is, you know, there are people, 100 naira is a lot of money, 50 naira is a lot of money. And because of that, you see them, they will not get involved. They will not even want to go to bank or be onboarded in financial services sector. So for us, we provide free transfers and very, very low cost in transactions. Maybe if they buy airtime and so on and so forth, even give some cash back to them. So these are some of the things we are doing that have helped, you know, to onboard more people, not just in urban center, but especially in the rural communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chika, and well done for what you've been doing so far in getting all these people included. Now I come to you, Tunde. eDoc Online, as far as I know, is a new kid on the block.
It's a what, sorry?
A new kid on the block.
Yes, it is.
New flavor for us in the industry. So how can digital identity and remote documentation solutions, such as those pioneered by eDoc Online, help remove barriers that prevent underserved groups from accessing formal financial services?
Thank you for the question. Very good question. So I think it's important to understand. So it's important to understand the barriers. What are some of the barriers? Even for traditional credit lenders, there's the high cost of onboarding, the time and effort that it takes. And then even for the SMEs and the underserved groups, the time and effort that it takes. So you're basically telling, if I'm a sole proprietor and I run my own store, I'm a trader in the market, you're basically telling me to go to leave my store where I'm making money, to go to the bank to access credit, or to go and do some kind of verification. And then when you take the lender as well, the time that, you know, if you've ever tried to open a bank account, the bank tries to come to your address to verify that. There's a cost to that. For lenders as well, there's a huge cost. I've seen in some cases where lenders will send 2 people just to make sure that they're verifying the right address and they can recover their funds. The challenge with that is that there is a huge cost to that. That cost can go as much as $750 per each visit to about 1.5. So you're already out the block, 1,500. So what does that do? That means it prevents a lot of people from coming into the market. Now, how do we pioneer products? We pioneer reusable KYC. That means that you're leveraging on KYC that has already been done by someone else, making the onboarding cost cheaper and faster, making it a seamless journey, which means if there's a trusted entity and a bank has already done KYC, why can't I leverage that KYC on that person's identity rather than having to have that customer go back and do that? And this is done through open APIs. And ultimately, it becomes a better journey for the customer, it's cheaper for the bank, and it starts to bring more people into the economy and where there is their access. Also, using actual banking data for credit assessment. Credit bureaus are good, no offense, but they look at your willingness to pay. What your banking data does is that it tells you your capacity to pay. And in our industry or in our part of the world, we need a combination of both. And also what actual banking data does is that it tells you someone's financial picture in seconds, which means that you can bring more people into the market, especially SMEs that have inconsistent income patterns. You can paint a financial picture using AI in seconds, and that brings more, drives more inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tunde. That's quite enlightening, actually. Sheikh Fu, as far as I'm concerned, and I've always said it, National Cash Transfer Office is the gateway, the total gateway to financial inclusion. And I'm not sure we've leveraged on this office enough, to get people included. Yes, they get the money, but do we get them included? So my question to you is, how can the national cash transfers and social investment, which I call the social benefits, social investment programs, serve as entry points for broader financial inclusion? You are the gateway. So how can we do something about this to make sure that we have a broader financial inclusion?
Okay, thank you very much. First, I must say that our dear country, through Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, took the right decision to say that everybody that will benefit must have a validated national identity number. Now, that is the real way to go. So, previous payments and previous programs happened without this NIN. So now, there's no payment that is legible if there's no verifiable NIN. So across all the programs, you must have that NIN, which means that, one, we provide financial identity, especially for poor and rural dwellers, that they might not have had any chance of any bank account or wallet or any form of interaction with the banking system. Then we are also building trust, because if the cash transfers are coming regularly, they begin to trust the system, they begin to trust the industry and also the government by extension. Then the approach of community structure. We have structures from the federal down to the community level where we reach and support these beneficiaries. Now, there are areas where government cannot do it alone. We've heard it from the DG of NIMSI. So also the social investment programs cannot do it alone. So we need partnerships in areas of financial literacy, because most of these people are not digitally educated to use these tools and services you all are creating. They are wonderful services, but the usage and the acceptance, the trust is all what we need to drive and also push so that they understand that it's safe. Case in point, you find a beneficiary, you give him a debit card, he cashes out, he will take everything and go and put in another bank account. What does that tell me? It tells me that he doesn't even trust this card we're giving him. He prefers the one he collects from a regular bank. Now, most of them are so far away from where a bank is. My local government, there's no bank in my local government where I come from. I must travel to another local government, forward or backward, to be able to get access. So all these other products like the POSs and all the MMOs and all that, they're really bridging the gap, and we're really appreciating it. So the government is also driving women into this, because our beneficiaries are 94% women recipients. We prioritize women to receive the transfers because it brings them to the table for decision making, so that the utilization of those funds will go into first household consumption. And household consumption is not only food, but also other things like soap and other things in the house like brooms and all of that. So looking at the mix of both urban and rural beneficiaries that we have now, we strongly believe that the programs are introducing household members that are of productive age into the financial banking system. The areas we really want to improve is the areas of capacity building in literacy, especially around financial and digital literacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shikfu. And I'm so happy that, you know, we are into this, the NIN aspect, and as well as at least have a card, which is, for me, a bank account already, even if they move it somewhere else. So that's fantastic, and well done for doing that. Now, Dominic, Smart Cash is one of the PSBs, payment service banks, in the financial sector. A step below the banks, but also the focus is basically on this neglected market. And we're very happy that you have come in to take that space, or to join people in that space. So there are risks associated with the serving of this underserved for various reasons, in terms of lower KYC, like you said, and things like that. So what risks do you see emerge when serving the unbanked communities, and how do you manage the risks?
All right, thank you so much. Financial inclusion is pretty interesting, and the drive why the PSBs, the central bank, had to approve the PSB model is to ensure that through the telco reach, because I mean, most people, once you're 18, people will have an ID, right? Through the support of NIMSI, you can be able to enroll to get an ID. So what happened now is that with the PSB Smart Cash, all you need to do is, whether you have a feature phone or the Smart Cash app, you can download on the App Store, or the Android store, where you can be able to get the app. All you need is dial *939 hash, or download the app, be able to register because you have the NIN. So part of the key risks that we have is that NIN, I'm happy that in terms of customer verification, is coming up. So with NIN now, with the control around knowing you as a customer, once you input in your NIN, we are taking the facial, your facial, so that it must match the facial that you used to register in NIMSI. So with that facial recognition, you are sure that somebody will not come and take over your account and be able to process proceeds of financial crime, which is a key risk. For instance, we know cases where maybe somebody has been kidnapped, then they quickly open a wallet because all you need is simplified KYC, and the funds will be able to be channeled through that. So we are trying to reinforce that with the support of central bank to ensure that robust KYC processes exist to mitigate that. Number two is fraud. So social engineering is really key. Most of the people we are careless about with our data. You go somewhere, you write down your BVN, your NIN, and people can be able to get some of the KYC information. So what happens is that most of these fraudsters, they use your KYC to social engineer you. And most of the people who are clever, let's say in Lagos and the cities, the exposure might not be that much. But if you look at the rural areas where we are driving financial inclusion, most people just say, click that link, you'll be able to access a loan. Because most of the people you want to open a wallet, maybe to be able to enjoy financial services. At Smart Cash, for instance, we are offering 15%, right, on savings. Now, that again, while it's an opportunity, but also is a risk to people who don't have enough information about social engineering. So with that, then it means that somebody can offer you that we're increasing the rate to 25%. So click this link. Now, you give out your information. So thereafter, then you find that your wallet has been emptied by the fraudsters. Lastly, we are looking at lack of, most of the fintechs, and PalmPay is here and other fintechs, is that when you look at credit exposure, people fear because of digital, onboarding is digital, right? So most of the fintechs, they put the brakes on lending because of you're not sure if this is a real person or not. So then lack of that credit information and maybe lack of enough detailed information about our customer, then it means that we are denying good customers an opportunity to borrow from all the deposits they are holding in PSBs, fintechs, and banks. When based on data, we are just about 30%. We are formally borrowing from banks. But if you look at Shylocks, right, in rural areas are really dominating because charging people up to 80% annual interest rates because of you can see I can borrow from you because I know you. So with that then, the risk in terms of exposure from fintechs, we need just to build that credit history so that we can continuously support women and other marginalized communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Obviously, with you, with your ability to identify the risks, obviously the risks are reduced with the solutions you bring. So thank you for going into that market and serving the underserved. So I'll just do the second round, which should be very, very brief. So please just limit your answers to a minute or less so that we can give, we can take maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So Uche, the strongest point of SANEF is the unbiased position that the company holds. Hence, it should make collaboration easier. So just very briefly, how have you leveraged more on the partnerships that you have today within the industry to balance the scale between service quality in the rural areas for financial inclusion?
Okay, thank you. So for us at SANEF, of course, partnership is the bedrock of what we do. Partnering with financial service providers, developmental organizations, to ensure those that have like the same appetite like we do, to ensure that we continue to expand into the rural areas. So I'll give an example of our partnership with Women's World Banking. So of course we partnered with Women's World Banking to ensure that we have women also become agents to serve other women. We had the pilot launch last week in Kano, so we're focusing in the northern part of Nigeria. We also partnered with Enterprise Development Center, MasterCard Foundation, to train women between the ages of 18 to 35. That's in terms of financial literacy. And aside training them, also onboard them as agents. Of course, working with our partners, all the mobile money operators, the banks, the microfinance banks, super agents, to ensure that we get the right mix. Because for this, we're focusing on women. Also, in terms of education and literacy, we also need to ensure that these agents do the right thing because everybody is just carrying POS. So partner with CIBN and FIC, they are here for the agent banking certification program, which we had the last one last set. So to ensure that the agents are certified. Of course, we all know about the new agent banking guideline that is taking effect in April. So these are also part of the things that will take effect. So because we need them to understand what they're doing, we need to certify them. So it's not anybody that will just carry POS and be running all over the place and saying that doing agent banking, because that trust is very important. Of course, not forgetting the community leaders. Like I said earlier on, the community leaders are very important. The state government and also the federal government are all very important, and we've been working, with them as well.
Thank you very much. Zeno, very quickly, 30 seconds. What lessons has EFINA learned from its gender-centered programs that can be scaled nationally?
Thanks so much, Ronke. So I just want to mention very quickly some statistics we should be aware of. 294 billion naira. That's what the central bank governor last year said was the credit opportunity. 56.6 million. That's the number of adult women in Nigeria. 51% of the adult population are women. So half of the population to be served are women. So the focus of the product design has to be built around the customer. So when you build around women, which is what we've done, following a 5-step process, you define the problem, you design, you diagnose, you pilot, and you scale. So those are 5 things to bear in mind, which we have used. And don't be afraid of the physical. Even though we're going digital, be phygital. Be willing to go to where they are in the rural communities, understand the context of their life, start with research. And the last thing I'll mention is EFINA has state fact sheets for all 36 states and the FCT. You want to find out unique things about each state. From the last survey we did, and even the one we're about to do, you have those bespoke information and can design appropriately.
Thank you. 294 billion. Me, I'm going to collect my credit too. You people. Thank you very much. I mean, I've learned a lot from what you have given us today, which obviously everybody here too has learned. Chika, which PalmPay features best support financially excluded users?
There are several of them. Firstly, the insurance, the health insurance. You know, from our research, we noticed that many Nigerians don't do health insurance. Maybe in a typical Nigeria, will only go to hospital when they are sick and maybe when they're almost dying. So, but we realize that there are a lot of people, very low income earners, that we can help them to have insurance, even at the zero cost. So this is actually one of the things that attracted a lot of users on our platform. Another one is when we came into business in 2019, we noticed that one of the gaps in Nigeria is bill payment of electricity bill, DSTV, airtime, and so on. You know, before when you want to buy airtime, you have to go and look for a vendor around the corner. Maybe the vendor is not there, you may not be able to get. But currently, you can lie down on your bed, sleeping, you wake up, you don't have airtime, you recharge. You won't pay. I remember in those days when I live in Oka, I want to recharge my DSTV. I have to travel from Oka to Enugu to go to DSTV office in Independence Loud. But this is something that you can just wake up, your DSTV has expired, you can just do it. And several other things, but because of time, we will not be able to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Dominic, what policy or regulatory changes do you believe would most effectively support PSBs in reaching deeper into the unbanked communities without compromising the financial system stability?
All right. I mean, 2 quick answers. Number 1 is that we noticed that with simplified KYC and even for us, all the transactions are zero charges, zero, to reach the unbanked communities. But there's a product, you're holding customer deposits. To complete the full cycle of banking, right, we just need to also give out loans. We build your credit history, we should hold your data, and be able also to promote the financial inclusion program by offering digital loans, which is a limitation that makes it a bit difficult for us to reach the unbanked because of that product. Number 2, NIMSI and NIBS, we just plead for, in which we know we have initiatives ongoing in government for unified ID. I come from Kenya, right? We only have one source of truth. You go to the system, can be able to get your car number plate, I can know your insurance policies, I can know the loans that you have, I can know everything about you. So why we're pleading with that is that today we can onboard via, you have BVN or you have NIN. Let's just have one unified ID. With that, then we can be able to reach each and every part of Nigeria. Thank you.
I will clap. So thank you very much. We should have just one unified ID instead of several that we have today. So Tunde, very quickly, what partnerships do you believe are most critical for embedding social inclusion into Nigeria's emerging digital financial ecosystem?
All right, since everyone is throwing statistics, I feel the need to do the same. So I think it's important to know that 7% of our population is under 30. And why is this important? I think 70% is under 30. And why is this important? It's important because we're truly in a digital age. These people have grown up on digital phones, smartphones. They have no alternatives. So traditional banking is not going to work for them, which means you have to build digital products, digital KYC. You have to make things accessible for them, bill payments, access to credit. Even farming now, most of the people that are going to inherit farms are used to some form of digitalization. So you have to make this. So when you say what are the kind of, we're looking for collaborations with the banks and fintechs. We need an ecosystem that promotes collaboration. The banks have the balance sheets, they have the customers, the fintechs are customer-centric, they're closer to the customers, and we need a form of collaboration. And I think we've started seeing that through open APIs, where the banks are slowly, Jibade, not a lot, extending their data, but we need more extension, we need more open data, not just banking data, not just open banking, but open finance, where we're looking at insurance products, we're looking at social media, which means we're able to serve a lot of the ecosystem. But the key thing I'm trying to say is this digital age is not, is not a luxury, it's a necessity. You have no choice. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. So very quickly, because I cannot leave Shikfu out, what role should government-private sector partnerships play in scaling social programs into sustainable financial access? Very quickly.
Okay, thank you very much. My co-panelists have done justice to a lot of that. However, for me, I said these are areas we can look into and strengthen. One is interoperable payment systems. It is so important because payments move from one point to the other. We make payments, they need goods and services. So interoperability will encourage usage and adoption easily. Then agent networks to ensure last mile liquidity, which is very important for us. We can pay the beneficiary, but if he cannot get the money, we have done work zero. No work is done. So it is important we strengthen that area so they get it as when due, because we're looking at adaptive social protection to say that when there's a disaster, we don't have time to be waiting because we have all your information to pay you. So you should be able to get it just as you sit in your room and pay for DSTV. Now, we need to also co-design products together, because if you're designing these products with the consumer in mind, as you rightly said, you'll be able to meet the need of our beneficiaries and beyond. We should also note that government is bringing scale to this sector, while the sector will bring in innovation that will help serve Nigerians better. I am proud to tell you that today, as of today, over 8.3 million households have been paid directly into their bank accounts in Nigeria, and they all have cards. So some that were unbanked, we open bank accounts for them, but everybody has an e-wallet. So it is end-to-end transaction, but the last mile solutions is where we need more innovation. We need more products there so that people can be able to utilize without even having the physical cash. We have challenges around vendors not attending to beneficiaries because they are not adopting to these technologies. So today I challenge all the industry heads and the experts here that the government needs your knowledge and creativity to serve Nigerians better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the wonderful panelists. I'm afraid we will not be able to take questions, but they're all here should you need to ask them anything before the MC comes to collect microphone from me. So, so thank you very much, wonderful people. I have learned a lot today, and I think Wumi Ogubi try and beat this panel. This is the best panel. Please clap for us. Clap for them. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together for our panelists. Can we take a group photograph before you go up? So we would love you to be part of the picture. All our panelists for that very brilliant conversation. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement before we get into our second panel session. Please, if you have something like this with you, please, I know that some people mistaking this for a giveaway or a souvenir. Please, they are not giveaway or souvenirs. Please, if you have any of that, kindly reach out to any of our ushers. We need it. We've recovered about 3 of them. We're looking for 2 more. So please, if you have something like this, it's a Money Point POS machine. Do well to return it. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have someone that we would like to recognize right now in the room, one of our major sponsors for Cebih 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together as we recognize the presence of the MD, Afrigo, Ebeiji Momo. I hope I got the name right. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us this morning. Please, I beg your pardon. Thank you. All right, we are going now into our very second panel session of the day. And the topic for conversation is reviewing universal financial access and inclusion. And to take us now as the moderator for this panel session, all right, ladies and gentlemen, please, we beg your pardon. We would hold on now on the panel session and have a keynote speech just before that. Please, let's put our hands together to speak to us on From Marginalization to Mainstream. Director General, CEO, National Information Technology Development is here already. Please, let's give him a resounding applause. Mr. Kashifu Inua Abdullahi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The chairman, Cebih, please permit you to stand on already established protocol. I'm not the Director General of NITDA. My name is Oladejo Olawumi. I'm the Director Infrastructure Solutions at the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA. I bring you greetings from the DG CEO, Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, who he is unabashedly absent right here. So he just wanted to deliver a brief keynote to you on this auspicious occasion. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to join you at the 2025 Annual Conference of the Committee of E-Business Industry Heads, Cebih. I would like to begin by recognizing Cebih's invaluable contribution to Nigeria's financial landscape. As the body representing the upper echelon of electronic business leaders across all banks in the country, Cebih plays a pivotal role in shaping the direction of our digital payments ecosystem. Your vision to drive the adoption of electronic banking services through the right technologies, policies, standards, innovations, and public awareness perfectly captures the foundation upon which Nigeria's digital economy is being built. Your mandate aligns strongly with NIDA's vision of making Nigeria a digitally empowered nation, fostering inclusive economic growth through technological innovation. We share a commitment to building systems that are secure, interoperable, accessible, and inclusive. In many ways, Cebih has been the bridge between innovation in the banking sector and the everyday financial experiences of millions of Nigerians. This year's conference theme, Reimagining Financial Inclusion Through Cultural Shifts in Consumer Credit, is both timely and profound. It recognizes that improving inclusion is not only a function of technology or regulation. It also requires shifts in behavior, trust, identity, and awareness. As we rethink consumer credit, we must also reimagine how technology, especially artificial intelligence, can dismantle long-standing barriers that keep individuals and communities on the margins of the financial system. It is within this broader context that my topic, From Marginalization to Mainstream, leveraging AI to drive digital pathways for socially inclusive finance becomes central to today's dialogue. A new era in financial transformation. We are standing at a historic moment in global financial evolution. Technologies once considered optional are now foundational. As the World Bank highlights in the Global FinTech database, global account ownership rose from 51% in 2011 to 76% in 2021. Yet, financial health did not rise at the same pace. Inclusion without resilience creates fragility. These figures tell a clear story. Technology is no longer an enabler at the margins. It is the engine at the center of modern financial innovation. How we got here, from Bank 1.0 to Bank 1.4. To appreciate why AI is transformative, we must reflect on the evolution of banking. As popularized by futurist Brett King, the journey from Bank 1.0 to Bank 4.0 is a story of how innovation has consistently broken down the walls that once defined who could or could not participate in the financial system. Bank 1.0, 1830s to 1990s, spanning more than a century, revolved around physical branches. As King explains, banking was something you went to. Paper-based processes and face-to-face interactions meant that geographic location determined access. Bank 2.0, 1990s to 2010, introduced ATMs, POS systems, call centers, and early internet banking. This era extended hours of banking, but not fundamentally democratizing access. It was banking in multiple channels, but still within institutional silos. Bank 3.0, 2010 to 2020, which emerged with the smartphone revolution, transformed banking into something you do anywhere and anytime. Bank 4.0, 2020 to present, the era we are now entering, is defined by invisible, intelligent, and embedded finance. The Bank for International Settlements notes that AI and digital platforms are reshaping the economics of financial intermediation and creating new opportunities as well as unprecedented risk, calling for proactive regulatory innovation. What ties these eras together is one word: innovation. Innovation moved us from branches to channels, from channels to mobile, and from mobile to intelligent, embedded financial ecosystems that meet people where they are. The transformative power of AI in financial inclusion. Artificial intelligence offers new pathways for bridging these gaps. AI can help financial institutions understand the financially invisible, as we have heard so much about it today, how AI can help with agent banking. And we have, in the past few months, we've been talking about agentic AI, which is an offshoot from the kind of AI we've been knowing. So we could use AI to even greater extent than what we have been thinking about. So AI could talk to other AI machines and, and innovate what even we right now cannot even think about to do. AI allows onboarding in multiple languages, supports low literacy users, and simplifies identity verification through biometrics. AI also strengthens system integrity. With Nigeria recording over 141 million active mobile internet subscriptions, our digital ecosystem is rich and expansive. AI can secure transactions, detect fraud, support regulatory oversight, and reduce compliance costs. NIDA and the future of responsible AI. Under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, Nigeria's National Artificial Intelligence Strategy, NAIS, establishes a clear roadmap for safe, ethical, secure, and inclusive AI adoption. As the implementing agency, NIDA is leading the development of regulatory frameworks, cybersecurity safeguards, and digital talent development, especially through our Digital Literacy for All and the 3 million technical talent, all essential for enabling AI-driven financial inclusion. Our work is fully aligned with Cebih's mandate. Together, we are laying the digital rails for a secure, innovative, and inclusive financial future. A call to action to financial institutions. Design products for real Nigerian context for farmers, market women, artisans, youths, and informal workers. AI gives us the tools to understand their needs and serve them with dignity. To regulators, adopt outcome-based, technology-neutral frameworks that encourage innovation while ensuring system stability. To innovators and fintech founders, build for resilience, not just convenience. Build for inclusion, not just profitability. To investors and development partners, this is a time to deepen your engagement. Africa's ecosystem continues to grow despite global uncertainty, demonstrating strong fundamentals. To Cebih, your leadership at the intersection of banking, policy, innovation, and public trust is indispensable. Nigeria's journey towards socially inclusive finance cannot succeed without your continued vision and collaboration. One more thing that NIDA is doing, because we handle IT regulation, and in relation to what you have been speaking about today, is about regulation of data. Because when we are talking about the banking system, accessibility to credit, it's all about data of the individual. So what we're trying to do in NIDA is bring out regulations that will enhance standards in dealing with data in Nigeria. The data which we have right now, you agree with me, Matt, most of it is not domiciled in Nigeria, and that is a key thing that we need to look at. So in NIDA, we have been working with hyperscalers and data centers based in Nigeria to ensure that our data, especially the critical ones, stay in Nigeria, because you agree with me that the data we're talking about in the banking sector is very, very key, and we need to know how to keep it in Nigeria and not let it go outside our borders where it will be used against us or even used to benefit others against us. So in conclusion, when we speak of AI, digital pathways, and financial inclusion, we are talking about human stories, stories of aspiration, survival, entrepreneurship, and dignity. We are talking about a rural farmer who gains access to credit, a woman who can save and invest safely from her phone, and a young founder who can build a business without traditional barriers. Our shared responsibility is to build a financial ecosystem where inclusion is intentional and where technology becomes a bridge to opportunity. NIDA stands ready to partner with Cebih and stakeholders to build that future, one where no Nigerian is left behind in the era of intelligent, inclusive finance. Thank you all. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together one more time for Mr. Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, the CEO and Director General, National Information Technology Development Agency. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to get into our very second panel session of the day. And the topic for conversation is reviewing universal financial access and inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us make welcome on stage the moderator for this panel session as I introduce Cebih's Advisory Council, Dr. Stanley Jacob. Please let's put our hands together for him as he comes up and he takes his seat as the moderator for this panel session. Thank you. Yes. All right, for our panelists now, please let's be generous with our applause as I welcome them on stage. First off, we have the Executive Director, Nigeria Interbank Settlement Systems PLC, Ngova Hiembe Wankwo. Please let's put our hands together for her. Thank you very much, Ma. Also, we have the Assistant Director, Consumer Protection and Financial Inclusion, Central Bank of Nigeria, Temitope Akin Fadeyi. Thank you very much. Again, let's be generous with our applause so as they come up stage, we appreciate them. Thank you. We also have the Head Digital Services and Skills Nigeria Communications Commission, Awa B. Wakili. Thank you very much for joining us. Also, the National Director, National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, Dr. Olubumi Ajala. And lastly, the Managing Director, CEO, National Credit Guarantee Company, Bonaventure Okaimo. Thank you very much. Please, can we have some of the ushers come take out the chairs that are not being used at the moment? Over to our moderator, Dr. Stanley Jacob. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This afternoon, we'll be talking about reimagining financial inclusion through cultural shifts in consumer credit. And I'm joined by industry thought leaders from my left to my far right. I'll just give them a minute to introduce themselves. Starting from Mr. Bonaventure.
Good afternoon, everyone. Gives me very great pleasure to be here. My name is Bonaventure Okaimo. I'm the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, National Credit Guarantee Company. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Like Mr. Kaimo, I'm excited to be here. My name is Ngove Ihembe Wankwo, Executive Director at NIBS. I look after business and products.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here. I'm Temitope Akin Fadeyi from the Central Bank of Nigeria. I head financial inclusion.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hawabuba Wakili. I'm the head of digital skills and services from NCC. I want to use this opportunity to thank Cebih for having NCC represented on this panel, because I think this is the first time that NCC is participating in Cebih's activities. So thank you.
Thank you. Is this microphone working well? Thank you. Is this better? Where's the engineer? Okay, thank you very much. I feel really blessed. On my left, I have two regulators. On my right, I have two enablers. So this is a very balanced panel, and the seating was not deliberate, but I think very well arranged. The topic we're discussing today, inclusion, is something we've been talking about for over 15 years, and we've been trying to implement the financial inclusion strategy, and we've recorded so much in terms of results. I know from Temitope here in her days in the Financial Inclusion Secretariat, and the very great outcomes that we recorded. One thing that stands out is that inclusion is not charity. Inclusion is not a nice to have. Inclusion is very important for our economic survival. Nigeria, over the years, we've been able to drive down our financial exclusion figures. One may argue to say the efforts that have gone into this drive maybe is much more higher than the outcomes that we have seen. It's quite debatable, but one thing that we cannot overrule is the fact that this inclusion is visibly reduced, even though the issues still persist among women, youths, low-income households, and in the hinterlands. Universal access demands not only account ownership, because we've seen a lot of account ownerships from the neobanks penetration, but also active, meaningful use. What we'll be doing today in this session is to look at how far we have gone, what are the gaps, the global targets, and the recommendations around getting better outcomes or systemic reforms that will be required. This year was the first time I heard the number quadrillion, and NIPS reported that our payments value hits 1-point-something quadrillion. So it was not just a point of joy for me, but also a learning opportunity. So this leads me on to our Executive Director of NIPS, Ngove, to speak to how NIPS is leveraging data and infrastructure to drive inclusive payment systems across Nigeria.
Try and see if this works. Can you hear me? Yeah, so it's fine. So at NIPS, we do a number of things. And I think the things that we do come together and intersect to answer the very question that you've raised. So to start off with, we run the payment rails. And within those payment rails, there are a number of services. So you've got your POS, NUS, you've got the instant payment, first in the world, 13 years ago, still going strong. You've got the QR payments, as well as a number of other things. And then you look at the data and the identity side of things. So the BVN database sits with NIPS, and we provide access and validation services on the back of that. And of course, to run all these services, you've got the infrastructure that we've built and we continue to invest in. So what that then means is, at NIPS, we are able to, one, provide data and analytics, and also provide a sandbox for fintechs to come in and play in so that they can truly understand what's going on in the economy. So the data that we provide gives a lens into who is making those payments, where are the payments happening, what rails are they using, what sort of account behavior are we seeing? Because also at NIPS, we've got the industry accounts database that's sitting with us, as well as a number of other data points. So what we then do is provide insight for fintechs, for regulators, for our partners to better understand what's going on in the ecosystem. The second thing that we do is we work with partners to understand where they see the future going, so that we invest in our infrastructure, first of all, so that there's stability and there's reliability. But also beyond that, we can understand how we can enable the business. I loved it when Dr. J talked about us as an enabler. That's really who we were. We were set up to lower cost for the ecosystem, but more importantly, to enable interoperability. And I think that is there where I would sort of leave it, that the very focus of interoperability ensures that whichever player it is that is serving whichever sector of the Nigerian economy, particularly the underserved, they can work with NIPS in a low-cost, high-trust, very secure environment.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Still talking about infrastructure, I'll move on to her. How can telecom infrastructure expansion support deeper financial inclusion in rural areas? What is the NCC doing about this?
Thank you very much for that question. So beyond deployment of terrestrial and non-terrestrial broadband, what the Nigerian Communications Commission is focusing on at the moment is reviewing the industry's market structure, so that we'll be able to open up wholesale segments that would do away with barriers to entry, and it will cause the springing up of smaller local ISPs. This, we believe, is going to drive the market, because it is competition that drives markets, and we have to enable the smaller players to come in. And this would translate into smaller or maybe cheaper products and also cheaper services that will enable inclusion. It will bring about the growth of digital lenders, POS agents, and all of that when you drive it to the local markets. And apart from that, NCC is also looking at open access framework, where operators are able to share core infrastructure and also create an enabling environment, fair environment, level playing field for smaller players. Because we believe it is competition. Once we enable competition, and that is the mission of NCC, to support a market-driven telecommunications industry and promote universal access, which takes me to universal access. That is also our focus at the moment, to ensure that those areas, the unserved and underserved areas that are not commercially viable, the operators are businesses, they are out for profit making. Of course, there are those areas that we want connected, and these are areas based on the data that we have from EFINA that are still unserved or underserved. And as long as they are not connected, that financial inclusion drive. So that is why we want to open the market and enable smaller players that will bring down the cost to go into those places. So 40% of the AOL of NCC on annual basis is set aside for that, to ensure that those areas that are not viable, the commission sponsors that ensure that it is connected to enable that. So the combination of these two things, we believe, will enable inclusion all over Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for her. The NCC is enabling penetration and also lowering the cost of financial services. I want to talk about the consumer and credit. I'll move on to Mr. Bonaventure. Talking about the NCGC, how can credit guarantee schemes support medium, small, and micro enterprises, as well as the underserved groups excluded by traditional banks?
Thank you, Stanley. So, anyway, when I was growing up, my parents told me not to eat and talk at the same time. So I hope that everyone that is eating is still motivated enough to listen to us. Let me just start by Stanley, let me start by looking at your question from a different perspective. We are talking about underserved persons segment. Who are this underserved segment? The answer is very simple. Women, youth, young people, first-time borrowers. Now, when this particular group of underserved, when they want to better themselves, what do? They go set up a business, or they go borrow in their personal names to do whatever they need to do, make ends meet and all of that. But unfortunately, the reason why they are not served in the first place, we still pursue them to that business or the credit they've asked for. Lack of collateral, risk, high risk that the financial institutions see that they are bringing to them. So what is NCGC doing? NCGC, National Credit Guarantee Company, what are we doing? We want to make inclusive lending attractive to financial institutions. So we want to make inclusive lending commercially viable. So what are we saying in essence? We are providing you with a partial credit guarantee. We are giving you 60%. We are taking your risk. We are sharing it up to 60%. That share of the risk will make the commercial bank, the fintech, the MFB and co. want to take on your risk, which they believe that you have. Then secondly, in terms of lack of collateral, our partial credit guarantee acts as a collateral substitution. It assists you to go get a loan without the need to bring in that, in some bank they'll tell you bring 150% collateral. Additionally, for the financial institution, this is a risk-sharing method that enables you to reduce the cost of risk. That should also actually enable you to reduce your interest rates and all of that. So there's a whole lot of things that a credit guarantee can do for you, which is what we are trying to do. Aside from the partial credit guarantee we are doing, we are also providing technical assistance. We are doing capacity building. We are attacking the two sides of the market, at the PFI side and also at the borrower side. So capacity building for the borrower, technical assistance for the PFI, and hopefully we believe that with this innovative things that we are doing, that will enable access to finance for these underserved group of persons. Thank you, and I apologize once again for being in between lunch and listening to you.
Thank you, Bonaventure. Just before we move on, I still want to stay with Bonaventure. Is the credit guarantee available to individuals?
Yes, so basically, recall when I said you want to start up, either you establish a business or you borrow in your personal names. So what we are doing is that we are looking at all the underserved segment. Consumer finance, we are also providing credit guarantee. Don't forget, consumer credit, the MD was here earlier, is my shareholder. It's on my board. If I don't do consumer credit, even for my own personal interest, bros, I have to do consumer credit. So this is open to everybody, not just consumer credit, not just MSMEs, also local manufacturers. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for him. That was a learning for me. The reason why I had to come to Temitope as the last speaker for this round is because after talking about infrastructure, you talk about the consumer. One of the areas where we've had the most difficult conversations around consumer protection is lending, right? That's the only sector we've seen in this country where they publish your obituary even while you are still alive, and so many things. So Temitope, let's hear from you. With the CBN and quite a lot happening around consumer protection, what consumer protection frameworks are most critical for building trust in financial systems?
Thank you very much, Stanley. Thank you very much, Stanley. Okay, I think this is clear. And thank you for coming to the CBN last. So you've sort of given me expo to hear from all the other panelists. So let me bring it all together. Now, what is the CBN doing in this space? The very first thing that we are doing is basically ensuring a level playing field. Now, what do I mean by this? She said something very critical, and I think the last speaker also mentioned that businesses are not charity. They are not CSR. They are in it because there's a commercial viability. And that is the overall goal that they are trying to achieve. But as the Central Bank of Nigeria, we have a mandate to balance that with protection of the consumers. It's all well and good to maximize your profits. We love innovation. We want you to be out there, create value, and benefit from that value that you have created. But that needs to happen within the ambit of policy and regulation. Now, one key one we can talk about in this space is the CPR. The CPR is the Consumer Protection Regulation. Quite a number of things that document talks about, but I'll focus on, I think, about 3 that talks directly to credit. And the very first part is around transparency and disclosure. And I was really excited listening to speakers after speakers today, talking about the need not to blindside the consumers. If I'm getting a credit from an institution, I need to know the specific terms and conditions that I'm getting into. It shouldn't come as a surprise, right? So, one of the things that we do in this space is to ensure that in our oversight function of institution, we look very critically to the provision of transparency and disclosure in terms of financial relationship. Now, I'll give a caveat here, and the instance we talked about publishing obituary and the likes of it. There's a gray area in the market that we have observed, and we're also trying to come in, and sort of sanitize the space. There are some financial services that are not regulated, and the providers are not licensed. So they're essentially outside the purview of the CBN. Now, that is why formal finance is so critical, because it brings you under the protection of a regulator who has your best interest at heart, right? And then we can talk about consumer protection, because that provider got his license from the CBN. And we can wield the big stick if need be. My director was here earlier today delivering the DG speech, And she spoke very passionately about how this is, top of mind for us. So disclosure and transparency is one. The second area I would like to talk about is around complaint handling and generally redress mechanism. Now, the role of the CBN is critical in this space. We are all consumers of financial services. Fine, we are Cebih, we are financial institutions, but do you all agree you're also consumers? You're all consumers, right? You're customers to your institution, even if you're banking with them. And if something goes wrong in a financial transaction, you should have recourse. There should be a defined redress mechanism. And what have we told the industry? There are defined timelines for resolution of complaints. And we say to consumers, first port of call should be to your service provider. If it is not resolved, please escalate to the Central Bank of Nigeria. And from that department, the Consumer Protection and Financial Inclusion Department. And moderator, let me also just quickly mention this to let you know how this is critical to us at the CBN. Early this year, the management of the CBN decided to bring these two mandates together under one umbrella, the Financial System Stability Directorate. For many years, we've had Consumer Protection Departments, and of course, we've had the Financial Inclusion Secretariat as a separate arm of the bank. What we have done in the last few months is to fuse these two together, right? And it is because we recognize the direct linkage between inclusion and protection. On one hand, we want you to come in. We want the space to grow. We want consumers, more consumers to come in. But when they come in, we want them to do what? Stay. Right? And the way they can stay is by building their trust. Okay? So redress mechanism is another thing. The third thing, and I think I'll end there, is around literacy. Now, people can get cheated out of their rights, and they can suffer financial loss if they do not know. So we have responsibilities as service providers to educate our consumers. And for us, at the Central Bank of Nigeria, we have a whole team, a whole division dedicated to financial literacy and, evaluation. Why is this important? For us to build capability of consumers, they need to know exactly what they are getting into. Right? So the terms and conditions shouldn't just be in the fine print, and then they do not know. And the prices and the terms and all that is not just bundled together, and there are things there that go unnoticed. So literacy is another area we are very interested in. I talked about the CPR, the Consumer Protection Regulation. Another document you might want to take a look at is the National Financial Literacy Framework that talks very clearly about the rights and responsibility of a financial consumer on one hand. But it doesn't just stop at the consumer. It also spells out the responsibilities as well of the institution. Many times we just look at the institution and we forget that consumers also have rights. Right? They have a right to disclosure. They have a right to redress. They have a right to so many things that shouldn't come as a surprise. But it should be balanced by their responsibility as well. One of the key responsibilities when you take a loan is to do what? Is to pay. So you can't take a loan and immediately then forget you have an obligation. It's balanced on both sides. Thank you.
That is very deep, right? Temitope said you should not take a loan and forget to pay. Because, is that not it? Some people forget to pay or they don't want to pay. So, but still, I'll stay with you, Temitope. You talked about some very good regulations and a few things. I know some people will say, let the consumers breathe. But the thing is this. Some of the T&Cs, some of these things that we sign on to when we take up loans, the fonts are too small. They are size 3, so we can't even see them, right? And they become bigger when they come to recover the money. Are there other policy innovation that the CBN is putting forward to balance financial literacy and consumer protection?
Thank you, Stanley. Interesting, right? When you're taking the loan, the fonts are size 3. But when it's time to enforce repayments, it's suddenly size 10. or 12, or as the case may be. It's an interesting contrast. Now, what does that mean for us as a regulator? It means that in our oversight function, we need to be stricter with institutions. I think that's one way to put it. And as a matter of fact, all through this year, we've been going through a lot of this enhancement in terms of oversight internally. And that was why I talked about the merger of that twin mandates of inclusion and protection, right? So one key thing we've done, and it's not at policy level actually, I'll talk about what we've done with the institution and I'll come back to the CBN. Now, one key thing we did as a department early this year, when this merger happened, was to actually engage the financial institutions, all of us in this room. And we agreed to the creation or the setup of a customer experience executive, role within the financial institution. Why did we see this as important? We believe that it is not enough to say, oh, we are innovating, oh, we have the product, oh, we have the reach. The customer experience is the moment of truth. If from the moment I walk into your, banking hall or whichever channel, and the experience I have is not one that makes me want to come back, will I really want to come back? So I could be included and choose to self-exclude because I had a bad experience. So one key thing we did in terms of structure and to enhance our oversight is to set up that liaison. So right now we have this set of executives across all the supervised institutions. We started out with the deposit money banks that are directly responsible for customer experience. And we are holding them accountable. And I was very excited this morning when we recognized one of the institutions this morning. There's a long story behind what you saw this morning. But suffice to say that that institution, stood out in terms of how they handled a particular sticky, customer issue. And then they got it resolved. So customer experience is one area that we are trying to strengthen. Now, what else is the CBN doing? CBN is not just about consumer protection and financial inclusion. We have our sister departments still within the FSS Directorate, banking, supervision, and a host of others. So what we do is to ensure that there's a strong linkage when they go for their examination, when they go for their inspection, and when they go for all of their oversight function. We have escalated the importance of consumer protection. So it is not just your portfolio at risk. It's not just all of those other hard facts that we are looking at. Oh, your balance sheet is this. Fantastic. But the back of it is a consumer living and breathing that we need to continue to take care of.
Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for Temitokbe. I'll quickly run to Ngove, NIBS. We all know that NIBS is our sure plug when it comes to interoperability. So let's hear from you, Ngove. What role does interoperability play in scaling universal access?
The first thing is, what is interoperability? It's really the ability. Can you hear me? I think it's breaking up. Let me try. Hello? Oh, bad. Anyway, it's about breaking down silos. So ensuring that there are no closed systems. So whether you're making payments from what I would call a traditional institution or a fintech, or you're using a wallet, the idea is that it should flow freely without there being any gaps. And so the first role that we play in terms of interoperability, making the system work, is that it breaks down silos. It makes it easier for everyone to talk to everyone. And that's really important for the consumer because it means you don't need multiple applications, multiple devices to be able to transact across the economy. The second key role is lowering cost. So if you didn't have interoperability, if you didn't have people able to speak to each other, what it would then mean is that you would need to connect into individual institutions to allow for connectivity, whether it's to send payments, receive payments, or send messages. So that's the second key role, which is reducing cost. The third is encouraging innovation. So when you're not spending money trying to ensure that you have multiple connections and ensuring that they all work, and you're providing the infrastructure, the rails, the data to manage the multiple connectivities, it means that you have space and time to innovate. In addition to sort of just from a cost-saving perspective, is also the environment within which to innovate. One of the things that I said earlier is that NIBS operates a sandbox, which means that when you have an idea, you can come to NIBS without necessarily having to invest in additional infrastructure or connectivity to play around within the NIBS sandbox to test and almost do a POC to figure out if your solution works. And that in itself allows you to be innovative, allows you to be flexible, and allows you to have market advantage. I think the other thing that I would sort of end this on is interoperability helps us to drive inclusion at scale. So if you sort of listen to the points from the previous speaker, from the CBN, one of the real focus areas for the central bank, as well as Nigeria as a whole, is how do we bring more people into economic and financial inclusion. And the only way to truly do that is to give them the opportunity to interact. But if you have small silos, I think it was a gentleman from the cash transfer office that talked about there's certain areas, and SANEF, there's certain areas where there's no bank, there's probably one agent. If that agent was within a closed loop where they only accepted from particular institutions, you can imagine how difficult it would be to drive inclusion. So I think the fourth and perhaps the most important pillar, given what we're discussing today, is that interoperability allows us to achieve inclusion at scale.
Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for her. I'm still staying on interoperability and collaboration. I'll go straight to her. You know, after the Ukraine, if you put aside the Ukraine-Russia war in the last 2 years, I think one of the most prominent battles we have globally and in Nigeria is the one between banks and telcos. So I want to know, from the NCC perspective, how can collaboration between telcos and banks drive inclusion at scale?
Thank you very much for that very important question. In fact, without emphasizing it enough, issue of collaboration has been mentioned a lot of times today. That goes to show you how important it is. So in a number of ways, in more ways than one. One is on the SIM mitigation of SIM reassignment risk. I think that is very, very important for telcos and the banks to collaborate on. As it has also been mentioned around the room today, issue of trust. You know, issue of trust, if it is not well managed, it will do away with all that has been achieved so far with regards to financial inclusion. So therefore, it is very, very important. According to one of the NIBS reports of 2024, over 52 billion naira was lost to online fraud. And more than 50% of that amount was on mobile and other digital platforms. And that goes to show you that that is very, very important for telcos and banks to come up with ways to collaborate and mitigate that implication, that impact. Another way, again, is for both the financial sector regulator and also the telecom sector regulator to also collaborate in identifying some of these numbers, some of these SIMs that have been deactivated, that have been churned, so real time to come up to work on a platform. And again, one thing that the NCC is doing now, for those of you that have maybe visited the NCC site in the last 1 month, you would have noticed a lot of changes because policy regulation now is data-centric. So in the month of October, we launched a quarterly performance report, public reports. So that gives insights, data that will help consumers, operators, stakeholders make informed decisions, investors, and even consumers to make informed decisions. So these are some of the ways that we can, and again, also we cannot re-emphasize it enough, interoperability. I think that is also very, very important between the telco sector and then the banking sector to also collaborate. And one thing I also forgot to mention is the issue of real time, because this is real-time data. So it gives you information on time to be able to mitigate some of this risk. And then again, feedback, because the data is crowdsourced. You also have crowdsourced data from user data. So going back to consumer protection that you're talking about, this will also give you insight as to the quality of service and quality of experience of consumers. So both the banking sector and the telecom sector can leverage that information to make informed decision in future.
Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for Hawa. Thank you for those points. I'll come to you, Bonaventure. What innovative risk-sharing models can attract private lenders into financial inclusion? And you can just close that by also telling us how the NCGC is aligning its guarantees to help us achieve the Nigeria's financial inclusion agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. So, financial inclusion, as you are aware of, require shared responsibility. So the government will provide the regulatory, the digital infrastructure, the banks, the financial institutions, fintech, come with capital and innovation. And then the new kid on the block, national credit guarantee. I can never stop talking about us, right? We act as the bridge between these two to ensure that there is proper risk sharing and risk mitigation. While we were at this session, Dr. Stanley, you asked me, are you certain that you do credit guarantees for consumer lending? And that's one of the innovative things that we've started looking at. So we are the only credit guarantee company in Nigeria today that does portfolio guarantees. So we've gone beyond the traditional ways of doing guarantees, where you take single transactions and you issue a letter of guarantee on it. Imagine you are a microfinance bank and you have customers that are taking loans 50,000 naira, 10,000 naira. How are you going to get a letter of guarantee for that? So what we do is we do a portfolio guarantee. Portfolio guarantee allows the lender to put all those loans into a big bucket. Yeah, so homogeneous MSMEs as well, and consumer credits into one bucket where we can then guarantee that entire portfolio. And once any of those loans start going bad, we also rely on the reporting. To enable us do our guarantee process very well, we have to rely on data and analytics as well. So we are obviously developing a very strong GMS, guarantee management software, that will enable the PFIs to stay in the comfort of their office and report. Because you need to report to us monthly the performance of your portfolio. Because if we do that, that will enable me continue to make provisions just in case you have to make a claim. I would have earlier set aside the funds to enable me pay that claim. That's another innovation that we've put in place. One of the other things that we do, because we recognize the fact that this is a risk, so ultimately, I am the last bus stop when it comes to taking the credit risk. I want to be able to share that credit risk as well. So what are we doing? We are looking at co-guarantees. When we're looking at re-guarantees, we are talking to some, funny enough, credit insurance is not very common in Nigeria. But we are talking to people outside of our shores who are willing to share our risk with us with a sort of credit risk insurance arrangement. So those are innovations that we are putting in place, to ensure that this is done properly. Then finally, in the interest of time, we are talking about how do we align to the 2030 financial inclusion. We were here earlier today. We saw EFINA. We know what they do. 26% of Nigerian adults are financially excluded. And the reasons are very clear why they are excluded. NCGC is an agency that thrives on financial inclusion. Because the reason why you don't want to take that risk, we are here to support it. We are here to bridge that gap. We are here to come up, take the stress from you to ensure that you find financing that particular segment, that area you don't want to go to. You find it commercially viable, like I said earlier. We want to make inclusive lending attractive for PFIs. And with what we are doing, and I think I've elaborated a lot around it, we've started seeing early wins, right? We have signed MOU with 18 banks. So as we speak, we started operation in August of this year. But as we speak, we have 18 banks that have signed their intention to collaborate with us. So you have those banks to go to. We've also started issuing letters of guarantees. We've issued some already. We have committed 5 billion to each of our 18 PFIs to support, not all the guarantees, to support women and young enterprises, young-led and women-led enterprises. So all of that, by God's grace, the intention of our government towards the 1 trillion economy by 2030, we have already started taking those baby steps that will lead to a major step as soon as possible.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together. We are out of time, so I'll just take 10 seconds for the remaining speakers, but I'll start with Ngove in terms of wrapping up your thoughts. There is this gist around the fact that some of the payment solutions that we roll out in this country, they end up just adding one more rail to the already included. So that leaves us with persistent states and locations that they don't see inclusion. How is NIBS supporting financial institutions to get into these persistent locations? 10 seconds.
That's not a 10 seconds answer. Obviously, we provide the support for interoperability. We provide a number of services that mean that you can connect into us. We do various identity products from a validation perspective. But incidentally, I was talking actually to Doctor when we sat together, and we were saying, how do we crack last mile? And one of the things that we are doing at NIBS is, first of all, we provide the data so you can see what's happening. But also, we're not afraid to take the risk to bring in new products or new innovations and ask the market to support us. So one of the things that we've wondered is QR the way to go? If POSs can't get to underserved areas because there isn't enough power or there's no data, can we find solutions that rely on other rails? And as NIBS, we're very happy to partner with institutions. I'm hoping that anybody with a bright spark idea will come to us for us to run a POC to see how we can solve the problem.
Thank you. If your idea is bright enough, please block Ngove after this panel so that you can get your solution into the market. I'll come to you, Temitope. Just a quick one. We keep setting targets on financial inclusion. I'm sometimes scared that we could actually get to 100% financial inclusion, but no meaningful access. I don't know if it's possible, but how is the CBN going to ensure that this doesn't happen?
I say amen to that. Yeah, so 100% inclusion, tall dream, aspirational, we'd love to see it. But one thing we should be mindful of is when we measure financial inclusion as a country, we are looking at the adult population. And I'm not sure there's ever a time we'll ever say, oh, now we have arrived, and that's it. Because we'll always have younger, population coming to majority. So there will always be a business case, and there will always be job for Cebih and all of us in this room to bring in more people. So what is the CBN doing? And several things I'll try to summarize. right now we stand at the precipice of a golden opportunity. I'm sure several of us in this room are aware that the current financial inclusion strategy has expired. So we've started the review of that process. Some of us in this room are engaged in that, and we'll reach out to some others, to take that work forward. Now, what are we saying? We don't want access without meaningful impact. And as a matter of fact, the CBN represents Nigeria at the global body, the Alliance for Financial Inclusion. And we are very much aligned with the global trend in terms of inclusion. And what is the trend telling us? We are moving from just access and usage to measuring the welfare dimension. In simple terms, we are looking at impact. So I have loan, so what? I'm able to pay digitally, so what? I can save, so what? So what is it doing for us beyond just access to product and usage to product? So one of the things we're taking further and advanced conversation in the new NFIS, the next frontier, is impact assessment. And one of the key things that the global trend is also looking to, and we've had very engaging conversation with EFINA in shaping this thought, is around financial health. So it is no longer enough to say we have access. Is the consumer healthy? Is the financial product making their life better? Or like you said, you see somebody's obituary and then he's beginning to have other challenges. So we are going beyond access. Usage needs to continue to grow, but we are very interested in the welfare dimension and will continue to monitor access. Well, access, not just access, but financial health.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for her. You have bank account, so what? Is that not it? Okay, so how I will wrap up with your closing remarks. I'll tell you about one gossip, right? Don't say I'm the one. So anytime we talk about financial inclusion, some people used to say it's not a payment solution. No. It's because NCC did not put infrastructure. There is no last mile. They used to say it. I had it somewhere, but I can't even remember. But what strategies, what's NCC putting in place to bridge this divide and take this financial inclusion delivery to that last mile? Is it true that there are areas in this country that there is no broadband connectivity?
Yes, there are, because it's not 100% broadband penetration. But please permit me to pick up from where Temitope stopped. Impacts. Let me give you, because we need to appreciate, it's not just about strategies. We need to appreciate what impact these strategies are doing on ground. There was a recent study by World Bank, 2025 to be precise, this year. So on a community that hitherto did not have any connectivity, no networks. And then 2G, 3G was introduced, between 3G to 4G. 2 years after that, they found out that it has reduced extreme poverty from that community. And also, what is also striking outcome of that research is that the number of account registrations, opening of accounts, went up by 2 to 3 times. And also the number of agents, POS agents, as a result of the volume of transactions in that community also went up by 4 to 5 times the previous listing. So that is to show you the impact of this connectivity. Today, connectivity, network connectivity is tantamount to life, because it enables economic empowerment and all that. So going back to the strategies that NCC is putting in place. One, like I mentioned, data-centric regulation. Without data, you cannot make informed decisions. And that is why sometimes, so with that, we're able to see the gaps where the investments and where the engagements are needed. Those gaps that are not connected, areas that are not connected, will also attract investments to go to, and then they will be targeted to those areas. And that is why. Second one is spectrum leasing and spectrum trading. We are looking, because spectrum is a very, very expensive infrastructure. And so therefore, we are retrading those that have, and see we open up so that smaller players will be able to afford and come up. Because we believe with smaller players, it will bring about competition. And competition will open the market. And then costs
prices will come down. We're talking about affordability. Financial inclusion is not just about access, about affordability. Affordability of devices, affordability of services, affordability of even the data that will drive that. And that is what we are working on. And one important thing, again, that has also been mentioned throughout this room today is the issue of collaboration. Collaboration is key. No one agency, no one sector can do it alone. We have to collaborate, strategic collaboration in a very meaningful way. One of the ways that we have a strategy that NCC is using to ensure that collaboration is collaboration with state governments. In recent times, as you know, rights of way has always been an issue for NCC. Within the last 2 or 3 years, more than 7 states have waived completely, not 145 that is required, have waived completely, and this is as a result of that close collaboration that we do. Just of recent, we had a roundtable, investment roundtable, with the states, NGF, and investors. So we need to collaborate more, both cross-sector collaboration, you know, within the sector and across. We need to collaborate more, CBN, NCC, and also on the issue of fraud, we need to collaborate, consumer protection, we need to collaborate between the telecom sector and then the banking sector on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just quickly wrap up. We are done. Don't come up here. So, in just closing, I think we are done at this point. We've seen that NCC lays the foundation. NIPS does an excellent job bringing us together and helping us do great things. Bonaventure is making credits more attractive again for Nigerians. And Temitokwe is doing a great job protecting the borrower so that the borrower is not killed before they pay. At this rate, it is enough. And if you hear more than this, you have to pay for a masterclass. I need to thank you all. Thank you, my panelists, Hawa, Temitokwe, Ngove, and Bonaventure. Please, let's put our hands together for them.
All right, please, let's have a group picture. Quickly. After this, Chairman, you are invited, but we'll wait for that. Thank you, Dr. Stanley Jacob and your team. This is excellent. Like you said, beyond this conversation, it will be a masterclass. Just a moment. After this moment, we would like to have a group picture of all Cebih members. And then we'll go straight up to the... Pelumi, please, can we confirm if e-transact is careful? Would we? All right, immediately after the Cebih group picture, we have e-transact. And then Madam Wumi is going to be coming up to moderate the final session. That's the last for today. Did I say the last earlier on? How many last have I said? Okay, the last but not the least. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Please put your hands together for this wonderful panelist moderated by Dr. Stanley Jacob. As always, and let me announce that I would like us to be mindful of our personal items, our mobile phones, our laptops, our tabs, our handbags, our pair of shoes, whatever it is you came with. Please be mindful of every single thing that you have. So please, let's have the Cebih members come up as the case might be. First, we'd like to have the members of the Advisory Council to please come up here, as well as members of the ESCO. Please, Cebih, let's quickly have this picture, and then we will have e-transact. Please be mindful of your personal items. Ade, please come. Please, can we have Cebih shot? Let's have the members of the Advisory Council join them as well. I see Cebih 1 and Cebih 2. All right, we have the game up on the screen for those of you who are not taking up the pictures. Cebih members, please can you stand right and let's have this moment captured in history. All right, please, you want to scan the QR code? All right, we have the ESCO and the members of Cebih on, all smiling, credit-worthy smiles. While we were doing this, please let's be mindful of our personal items. According to CB1, assessor is giving advice, you are not listening carefully. It's important for you to hear them right. The members of the Cebih Executive Council 2025, Ajibadela Olu Adewale Chairman, Abidemi Asomo Vice Chair, Abadnego Ugwake Secretary Industry Shared Services, Sunday Olanio Secretary Emerging Payments and Technologies, Chukwudi Ibemere. Okay. One, two, three. Again. 1, 2. Okay. All right. So we're moving on with Temitokpe Onibani, Secretary Pricing and Revenue Assurance. Advisory Council members that are present here, please, can you come up? We have Cebih ESCO with Advisory Council members, please, can you come up? We have Mrs. Ronke Kuye, Madam Wumi Ogumbi here in the house. I'm very sure I saw Dr. Stanley Jacobs. Mr. Kayode Olubi is in the house as well. Oluremi Tinubu, sorry. Oluremi Tinuolu Gabriel. I know Remy was here. Madam Celestina Appeal, I'm very sure I saw Mr. Tunde Kukuni were the people that I saw earlier on. Please, can we have Dr. Stanley Jacobs, Madam Wumi Ogumbi is here, Vice Chair Abidemi is here, I believe. Okay, great. And then Remy, okay, Remy is here. Dr. Stanley Jacobs. Is Kayode here? ESCO members and the members of the Advisory Council. ESCO members and the members of the Advisory Council. Mr. Oscar Moman, are you here? And then Olushola Afolabi, Chief Finance Secretary. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, after 3, we'll say Cebih. Eh? Please, the game is up the screen. We are going to run with that before we go into the next aspect. Okay, after 3, Advisory Council members. and Esco. Okay. Okan, Meji, Meta. Okay, let's speak English then. After 3, 1, 2, 3. You are supposed to say Cebih after 3. All right, let's go again. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Another timer. Oh, will that be enough? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the game. All right, the chairman has instructed that we should go straight, but we have a presentation by eTransact. Is eTransact ready? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving finally into the panel. Please, can I have my team arrange the panels set up on the stage quickly? This panel is going to be moderated by one of our advisory council members. All right, please, we're going to have eTransact speak for the next 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for eTransact.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have my slides up on the screen? That's very important to have visual aid for those of us that are following within the audience. Media. Is it possible to have my slides up? We're still playing the game. Okay, so I'm assuming.
Please, let's end the game and then go straight up to eTransact presentation, please. Thank you very much. All right, thank you, Shima. Please let us have the eTransact presentation, and then we'll go in straight into the panel.
Okay, awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here once again. My name is Omokorede Amond. I'm heading currently the product marketing team at eTransact International. So I'm going to do my best to not take too much time because I know that the day is almost over. But I'm here to share a story of legacy, a story of reinvention, and the bold steps that we are taking at eTransact to help shape the future of digital payments and commerce across Africa. This is the new eTransact story. So the first question I typically like to ask is, are you future-proof? It's widely said that as a company, if you do not innovate, you are, sooner or later going to cease to exist. We understand that the world is moving faster than ever. Digital transformation is rising. Digital expectations are rising across multiple sectors. So it's very important for companies, regardless of their stage in the cycle of maturity, to actually have a digital strategy. And again, because it's no longer important to just be digital, you also have to evolve continuously, scale rapidly, and innovate responsibly. So over the past 20 years, we have built our reputation within the industry. We've been supporting banks, we've been supporting government industries, and even SME players as well, because we're trying to ensure that we're able to create value across the entire market. So regardless of where you play, we are one of the premium switching platforms within the country. We're very proud to say that. Like I said, we're trusted by banks, large-scale enterprises, and government agencies. However, this legacy that we've built over time is not a burden, but we are treating it as the foundation on which we can reinvent ourselves. Next slide, please. So 2 slides forward. So the next slide. Awesome. But looking at all the work we've done over the past 2 decades, we can now say that this ecosystem that we've helped shape has actually evolved in many more ways than we would typically have been able to envision, because there are so many changes that we couldn't have even dared to dream of. But we are experiencing these things real time. We are seeing things like the emergence of AI and ML, which are helping to redefine fraud, risk, and insights. These days, consumers expect real-time feedback and also cloud-native competencies across multiple channels. We've also seen that new entrants, much leaner and much faster than we old guard, are pushing the boundaries of what is possible within fintech and even technology as a whole. And we also are seeing that as a direct result of these new entrants, it's important for the regulators. They are becoming stricter. CBN, no shade, but CBN rules have become stricter and stricter as time has passed. We've seen that competition has become sharper, and also that innovation cycles are much shorter. So to stay ahead as a pioneer, you absolutely need to transform. You can't rest on your oars, because sooner or later, the oars will fail you. Next slide, please. Next slide. Awesome. So one of the boldest steps that we have taken at eTransact in our journey towards transforming our fortunes is our multi-million-dollar investment in Smart Vista infrastructure. Smart Vista, as many of us would know, is one of the world's premier switching and payment processing engines, and it's being used by the biggest players across the world. So we are proud to say that we have tapped into that infrastructure to help improve our offering to both legacy players and new entrants to the market. So this upgrade dramatically enhances our throughputs, resilience, and security posture. And it means real-time performance, advanced fraud controls, and bank-grade reliability. Next slide, please. So what this means is we are unlocking a lot of value for our partners. Infrastructure upgrades only matter if they actually unlock value, and we can say without a doubt that Smart Vista absolutely does this. Faster transaction speeds and near zero downtime. We'd love to say 100%, but technology is still not foolproof. So we can guarantee 99.99999, and the nines go on, 99.9% uptime. We also are promising the ability to scale without worrying about infrastructure debt. So it simply means that as a partner with eTransact, you get to enjoy the benefits of using this infrastructure without needing to incur the incredible cost of all of this. We've done the heavy lifting so that industry players can ride on our backs, so we can move together towards prosperity. Next slide, please. So in terms of what we're doing for the future, we are combining this infrastructure with deliberate investments in emerging technologies. Everybody in this room is aware of the capabilities that AI and ML are unlocking. So we're tapping into using AI for merchant insights, fraud detection, automation, and reconciliation. We're also providing cloud-native services for elastic on-demand performance. And we're also providing open APIs and embedded financing capabilities for deeper integration with our partners across both the legacy and newer entrants into the markets. We're also investing in modern POS hardware and also IoT-driven payment interfaces. So this is how we're building an intelligent, connected ecosystem. There's a lot, like I just mentioned, that we are doing behind the scenes just to ensure that we are not only improving what we currently do, but also opening the doors to do what previously hasn't been done within the industry. It's important to keep an eye on both the exploratory and exploitative parts of your business. So looking at exploitative, that's doing what we have been doing over the years, bolstering our stance on switching infrastructure. But exploratory, we are then tapping into newer technology to ensure that we can actually stand the test of time And we are not doing this for ourselves alone. We are trying to help out our fellow legacy players within the banks and other fintechs, just to ensure that we can move together. We can not only stand together as competitors, but we can become collaborators, just to ensure that we are watching each other's backs and we are standing the test of time together. Next slide, please. So after this, another slide. Awesome. So this is just a quick look at some of our products. We have Credo, which is a comprehensive payments processing platform. So it has capabilities for both enterprise and SME players. So in terms of payment processing and also digital commerce tools. So we are bundling those services together to ensure that we are creating that ripple effect of value across the entire ecosystem. We also have the e-Transact direct debit solution, which is our answer to direct debit. So we are trying to make it a lot easier for lenders to be able to get their money back from those who have received credits. And we're also then opening up opportunities within the peer-to-peer lending space. Because by using this solution, even the mom and pop shop on the side of the road can actually get their typical customers to sign a mandate, and they buy their goods on credit, and it's as simple as, once that mandate has been signed, within the agreed time frame, debits are now made, and there's no need for back and forth, chasing your neighbor who is owing you 10,000 naira for goods that he purchased over the month. We also have Power Code, which is a 24/7 electricity recharge product, and it works without the need for internet. And we're pushing this across the entire federation just to reduce reliance on data to be able to purchase electricity units. We also have the Corporate Pay API, which enables bulk payments. So for things like salaries, vendor payments, government payouts, and the likes. This is a one-stop solution that ensures that you can actually move payments in bulk. And last but not least, we also have our treasury management solution, which provides real-time visibility across subsidiaries and accounts. This is particularly useful for large corporates, so that you can tell your position in as many banks as you have accounts in, just so you have that complete control over your liquidity. Next slide, please. Awesome. So many organizations today, they are carrying very heavy technical debts, outdated systems, or fragmented customer experiences. The honest truth is you really do not need to build everything. Like I said before, we've done the heavy lifting so you don't have to. By partnering with e-Transact, you can reduce the risk that is typically carried by modernization, right? Accelerates your innovation and also unlock new revenue streams a lot faster. We offer stability and agility. So we are blending the experience that we've gotten over the past 20 plus years with agile practices to ensure that we can play within this time and this space. Collaboration is how legacy players can maintain a competitive edge. I have just one more slide and I'll be done. Next slide, please. So at this point, this is the call to action. With all this great work that we are doing, we really want to carry along other players within the industry. And at this point, we are inviting all of us players over here, CIOs, members of the C-suites, key members of technology teams, to actually come together with us. Let's build this new future for payments and digital commerce in Africa. The next step for us is to actually send out some invitations. So we advise you all to, keep a close eye on your mailboxes and, your pigeonholes, because we are going to be sending out invitations for a co-creation session. And I must say that this is not a conference. However, it is a strategy lab. So we are bringing together, the best minds within the industry to actually shape the future of digital payments and commerce within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. So I want to say a very big thank you to everyone for taking time to listen to this. And we look forward to, engaging more and building together. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, e-Transact. It's about shared responsibility indeed to create a future that we're all beneficiaries of. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we are about wrapping up day one of the conference. However, we are going to be doing that with this final panel session, and that is going to be moderated by one member of the Cebih Advisory Council, and that is in the person of Madam Wumi Ogumbi. Please, can you put your hands together for her? I know this is the last part of the big digging, and I'm glad that Mrs. Kuye is still very much around. I think the members of the Advisory Council are making sure they are keeping themselves company, sharing memories of how the vision which they started several years ago in 2025 is still ongoing. And to join Madam Wumi on the stage, we will have the following individuals, and I hope they are here or their representative. I want to recognize all of you joining us online as well. We do not have only people present here, we also have the online participants. We have Munachi Somduru, Head Products Partnership and Innovation, Afrigo Pay Financial Services Limited. Please put your hands together for him or her, as the case might be. Okay. And then Damola Giwa, Country Manager, Visa West Africa, is joining us here on the panel. Please put your hands together for him. And Demola Adeniro, Divisional Head for Product Management and Solution Delivery for Verve International, will be joining on this panel. I think I have one great, all right, one of the team member who has been on me. And the Executive Director, Credit and Portfolio Management for Credit Corps, Aisha Abdullahi, will be joining them here on the panel. If she's not here, we need to get somebody or their rep. All right. Please put your hands together for her. You're welcome. You're represented. Thank you very much. And Ifanyi Chukwuwekem, Head Corporate Strategy Department, eTransact. That's the first time I'm hearing that name. Okay, Chukwuwekem. All right. This is the first time I'm seeing this name. You're welcome. And we have all of these panelists, as a matter of fact. So, Madam Wumi, over to you for the next 40 minutes, more or less. Hello? Okay. Hello? Hello? Hello?
This is working. This
Hello?
is fine.
Hello?
Is that one working? This one's on. This one's on. Yeah? Good evening, everyone. They say they keep the best for last, but I'm not sure because, like, this is 2 years in a row. I'm at the end of the... No, I'm not excusing you.
No, sorry, Madam Wumi. I missed Henry Obi Ekwe, Managing Director of Fair Money Nigeria. Is he here?
How could you?
It's not. Okay, thankfully. All right.
Okay, Cebih. So they say they leave the best for last. 2 years in a row, so I'm not too sure, Cebih, there's a conversation after this. But I'd like to welcome everyone who has stayed online and to our panel. Good evening. The topic that we are discussing is alternative credit scoring to the underserved. And I think we've had so much grammar all day, so we are at our own liberty to not use big words and actually add or include real-life examples. So for me, when I saw this topic, it was like, how can the equivalent of my driver, my housekeeper, maybe even myself sometimes, because get credit, get a loan? What is the process? What does it mean to me? Am I even worthy to even go forward to ask? And I think everyone who came here today, at the end of our panel, should be able to go next door and apply for credit and get credit of some sort immediately. That's our job today. So we agree, no big grammar, nothing people don't understand, straight to the cocoa of the matter, and then we can all just stand up, take a picture, go home. Okay. Are we good? Thank you. Since some people have changed, I'm just going to use what I have, and then if you tell me if I've got the name wrong. So, Damola, Visa. Yes? Yes. Pleasure to meet you. Good evening. So Visa, we know, big name, real big name, you know, big name, that song. How can Visa, with all the information, all the international experience, right, bring to our local man on the street the ability to apply for credit?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So at Visa, our purpose is to uplift everyone, everywhere, by being the best way to pay and to be paid. So inclusion is at the core of what we set out to do. And now to go straight to the answer to the question, Visa processes billions of transactions annually. And this gives us access to data points around spending behavior, spending pattern, merchant category. We see where the customers are going to. And then now we're now positioned to do a responsible work by leveraging our data analytics and consulting and advisory capability to work with the ecosystem to be able to do two very important things. One is from the existing portfolio that our partners are serving today, where we have seen very low penetration of credit. We want to help them to be able to identify the customers that are creditworthy. And we're doing that through data and artificial intelligence, being able to see based on pattern to say, this is a customer that if you target this customer, you'll be able to reduce your risk of default. Then the second thing that we're now doing right now is also assessing credit readiness. So which customers can you target that we know that, okay, this customer is ready now for credit? And this is a product that we call Visa Cardholder Transaction Scoring Solution. And this is one of the ways that we're leveraging data in this market. Second thing that we're then doing, which I'm very proud of also, is also working with our partners now to expand access to even the underserved segment. So we recently launched the Visa Financial Inclusion Card, which ensures that our partners, the issuers, can serve the underserved segment in a cost-effective, responsible, and sustainable manner. And this then brings them in, and we can get data about them, and we can serve them better.
Thank you very much. So, but I'd like to continue, just a quick one. Okay. So you've launched the Financial Inclusion Visa
Card,
Visa card, right? Which presumes, therefore, that I can go to the bank, right? And under your new alternative method or methodology, I should be able to apply for credit that I wouldn't normally have been worthy of under the old system. Is that what the card will do?
Okay, so let me explain what that does. And it's partly what you said. Now, what that does first is that it empowers our partners, the issuers, now to be able to serve the underserved with the entry product, which is debit, in a cost-effective manner. Now, when these customers then come in, we then start to see more of the transaction partner, and then working with these partners, we can then start to upsell, offer them credit, offer them all the services on top of that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So basically, go to your bank, ask for the card, it should be cheaper, it should be easier. Fine. Okay. Visa, have I done you okay there? Okay, good. Okay. Is it AfriGrow? Yeah, you're here? Okay, very good. So you're local now. You're, one of us. Yes, right. Indeed. So the alternative, without using the international credit scoring, should be the methodology that you should apply, I presume, to enable credit. Can you enlighten us, not only just in terms of yourself, but also how successfully it has been used and how it can be deployed further? Thank you.
Thank you. Again, my name is Bunachi. I work with AfriGo, leading products, partnerships, and the whole. Just to answer the question, I think we need to take a step back to, first of all, identify what are the alternative credit scoring metrics that we can track today. So, and I like what you said at the beginning. Let's not use any big words. So let's actually go down granular, right? So in my village, for example, I need to send money to my uncle. I would do that, probably send him 5K or something just to get by. But if he needs to get credit, who's going to give him that credit and why, right? So we have to first of all identify what those alternative data sources are. So for example, how does he pay his bills if he does pay bills? How does he buy airtime, for example? Who does he buy airtime from? Is there any sort of a job, that he's doing together with his friends to just sort of come together, to put money aside for maybe community projects that they need to run or whatever else they need to do? So the first real work for us, as the ecosystem, is to digitize those payment flows, right? So for example, if I can't see how he's paying those bills or how he's transacting, then how am I supposed to actually provide credit to him? Because there's nothing I can see that can ascertain that he's going to repay. At the end, every creditor wants that or needs that confidence to know that if I'm going to lend this amount of money, I can at least get it back, right? So there's that factor. So I think for us as Afrigo here is how do we enable those institutions who are closest to the customers, right? And we have quite a number of microfinance banks that we work with, enabling them with tools that can actually enable them to reach the underserved and unbanked, right? So that is really our mantra here is how do we provide the tools? How do we even make credit accessible? And more so, even the kind of tools that are extended to these microfinance banks, for example. So typically you have, with a regular credit card product today, you've got those 45-day cycles. Is that really what the guy in the village is going to understand if he needs to get credit? All he wants to do is get credit to buy something. There's always something to do at the end of the line. So the question is, how do we make credit accessible? So is a credit card really necessary, or does he need credit on a card? So those are the questions we need to ask ourselves. And that then brings us back to actually building products that are relevant and consider the nuances for the local markets that we operate in.
Thank you very much. We don't always have to inherit what the internationals do. We can, for a population of how many millions, develop our own and grow our own. And I think that's something that you're definitely saying, that take our own local behavior, our own local mannerism, and create for that and make it worthy. Verve, do I have them all up? Thank you very much. One of the things that comes to mind is when you think of cost to get credit, the true cost. Now, from your end, how have you reduced the cost, or how have you made it cheaper for or more attractive for the underserved, or for myself, I'm including myself, to use the Verve platform, bearing in mind that everyone we're talking about in the underserved, they don't have smartphones, so they're not the people here today. We're not talking about these people here today, other than myself, as I said. They're with the phone 101, yes. So how do you make it cost effective for them on your platform? And also, how do you bring awareness to them?
All right, thanks very much for the question. When we look at credit, just like what you said, we think who is the underserved or the financially included. So many stories about people that really need this credit. I need credit, you need. The point of requesting for that credit is what is important. Then again, why do you need credit? It's because there's a need that I need to meet. You might be looking to meet the need for a house. Somebody wants the need for a car. One other person just wants to move from point A to point B. Now, what the card schemes, Verve, Visa, MasterCard, what we can add to that ecosystem is making that decision or giving the power to the consumer as well as the merchant to say, at this particular point in time, should I use my cash to pay for this service? Or should I take a loan, a credit, to pay for this service that I'm about to enjoy? We have, from a Verve perspective, celebrated 100 million cards issued, Visa has million cards, MasterCard has, Afrigo is building up. What does this mean to the actual consumer? Because if you look at Nigeria, if you check all our wallets, we probably have 2, 3, 4 cards from different banks. What identifies me as an individual that then allows you to be able to provide the best offer for me? The guy that is actually providing the loan as well, they have a problem. They don't know you. They are leveraging on some information that they have about you. or they are taking a gamble because of maybe what you look like, or what you said, or what you do. But the true nature of a good or a credit that you say will be good is the character. Banks today will tell you you have your character, your capital, the 5 C's, exactly. Let's not use the big words. I mean, but what is true to me is how I spend, how I react to the payment that is due to me. And that can only be seen from the transactions that I've done. Today, we have the capacity to use cards because there's a lot of transactions that are happening on cards today. There are transactions that are happening with wallets. There are transactions that are happening on the NIP platform. It is not just a VEF platform. It is actually an ecosystem of transactions that we need to put together. We've developed this habit of competing against each other, and we leave out the most important person in the room, the consumer, the customer. Because if I can see you from a VEF perspective, a Visa perspective, MasterCard perspective, Afrigo perspective, what you do with Fair Money, what you do with Zenith Bank, what you do on NIP, then I can really then propose something that works for you. So it is really not about just the web platform. It is a universal platform that we need to create to really put that value in the hands of the consumer. Underserved, medium served, fully served, whatever it is, that's what we need to work on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's an excellent point. Ma'am, would you like to either continue on that platform or talk about the lack of trust within the stakeholders that is allowing the gap? Because if there's collaboration, we shouldn't be talking about working in silos or the consumer suffering. If there's collaboration, everyone that came today, every panelist, all the sessions we've had today, everyone's talked about their own products, their platforms. But the lack of collaboration, that one thing that would unite us, that will reduce risk, that will allow the consumer, the faith to ask for credit, even if he or she is going to be denied, but to actually come forward. So if you can continue along those lines. Thank you. Is your mic not working?
I think it's working.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Nike Kolaoli, and I represent the Nigeria Consumer Credit Corporation.
We can't hear you, ma'am.
Oh. Okay. I said Nike Kolaoli, I represent Nigeria Credit Corporation. We're just about a year old in the country. And we're created to ensure that there is access to credit for consumers. Right now, about 3.5 or 5 to 5.5% of working Nigerians have access to credit. Why? Well, in the country right now, there's no infrastructure. There's no proper credit infrastructure. Part of our goal is to put together a proper credit infrastructure for the whole country. Although we have the credit bureau are doing the good job, but just like the MD of Elfina said in the morning, there's need for a central system that everybody can plug on, and then you'll be able to know the score of everyone. So with all parties coming together, he talked about the alternative score. The traditional score right now is taking care of about maybe like 13%. And 93% are in this informal sector that we're talking about, who will take care of them. So if the alternative scoring is available, and we put financial, non-financial, just like he stated, everything is put together, and there's a score for every Nigerian. That is our own goal, which we intend to achieve in the next 1 or 2 years. All parties coming together, there's a score, there's transparency too. I mean, right now, people are just getting data from anywhere. Somebody can find information about me, who calls me, who's my mother, who's everything on my phone, and be just posting, sending rubbish around. But with all parties were here today, from NITDA to NCC to FCPC, and all working together, there's a control, there is transparency in the data generated. And we all come together as one body, from the banks to the fintech, to the microfinance banks, to the money lenders, and to the switching companies, to all the cards. From what they have said, they all have information and NIPS, and we have a central data on everybody, and there's a score for every Nigerian. There's transparency. The lenders are more relaxed to even lend more, and we can move forward. Our own goal is for the score to even be on everybody's NIM. So when you are even renting house, your landlord can check who you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I see you're nodding your head. Before you bring an e-transact product in, I want to just mention what they say, that the term is often used interchangeably when you talk about the underbanked, the unserved, the full. It's all beginning to be merged into one. And if you notice, all four of the panelists have mentioned the word score. Score, is that 10? Is that 15? Is that 20? The parameters that make up the score, that make us acceptable on your platform to apply for credit, how would you define that process to even enable me to get a score?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. All right. All right, can you hear me now? Good afternoon, everybody, and it's good to be here, and lovely conversation from my fellow panelists so far. You're right. Credit score, there's no unified understanding of it. Today, if Fair Money was here, they have their system. PalmPay has their system. And someone who probably has a very high score at Fair Money has a very low score at PalmPay. And even with the fantastic work Visa is doing, when Visa is done, it would only have Visa visibility, pun not intended, right? It doesn't have MasterCard's visibility, doesn't have Afrigo or Verb's visibility. We have to change that, and that's one role e-Transact has always played. We bring everybody together, right? We get data from everybody, and we try to innovate a single platform that works. And I was in the room when Director Musa announced that we're going live with open banking earlier this year, and I was just elated. The chairman, Cebih, was there as well. That is a big driver, big driver, because you see, Madam, you spoke about why people are, operating in silos. I think it was you as well, Damola, that spoke about why people are operating in silos. That's just because there's no framework to collaborate, and there is no immediate interest to do so. Some may view it as a competitive advantage, even though that's only short-term thinking. Long-term thinking, it's not. So I'm actually even saying, because some of the work I do at eTransact, and we do a lot of work innovating, is to work with Credit Corps and some of the partners on this table. And let's just, beyond the talk, can we just get in a room and talk about how to build that credit infrastructure, that would help us identify a single score for everybody. We announced to our shareholders that we're expanding our strategy from being a payment infrastructure provider. We are now going into digital banking, into SME acquiring, right? And since we announced it last year, our shares have gone up 4 times. And that's because we have a unique ability to, the industry understands that we have a unique ability to see all this data. We can work with Credit Corps. We can build that unified credit score. I'll just end with this. I was with my cousin. I'm an Igbo boy, Ifeanyi, from Nnewi. So if you know Nnewi very well, the business people, all the business people, the savvy ones. So I was with my cousin who runs, the family business, in trade fair or Joe local government. And he was talking about how he was, concluding, trying to pay an invoice for goods supplied, and there was a missing line. And he said, oh, sir, you missed this particular line item. And the man forgot. The supplier forgot. And that's because that's the same, they still use the same, those invoice sheets that you put that purple thing under and you stamp it. They still use that, right? We have to digitize that. And whoever digitizes that, somebody shouldn't have to go and build that same capability. Once that capability exists, that user and that data of their invoice records, and that's why it's a good thing what FIRS is doing with e-invoicing, and we're a glad partner in that. And when we can take data from all the different sources, structured data, we combine it, we assess score, but it's not enough. We need unstructured data too. Because before you see that invoice, they've been chatting about business on WhatsApp or talking about business, in informal settings. And we can capture that to the degree that AI is currently developed to pick unstructured data and structured data, and we merge it to have the most robust credit infrastructure in the world.
Thank you very much. So now, let's talk about the big elephant in the room, the risk.
Yes.
The reason why so many entities are not doing it, the risk. I don't know about him, I don't know about her, I don't know where they live. Go and bring your utility bill. So we go and get one utility bill from somewhere. Go and bring the risk. That risk that prevents so many people from not getting credit. So as you sit as my learned panel, how do we eliminate or reduce the risk to such a degree that applying for credit becomes a way of life? I've stated this before, that for any country to give fairness to its people, you must give credit. It's very simple. Otherwise, inequality will continue to grow. So, anyone take it? Risk. The reduction of risk to enable credit to flow easily. Who's going to take a stab?
I have a
Ladies first, mate. She beat you to it.
Just like we've all agreed now, we have a central credit processing data for everybody. And at the end of the day, every information from financial, non-financial put together, you have a score, and then it's linked to your NIN. And so, the fear that most lenders have, there will be consequence for bad behavior. Even if it's just that you want to renew your driver's license and you are harassed. The fact that you want to even go to a landlord to get a house and he asks for your NIN and is able to get information about you. I mean, small consequences like that. And this cannot happen with only one institution. I mean, everybody coming together and just a little bit of discomfort. People will take credit more seriously, and so the lenders will be more relaxed. It's the risk of non-payment. And that's why even the cost of credit is so high. Some people charging 84% per annum. Why will somebody take that kind of credit? And they will say they have to cover their loss. So if there's consequence for bad behavior and we're able to get this right, a central system for the whole country, which we are working on, in conjunction with everybody, almost everybody that has spoken here today will be our partner in putting this together, and is attached to your NIN, and you cannot run away as it is in developed countries. And then people will know there's consequence for bad behavior and the lenders can be more relaxed.
Yes, I was just going to sort of deep dive on what you said. And I think at the core of this is that word called identity, right? Identity is really the bedrock of trust, as it were. And when we say identity, we always run to BVN, NIN, and we think that's all that identity represents. Is way more than that, right? So, for example, if I'm able to collect data about where you live, who you transact with, and by the way, these data points exist in one form, shape, or size. So even at the point of onboarding there are so many, fintechs here who are driving payments and you're acquiring customers. So what kind of data about customers do you collect? How do you collect that data? How do you store that data? All of these actually come together to form that concept of identity. So beyond my identity or my BVN or NIN, there are much more data points or data sets that I can collect that can actually tell that this is who X is. And to the point you made, about consequence. So by the time I'm trying to log into a platform, I'm trying to access a resource, and there's evidence that, well, dude, you've done X, Y, Z elsewhere, right? Or you're owing X, Y, Z elsewhere. Then, of course, how much access you can get, how much credit you can get is then limited, because clearly there's history, and that is tied to your identity. So I think if you ask me, at the core of all of this is really that concept of identity that we need to build as an ecosystem.
Thank you very much. Did you want to add something?
So, I mean, when you mentioned risk, what occurred to me is there's nothing you do that has no risk, right? What is important is what is the cost of that risk. If I'm a borrower, I can decide to say I'm willing to take this risk, even though I know there's a possible default. And the more you can drive down the cost of that risk, it will also encourage more people to be able to provide that facility or that loan to that individual. We typically, I mean, our culture is when you need money, first reaches maybe your siblings, your parents, friends, colleagues. That's how it goes. And the reason why you go to those people is the interest rates, if they will give you, will be 0 to something okay. Not like the 84% like she mentioned that you would see. And the reason why people are also giving 84% is because they're not sure. There's nothing to rely on. The cost of that credit, that risk is what makes them put it at 84%. But if I have something that gives me your name, I know where you live, I know whether you are paying rent or you own the home, I know whether you have a car, I know whether you have medical insurance or not. If you put those indices and keep going down, the cost of that risk keeps going down. If you have somebody that says, I want to take a loan, I want to take a loan to buy a TV of 10 million naira, and you check, he has 8 children, lives in Mushin. Sorry for those that live in Mushin. There's already a problem. And that's where you would see that if any borrower is going to give that person money, then, of course, high interest so they can make the best. And what is also, I mean, that we always say is, which is more what the credit bureau guys do is, when you apply for a loan and they do the credit score that we all say, they use what they know about you, maybe your banking, your bank account, your pay slip, and they take a position on you. What about if I don't do structured work, but I make money? And if you take the other information, my demographic information, not necessarily my financial records, you can take an assumption that Damola and Demola are kind of alike. They do the same thing, so that Damola works in Visa, maybe Demola is doing the business. So you've created a persona, and with that information alone, you have a score. So you can actually give that credit, that loan, already to Damola without necessarily going through the risk of looking at his transactions and all.
Thank you very much. We have Sanef here. Sanef were here earlier on. And my dear sis, Runke Kuyes, back in the day, Sanef. The agencies have tons of information, of unstructured information. You know, that agency pyramid. Now, they serve the underserved in a different way. But there's also the opportunity, the potential, to also use what they do, their information, their data, to provide, to get the information we require. How do you think we can leverage off the likes of institutions like SANEF that have so much information via their own stakeholders, the agencies, that pyramid structure, rather than reinventing the wheels of bringing all the different silos together? If you see, there's a potential market there that can be used. Every agent registered under SANEF. The agents themselves are already dealing with the unbanked, the underserved. But yet, we're not harnessing that in a way that can be utilized. It's just a food for thought being thrown out at the moment, but huge potential at low cost. Can I throw that to you, sir?
All right, and thank you. And that is very instructive. We need to go from the known to the unknown. You know, there are things that are already working in the market. And for us at Visa, we're taking a long view about this. And just to provide clarification to what they said, the infrastructure that we currently have right now in terms of working with our partners to address this scoring capability actually does not work with just Visa data. We actually work with those partners to bring the data that they have, and especially when you're working with fintechs. So fintechs have been able to work with agents. They'll be able to capture data on your call, what you're doing on social media. Then when you then bring that and then you combine that with the payment pattern and everything that we have, it helps you to be able to build a model that can predict with some level of certainty that this customer will be a customer that is creditworthy and the entire ecosystem can serve them better. So we are open from our own perspective to collaboration. We'd like to work with signers. We like to work with the fintechs and everybody in the market, because until we bridge that gap, we've not really done our job, because I think it was the CBN person that talked about moving from access to impact. So impact is when we start to enrich that access that the customers have.
So I tried not to mention fintechs because I know we have banks, but you can't not mention the fintechs and the success of the fintechs. Yes. And the fact that the fintechs are borrowing or lending, whichever one is the right word to use at this time. Is it because they're more agile, more nimble? Is it because they're more willing to take risks? What is it that the fintechs are currently doing, or are able to do, or are willing to do, that the banks we know, the names we know, the big ones that we know are not willing? Or is it that it is okay for every industry or sector to have their own clientele, and the fact that the fintechs have their own is fine? The banks don't necessarily need to play in the same arena. Everyone makes their profit, it just runs parallel. So since you brought up the fintech's name, I can now bring up fintechs and banks, which I've tried not to, and ask that, what is the future for the banks and for the fintechs in terms of collaboration in relation to credit, as we're discussing, for the underserved? I think we're going to kind of take it, who should I take it to? E-Transact, I should take it to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, true, because banks have the role they play, and I think in my observation, banks have typically focused on high net worth individuals and serving that group robustly. And there are some banks that are taking the initiative to reach the lower cadre, and they're doing fantastic work. Fintechs just have more appetite for risk and better trust in technology, because we're financial technology. So we're happy to build technology solutions to solve problems. And that's what we're doing. But switches even help enable this even better. My colleague, when he was presenting for E-Transact, mentioned direct debits and the ability to take the money, wherever it is, both from the source and, if at default, using CBN's GSI tool to reach it anywhere else. We've talked about technology and the need for infrastructure, but I guess a conversation that we'll probably have to talk about some more is patient credit. There is patient capital, but we need patient credit. Because once you have an ecosystem where you know everybody, and you know your customer, that the only way this credit is truly lost is if the customer's life, unfortunately, is lost. So can you trust that kind of system? Because I think that's why the Western civilization can rely on credit that well. And so fintechs can build solutions that think that far ahead. That's our answer.
So I've got a man over there, some of you can't see, who's, waving, doing his hands like this, which is not a dance, which is a kind of sign that we're getting to the end of our time. But if all of you were to give one sentence or two, please, based on our topic, credit for the underserved, credit for the underbanked, and the future, based on CB's conference today, is there hope? So I'll pass the mic around and just say, is there hope? Sir.
Yeah, so I'm always very positive about these things, and I think it all starts with, I just say there's always hope, right? But at the crux of everything is really around structuring unstructured or disorganized data, right? And even harnessing as many of those data points that we ordinarily don't have access to. And if we're not able to digitize some of these payment flows, we really can't tap into the data, because what you can't see, you can't make any decision on, right? So I think the onus is on us as an ecosystem, first of all, to see, and typically, and to your point earlier, when we're rolling out financial services, we're looking for where it's most profitable. So, and this is natural. We need to make money, and we need to, basically, you need to make money for why you exist, or, basically defend your existence. So, for one, I think there's definitely a need for us to come together as an ecosystem first to say, how do we actually provide financial services to these people? So that inclusion, even in terms of product design, how are we building things that anybody can access? As we access that data, as people access these services, they're able to collate data. And I think the onus on us is, even at the point of these transactions, how are we collecting this data and structuring it? So to the point, for example, if I'm going to use a card to pay at any POS terminal, are the acquirers configuring those merchant category codes correctly so that I know for sure that this guy I'm paying is a food vendor, right? And that then helps me to know where Mr. A in the village is spending more of his money on. Is it going to transport? Because I'm able to see what data that is, what is being paid for. And I think that discipline needs to be established, across board if we're going to, make this hope or bring this hope alive, as we say. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Very quickly, I'm going to say I'm very hopeful, because I think the theme that has been recurring in our conversation is the need to work together as an ecosystem. And for us at Visa, we're highly committed to that. One of the benefits of being a global player is that you can bring the best of the global markets and then combine that with the market knowledge, because all problems are local. So we want to be able to work with all the players in our market to continue to advance digital payment and access to credit, and we're open to do that consistently over time.
All right. Is there hope? Definitely yes. Why do I believe there's hope? We have people that are already working in different segments of this ecosystem. The Visa, MasterCard, the big boys bringing their technologies in. Africa, Verve, local, developing that local solution for the need. SANEF, going to the markets to talk to the people at the tail end. The fintechs, going to where the commercial banks will not go to, having that conversation. What I'm sure of is that that convergence would happen. It's just what it is, it's just life, it's just time. That convergence would definitely happen. Thank you.
The convergence is almost here. I'm very optimistic with what we are putting together of a central registry for the whole country. And we don't have any option. We have to work together to get it right. And it will be easier for lenders to be more relaxed. Something came to my mind right now thinking about Kenya. A telco that controls almost 80 or 90% of the market, Safaricom, introduced mobile money, M-Pesa. The market took it, became a success, and on top of M-Pesa, put M-Shwari. And that's revolutionized everything. The banks that worked with Safaricom, a bank in tier 3 becoming tier 1. Others had to follow. And that's what changed everything in Kenya. So there's so much power in collaboration. If you work together, we can get it done. Alternative scoring is the route to the solution. Thank you.
And thank you very much. I am super excited about the future of credit in Nigeria because of two things. The first one is, it was one thing, but in this panel it became two. The first one is open banking going live. And the second one is what Credit Core is announcing and is very close to. And I look forward to it. I look forward to working with Credit Core. eTransact looks forward to working with Credit Core and every other party here. Thank you.
So on behalf of all of us on this panel, I'd like to say thank you very much. Hope is alive. We're excited. Thank you, Cebih. Thank you, everyone, for staying behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a way to end this panel session. We've had 3 Yeah, we're going to take a group photograph, yes. We've had 3 amazing panel sessions today, and this one has been so remarkable. Please, let's put our hands together for them one more time as we take a group photograph with everyone on the panel session. Thank you so much.
All right, when we're having the photographers getting ready to do that, we'll just have the last presentation by the representative of the Chief Executive Officer, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, Mr. Tunji Bello, who is ably represented here by Dr. Olubunmi OT, Zonal Coordinator for FCCPC Zonal Office here in Lagos, will be coming in to give the keynote presentation as a way of wrapping up day 1 of Cebih 2025 Annual Conference. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for doing an excellent work. Are we ready to go in there? Thank you.
We would like to recognize the presence of the Chief Executive Officer, Credit Registry, Dr. Jamila Ayedun. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Well, it's still a good morning in the spirit, and then we hand over to Dr. Olubunmi for our presentation. Please put your hands together for her. We want to say a big thank you to all of you joining us online as well. It's been a wonderful evening.
Yes. Good evening. Let me respectfully observe all protocol. I'm pleased to join you on behalf of the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, Mr. Tunji Bello. He asked me to convey his regard and to reaffirm the Commission's commitment to a fair, competitive, and consumer-centered credit ecosystem. Your conference team, designing inclusive credit card models, driving access, affordability, and financial empowerment is timely. Nigeria is at a point where consumers need structured access to credit that is safe, transparent, and affordable. The conversation around card-based credit is no longer about product innovation alone. It now sits at the center of consumer protection, competition policy, and national economic inclusion. Looking at the state of consumer credit in Nigeria, Nigeria's former consumer credit market remains shallow. Most households still rely on informal lending and short-time digital credit. The risk is clear. When mainstream credit is limited, unregulated actors fill the space with practices that violate dignity and create consumer harm. In recent time, the FCCPC has dealt with a significant number of cases involving abusive recovery, unauthorized data use, and misleading terms in digital lending. These actions were taken under Section 17 and 18 of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, together with Section 114 to 116 and the Digital Electronic Online and Non-Traditional Consumer Lending Regulation 2025, DION, which specifically prohibits harassments, contact with third-party, misleading terms, and misuse of personal data. This experience has strengthened our view that a matured, compliant, and scalable credit card framework can offer a safe alternative for consumers and support long-term market stability. So now, what inclusion must mean is that the FCCPC recognizes the importance of business sustainability. We also recognize the need to protect consumers from conduct that distorts competition or undermines trust. As the industry expands access to card-based credit, 3 regulatory expectations become central. Number 1, transparency in cost of credit. Consumers must know the true cost of borrowing before they opt in. This means disclosure of interest rates, default fees, billing cycle, and penalty structure. Under Section 114 and 115 of the FCCPA, concealment or ambiguous presentation of material time is a violation. A short, accessible summary of key costs is now essential. Number 2, affordability that reflects real risks. Inclusion only works when pricing reflects national risk assessment. We encourage lenders to use data-driven models and avoid pricing that drive consumer toward default or into informal borrowing. Affordability assessment is required under Section 17 of the FCCPA, which mandate fair and equitable consumer protection standard. The Dion Consumer Lending Regulation 2025 further require lenders to evaluate a borrower's ability to repay before advancing credit. Number 3, ethical and lawful recovery. Credit expansion will naturally bring default risks, yes. However, recovery must respect privacy, avoid intimidation, and remain compliant with data protection obligation. Harassment, misleading conduct, coercive communication, and contact with third parties are prohibited. Section 124 of the FCCPA guarantees the consumer's right to fair dealing and outlaws harassment, coercion, undue influence, and other unfair tactics. Section 17G also empowers the Commission to eliminate misleading, unfair, or deceptive practices across all markets. These protections are reinforced by the Dion Consumer Lending Regulation 2025, which expressly prohibits harassment, misleading representation, coercive or abusive recovery communication, unauthorized contact with third party. Cebih members should set the industry benchmark for compliance recovery practices. And then, number 3 is building a Nigerian model. A viable credit card system in our environment cannot mirror foreign templates. It must account for Nigeria's informal sector, inflationary pressure, and inconsistent income pattern. A few elements are therefore essential. Alternative data for credit assessment. A large part of the working population does not operate formal salary accounts. Using alternative data such as utility payment, verified mobile money activity, POS transaction pattern, and saving behavior will enable more accurate risk scoring. This approach aligns with responsible lending obligations. Graduated risks, segmentation to manage default consign. Lenders can adopt low limit starter card for first-time borrowers and secure card back by deposit or micro saving. This structure gives consumer a safe entry point while allowing lenders to manage exposure. Compliance by its design. Data governance, identity verification, consumer consent process and disclosure template should be embedded in product design from the onset. Section 17 of the FCCPA requires fair, transparent, and privacy-respecting conduct in all consumer interaction. The Dion Consumer Lending Regulation further requires lawful processing, informed consent, and strict data minimization for all digital lending activity. We must design for real use cases. If inclusion is the goal, then the industry must design for the way Nigeria actually earn and spend. Consider the artisans in Yaba who receive payment from multiple clients through digital platform, or the other trader in Balogun whose transaction history is rich but undocumented in a traditional banking format. These are viable credit users. If the system ignores them because they do not have a salary account, it excludes the majority of potential borrowers. The success of card-based credit in Nigeria will depend on how well it adapts to this reality. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, a fair credit system strengthens the entire financial ecosystem. It expands consumer choice, improve competition, and support economic mobility. The FCCPC is ready to work with Cebih and its members to ensure that card-based credit evolve in a way that meets the expectation of safety, transparency, and responsible practice set out in the FCCPA and the Dion Consumer Lending Regulations 2025. Congratulations for the 2025 Cebih Annual Conference. On behalf of the Commission's Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Tunji Bello, I thank you for your attention and wish you a productive year.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are now drawing the curtains on day one of the Cebih Annual Conference. Let us make welcome for the vote of thanks and closing remark, the Vice Chairman Cebih, Abidemi Asumo. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for your time. We have now come to the very end of day one of Cebih Annual Conference 2025. Have a fantastic evening. It's been such an amazing day. My name is Tolu Thompson, and from me and all of us at Cebih, it is peace, love, and bye-bye. See you tomorrow.